The Rising of the Shield Hero. That's right, it's a new series, because I really wanted to read something, and this looked interesting, so I thought I would read it and record it as well. Yep, Volume 1, Chapter 1, Royal Road Summoned. I had come to the town library to hang out and read some books. Wait, that's a terrible place to start. I haven't even introduced myself yet. The name's Iwatani Naofumi, college sophomore, and I'm what most people would call an otaku. I wasn't always this way, but after I was introduced to video games, anime, and otaku culture, there's no way I could ever go back to caring about something as boring as studying. Once my parents realized I was a lost cause, they decided to focus their efforts on my little brother instead, forcing him into some big-name cram school to ensure his future. Unfortunately, I think that he must have cracked from the pressure of living up to their expectations and preparing for entrance exams, since he ended up dyeing his hair blonde and talking like a punk. It was really a dark time for our family. But then, a savior appeared. Me! I approached my dear, foul-tempered little brother and told him to play a certain mega-popular dating sim. You fucking with me or something? Get the fuck out of here. Jeez, just trust me and play it, okay? I knew the real reason my little brother went mad. It's because unlike me, who got everything I ever wanted growing up, he was forced to do nothing but study day in and day out. He desperately needed an outlet for his frustration, and when a relaxation specialist like me makes a recommendation, well, even my brother couldn't help to have his interest piqued. To make a long story short, the world gained another otaku. Since then, my brother's room has been totally transformed, filled to the brim with merch from the dating sim I recommended. On top of that, with his stress gone, he managed to pass all his exams and get into super prestigious high school. I'd be lying if I said that it wasn't a little bit irritating. On the plus side, thanks to my efforts, my parents lightened up on me, and I was finally able to enjoy carefree college life. I guess you could call me the black sheep of the Iwatani family. Anyway, where was I? Oh right, the library. My parents had already given me the monthly allowance of 10,000 yen, which I converted directly into light novels, manga, and porn. I made another 50,000 yen a month from my part-time job, but because the summer and winter comiket, all the various local festivals, that didn't go very far either. In fact, I was looking like I was probably going to have to crash at my parents' house again for a while. Still, I was able to live the way I liked, so I couldn't really ask for more. As far as I was concerned, just having my tuition and food expenses covered was more than enough. That didn't change the fact that I was dead broke, though, so in interests of frugality. Yeah, frugal. I think that means being cheap. I was passing the time reading random books in used bookstores and libraries. I briefly considered getting back into the online game I've been playing recently. I don't know why I hesitated there. But doing that would mean resigning myself to an infinite time sink. See, I'm the kind of guy that values breadth over depth. Rather than racing for the level cap like most people, I preferred to spend all my playtime leisurely making money. In fact, I had characters selling rare items in the in-game marketplace at that very moment. Unfortunately, that meant the real-life me had more free time than he knew what to do with, which is where the library came in. It happened when I was scanning over the section dedicated to dedicated to old fantasy novels. You might not realize this, but fantasy is old as humanity itself. Even the Bible is basically a fantasy novel when you get right down to it. The Weapons of the Four Saints. For some reason, a worn-out old book with nearly illegible title suddenly fell off the shelf. Maybe the last person that looked at it had been careless when they put it back, or maybe it was fate. At any rate, I sat down in a chair and started reading. Flip, flip, flip. Apparently, it was one of those books that starts by going over the setting in excruciating detail. There was a lot to take in, but the gist of it was a prophecy foretold the end of the world. According to the prophecy, the world would be destroyed by wave after wave of disasters. In order to avert the calamity, the people called out for heroes from another world to save them. It's a pretty cliched plot, but I guess I can't expect too much from an antique. It must have seemed pretty fresh back in the day. 4 heroes were summoned, wielding 4 weapons: sword, spear, bow, and shield. What? A shield isn't even a weapon, it's armor! I laughed wryly, but kept on reading. In the end, the heroes set out on a journey to gain strength and polish their skills in order to fight the wave of calamity. Yawn. A wave of sleepiness washed over me. Seriously, would it have killed them to add a cute girl or two to keep the reader's interest? I mean, technically there was a princess, but she seemed like a total bitch. The way she toadied up to all the heroes was totally disgusting. Like, just pick a guy and stick with him, right? Oh, well, at least there was a decent enough cast of characters. The dashing sword hero and the thoughtful spear hero. The Robin Hood-esque bow hero, working to topple a current kingdom. but when the story turns its attention toward the shield hero... Huh? I inadvertently let out a gasp as I flipped through the pages. Everything after the page about the shield hero was completely blank. No matter how many times I looked, there was nothing there. What the hell is this? Before I knew what was happening, my vision grew dim and my consciousness began to fade. Even in my wildest dreams, I never could have imagined that, just like that, I'd end up in another world. Yeah, boy! Going to another world! Man, these stories are everywhere. But I still kind of enjoy them. And I like this guy's personality, and the style of the whole book, at least from written in this first chapter, is making me really enjoy this. So I'm gonna have a lot of fun, and I'm gonna read the next chapter, and that'll be uploaded tomorrow. Stick around, keep watching, read with me if you want. I don't know, this is fun though. I like this one. I like this first chapter. Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 1, Chapter 2, Brave Introduction. Oh. I woke to the sound of murmuring voices. For some reason, a bunch of guys in robes were staring right at me. What the? I shifted my attention towards this new voice, and I realized I was surrounded by 3 guys who were apparently in the same situation as me. I tilted my head in confusion. What the hell was going on? Wasn't I just in a library? No matter what direction I looked, massive stone walls loomed over me. Or maybe they were brick. I couldn't tell. At any rate, The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 1, Chapter 11, Accomplishments of a Slave. After our lunch inside the restaurant, we headed off to the meadow. Reptilia was humming cheerfully, by the way. However, upon seeing the meadow, she began to tremble with fear lingering in her eyes. It may be scary, but I will definitely protect you from the monsters. She tilted her head upon hearing my words. Come on, these small fries can only make me itchy when they bite. I don't even feel any pain. Reptilia was dumbfounded when I showed her the gallery of balloons hidden under my mantle. That's not painful? Nope. Then, I'll tank. Yes. Kuch. I was a bit concerned over her coughing, but she seemed to be fine. We picked up the medicinal herbs along the way while she was heading toward the forest. Oh, here they come again. 3 red balloons came flying out from a bush inside the forest. I sacrificed myself to make sure that none of them bit Reptilia. Alright, just do it like we had done it a while ago. Hi! A motivated Reptilia vigorously charged and backstabbed the red balloons. Pop! 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 With this, Reptilia raised her level to 2. The requirement for a red small shield has been unsealed. Red small shield. Equipment bonus defense plus 4. Unmastered. I immediately changed my shield. Reptilia's eyes popped out when she saw my shield transform. Goshijin-sama, just who are you? She didn't seem to know that I was the one and only shield hero. Well, up until now, she was nothing but a demi-human slave after all. I'm a hero, the hero of the shield. The legendary hero? So you know. Reptilia timidly nodded. That's right, I'm a summoned hero. There are 3 more people like me, but I'm the weakest of them all. I began biting my fingernails, trying to contain... I guess I said that kind of weird. I don't know why I tried to say it, like, confidently. I began biting my fingernails, trying to contain this sudden outburst of rage. My head was filled with nothing but bloodlust when the face of that fucker popped up. Reptilia was frightened by my eyes, instinctively knowing that she wouldn't dig any deeper into this. For the time being, today's task will be hunting monsters in this forest. I'll seize them and you pierce them. Hi. Since she had become somewhat accustomed to this as Reptilia nodded obediently, and then, whenever we encountered enemies inside the forest, we'd always use this common tactic where I'd aggroed and disabled them while Reptilia went in for the kill. Midway through, we encountered an enemy other than the balloons for the first time. Roke's Mush, a white moving mushroom. It had sharp, slanted eyes and was roughly the size of a human head. I experimentally hit it, which gave a response identical to a red balloon's. Reptilia then knocked this one down too. A type of mob also appeared in different shades of color. There were blue mushes and green mushes. Requirement for mush shield has been unleashed. Requirement for blue mush shield has been unleashed. Requirement for green mush shield has been unleashed. Mush shield, equipment bonus, plant identification 1. Blue mush shield, equipment bonus, simple compounding recipes 1, unmastered. Green mush shield, equipment bonus, apprentice compounding, unmastered. There was no status bonus, all of them gave level-based skill bonuses. Compounding, mass-producing medicine will be very very valuable. By the end of the day, Raphtilia's level increased by 3, so in a total she was now level 5. We walked through the meadow and camped around the riverbed in the evening. Raphtelia arrived at my side without voicing any complaints. I suppose it would do her some good if she learned to appreciate money by experiencing the difficulty of making some. After we lit a campfire with some firewood by the river, I took out a towel from my bag and gave it to Raphtelia. Go wash yourself for now. After you're done, come back here and warm your cold body with the fire. Hi. Raphtelia removed her clothes and dove into the water, where she then began cleansing herself. During that time, I began fishing in order to prepare our dinner. I promptly kept an eye out for Raphtelia while doing so. Of course he would. There should only be weak balloons lurking around this area, but it would be wise to never let my guard down. I took a look over today's harvest. I thought he took a look at the he's not really a pervert, just everybody thinks he is, whatever. An abundant amount of meadow's wild medicinal herb. A splendid amount of medicinal herbs that don't usually grow in the meadow. A reasonable amount of balloon. A reasonable amount of assorted mush. Number of shields unsealed, 4 types. An obvious difference in efficiency. Buying a slave was the right choice. That's right, I should try to challenge compounding. I called forth some simple recipes. A window popped up, showing combination formulas that can be made with the medicinal herbs which I collected. As for equipment, I suppose I can only make a limited amount using the rocks and pebbles on the riverside, so let's try the recipes that can be made from a mortar. However, the simple recipes didn't have any record of mixing techniques within it. Goody. I tried imitating how the pharmacy owner mixed his medicine in order to witness the results. Heal pill has been made. Heal pill quality, bad. A bit bad a pill that hastens a wound's recovery. Needs to be applied on the wound to receive effects. The type of icon floated in front of my eyes. Nice, it was a success. The shield was reacting, but I decided to hold on to the medicine for now. Alright, time to challenge an unfamiliar recipe. Sometimes the compounding failed and the stuff turned into a jet black waste. This was more than I expected. Patch. The sound of fire cracking could be heard. Raphtelia finished washing and had gone to warm herself up by the fire. Are you warm yet? Yes. This looked very similar to a cold. The slave dealer did say she was plagued with an illness. Coincidentally, there was a cold medicine amongst the experimental remedies. Regular medicine. Quality is somewhat acceptable. This medicine is effective against a mild cold. Hey, drink this. I was a bit anxious, but this was better than nothing. So bitter. Dislike it. Gah. Raphtelia tried to say something selfish, but held her chest in pain instead. Here. Yes. Raphtelia trembled as she swallowed the medicine that I passed to her. There, good girl. Raphtelia once again gave me a perplexed stare when I patted her head, and then these tanuki ears sure were fluffy. I don't know why I said and then. She hugged her tail while blushing, refusing to let me feel it. Did she think that I would try to touch her tail when I looked at it? Here, this is your dinner. I handed her a grilled fish over to Raphtelia, and then returned to compounding medicine. I've always loved to work at these kind of delicate projects. The sunset completed. Sunset completely, yet I kept on compounding. The sun set. It's not one word. The sun set completely, yet I kept on compounding, using the campfire for light. This was fun in a lot of ways. Having already finished eating her fish, Raphtelia drowsily stared at the campfire, while letting out some subtle snoring sounds. Go to sleep. Upon hearing my order, Raphtelia repeatedly shook her head. Was she being shy? She was refusing to sleep like a spoiled child. Well, I guess she was one. Anyways, it seemed like she would fall asleep eventually. Come to think of it, was the medicine effective? I haven't heard her cough since then. Afterwards, I examined the remedies which were made from my experience, and most of them had simple effects. These deemed inferior were absorbed into the shield. Requirement for petite medicine shield has been unsealed. Requirement for petite poison shield has been unsealed. Petite medicine shield. Equipment bonus raises medicine's effect. Petite poison shield. Equipment bonus poison resistance small. Both unmastered. Both of them seem to be related to the leaf shield and mush shield, though I had no idea how raises medicine's effects work. Does it increase the effects of the medicines that I use on myself, or the effect of the medicines which I create? Well, whatever. There's no mistake that today's harvest was a good one. No, help me. Raphtelia let out a strange voice. The sleeping Raphtelia seemed to be having a nightmare. No! I felt my ears went deaf for a moment there. This sucked. Balloons were coming our way. They probably got attracted by her screaming. I quickly went over to Raphtelia and covered her mouth. However, a loud noise could still be heard. I then recalled her slave dealer's concerns about this dilemma. This certainly was problematic. Calm down. Just settle down already. I held the sobbing Raphtelia in my hands and cradled her. No, Ah, son. Oh, son. Was she calling for her parents? Raphaelia could do nothing but cry and stretch out her hand, begging for help. It's fine. It's all right. You're safe now. I patted her head and continued cradling her. Don't cry. Be strong. I continued to hug the weeping Raphaelia. Grah! A balloon that was attracted by her cries appeared. Phew. Really, even at a time like this, I held Raphaelia close to me and charged at the balloon. Whoa! Chun chun. Is it morning? What a terrible night. By the time I finished with the horde of balloons that appeared, Raphelia's cries had also begun to quiet down. But when I tried to separate myself from her even a little, she would start wailing out loud again. Then the balloons would appear once more, which is why I was unable to get a wink of sleep. You awake? Hi? He? I think it's more like a he? I don't know, whatever. Raphaelia widely opened her eyes in surprise, since I was holding her up in front of me. I'm tired. There was still some time before the town's gate opened, so I planned on taking a quick nap for now. Today, I would be selling the medicine which I had made yesterday. This should yield more profits than the raw medicinal herbs. If the herbs' value were higher than the medicines, there would be no point in people making them. I'll be sleeping for a little while. As for breakfast, would the leftover fish from yesterday suit your taste? Raphaelia timidly nodded. Then, good night. Call me if any monster appears. It was painful just to keep my eyes open, so I quickly invited into a slumber full of dreams. I still didn't know the reason behind Raphaelia's panic attacks, and I wasn't interested in hearing about it either. It's most likely due to the shock of being sold by her parents, or maybe from being kidnapped. Even if it was the latter, I had no obligation to return her. This gentleman here had paid big bucks for this slave after all. It was paid if she had... It was fine. It was fine if she held a grudge over this. I needed to do all I could in order to survive. I have to find a way to return to my old world. That's all there is to it. Yep, he's got a slave. Cute little girl. Scared about everything or whatever. He'll figure it out. The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 1, Chapter 12. What's yours is mine. Around high noon, I opened my eyes, and Raphaelia was there waiting for me. Are we going to the castle now? Ah ha ha. She's coughing once again. I silently handed her the regular medicine, and Raphaelia took it while frowning. After that, it was time to drop by the pharmacy to do some business. The quality of these isn't bad. Yusha-sama, are you familiar with pharmacology? I guess. Since I was no longer a stranger to the store, I was able to catch glimpses on some of the medicine's production. No, it was my first time making some yesterday. Compared to selling raw medicinal herbs, which one is more profitable? That's a difficult question. Although medicinal herbs are cheaper to use, medicines can usually save lives. Although the pharmacist frowned when he saw Raphaelia, I knew from observation that he didn't use cheap lies and was speaking honestly. The price of medicine has skyrocketed recently due to the prophecy, so demand for them is very high right now. Either risk failing to craft them for better sales, or selling raw materials to their product line directly. It's debatable on which of those two will yield more gold. However, everything has its own silver lining, so there's no disadvantage in continuing to collect more. Hey, does this mean you're not coming anymore? Didn't I say something along the lines of, for 2 weeks I'll be selling medicinal herbs around town? The pharmacist understood my answer and looked at me with an odd expression before laughing. This time around, he gave me some hand-me-down equipment and taught me how to use them, taking my medicinal herbs and as his payment while buying the medicine off of me. I received various tools besides the mortar. Laboratory equipment like measuring device, flask, and distiller. They should last me for quite a while before I have to get some new ones. Since these used goods were only collecting dust in the warehouse, you won't know when they might break. I suppose it's good enough set for beginners. Anyways, with this I'll be able to challenge more formulas. I just have to dispose of the balloon skins now. While on my way to the balloon buyer, I caught sight of some children from my peripheral vision. It seemed that those balloon skins that the merchant bought were being used as material to make actual marketable balloons. The children were playing around with one of those as if it were a ball. Raphaelia was looking at those children with envy. Nah, what's that? I guess, I don't know, it's a question. Nah. Yes? I pointed at the ball those children were playing with and asked. Well, he asked it? I don't know. Well, that's one of the practical applications of what we do with the balloon skins. I see. Then you can make another using the goods we're about to sell? Well, if you really want one. We headed over to the buyer to sell our goods and left with money in hand. He then let me have one of the balls that was made from a balloon skin. Here. Yay! You go with the ball. She's pretty cute, I guess. I threw the ball and Raphtalia caught it. With wide eyes, Raphtalia alternated between the ball and my face several times. What? You don't want it? Mm-hmm. Raphtalia laughed merrily. Or whatever. Because he said you don't want it, and she kind of... if he said don't you want it, that would have worked a lot better. Raphtalia laughed merrily, waving her head around. She laughed for the first time. Once we're done with today's work, you can go play around with it. Yay! She was somehow very energetic. This is good progress, because an energetic Raphtalia would be more beneficial for me. After that, we returned to the forest, exterminating monsters and collecting herbs just like yesterday. We were able to go in deeper thanks to my enhanced defense. Apparently, there is a village if we can continue to advance into the forest. However, I refused to follow that bitch's advice. It was profitable, and we discovered various things. It was likely due to the fact that we were approaching the foot of the mountain range. Oh, we found a new enemy. An egg-like creature. This thing looked like it belonged to a branch of the balloon family. We're fighting this monster for the first time. I'll be going in first. Once I give you the signal, rush in for the kill. That's a good answer. I charged at the monster. It also noticed me and bared its fangs my way. Gah! It really did no damage. There wasn't any pain, or so much as an itch. Rafaria's blade... Wasn't there a T in that before? Maybe it was Ari's Rafaria. Rafaria's blade flew through the air and easily impaled it. Ta-ha! We cleared monsters more vigorously compared to yesterday. An Eggy, another one of the earlier enemies, followed by a parn sound. Eggy crumbled into pieces with egg yolks splattering everywhere when it died. Bleh, this is nasty. Couldn't the shield be sold? Shell? Can't sell the shield. Couldn't the shell be sold? This was such a waste. It smells rotten, so I guess it's inedible. I absorbed the shell's pieces into the shield. Since she got used to it, Raphtalia? What the fuck was it before? Hold on a second. Rafaria. Fucking hell. Now I don't remember where we were. Raphtalia was able to pierce the Eggy in an experienced manner. Requirement for Egg Shield has been unsealed. Egg Shield. Equipment bonus Culinary 1. Unmastered. Another level of based skill bonuses. Does he keep the bonuses when he equips it? Or does he keep the skill? I don't know. Probably not. This time was cooking, huh? We continued hunting the different color variations of this monster. I guess it wouldn't matter because he would just switch his shield whenever he's doing anything specific. Alright, requirement for Blue Eggy Shield has been unsealed. Requirement for Sky Egg Shield has been unsealed. Blue Egg Shield. Equipment bonus Judgment 1. Unmastered. Sky Egg Shield. Equipment bonus Beginner Cooking Recipes. Unmastered. Weird. It had only been skill bonuses lately. Does it depend on which type of enemy we defeat? Oh well, in the meantime, I'll just utilize my herb collecting skills more. The day seemed a bit longer while up in the mountain. Still, I was a bit concerned over Raphtalia's equipment. Here are today's results. Me, level 8, Raphtalia, level 7. Damn, she almost caught up to me already. This was undoubtedly due to Raphtalia dealing the finishing blows. Gah, my stomach's empty. Raphtalia made a troubled expression as she said this to me. I guess you're right. Let's head back for our meal. We ended our exploration and headed back to town. After returning, I sold the eggy shells that looked unusable for compounding. We made 9 silver today, including what we sold this morning. It was doubtful that we could make much from these shells. However, they were bought from me for an unexpectedly high price. The medicine and herbs also fetched a good price, making me reconsider what we should eat today. Well, considering that Raphtalia had been drooling over the food stalls for a while now, I had no intention of pampering her, but she should be rewarded for her good work, so why not? Let's drop by, just for today. Eh? Is it okay? You wanted to eat here, right? Raphtalia nodded fiercely at my question. She had become quite honest. Kuh. She's coughing once again. I silently handed her a regular medicine, then ordered what looked like hardened mashed potatoes on a skewer from one of the stalls. Here, you worked hard today. After swallowing the medicine, Raphtalia happily accepted the skewer I held out and stuffed her face with it. Thank you. No prob. I'm glad that she became so energetic. I looked around for a cheap inn while eating and walking. Do you want to stay here tonight? Ah, Raphaelia crying all night long was troublesome enough already. Please at least spare me the fights with the balloons. We went into the inn. Upon entering, the innkeeper blatantly scowled. However, he instantly switched on his business smile. There's a chance my companion here will be crying at night. Is that all right? I dangled the balloon concealed under my cloak threateningly in front of the other party as I asked. That's a bit... I can count on you, right? We'll be keeping the noise at a reasonable level. Yes. Ever since coming into this world, I had learned that blackmailing was an important part of business. This whole damn country had made me into a target of ridicule. The damn king couldn't even fully comprehend how much damage his actions caused me. No, even if he did, he would probably say something like, "It can't be helped." Seriously, all these parallel world elitists. I paid the fee and then unloaded our luggage inside the room we entered. Raphaelia's eyes sparkled while looking at the ball. Come back before nightfall. Also, stay as close to the inn as possible. Yay! Good grief, she really... I don't know why I said... Good grief, she really did act like a child her age. Demi-humans seemed to be the object of contempt, but there shouldn't be any problems if she was seen and treated like an adventurer. Looking out of the window, I saw Raphaelia playing with her ball. I then did research on more methods of compounding. Approximately 20 minutes had passed since then. Then I heard a loud, childish scream. Why is a demi-human playing in our turf? What was that? I peered out the window. No matter how I look at it, all I saw was some shitty bullies pointing at Raphaelia and harassing her. Good grief. No matter where you go, there will always be those types of kids lurking around the place. This brat, you have a nice toy, so hand it over. That's... Raphaelia seemed to be aware of the demi-human's low standing in society, so the reaction wasn't strange to her either. I went out of the room and headed downstairs. I told you to hand it over. No. Those fucking punks were intending to use violence as they encircled the frail and defiant Raphaelia. Hold it right there, you little shits. What do you want, old geezer? Old geezer, he says. Whatever, I'm only 20 this year, and I don't care about this world's standards for age. I don't even care if I'm an old geezer to them. What reason do you have for demanding other people's belongings? Ha? That isn't your ball, is it? It's mine. I'm lending it to this girl. If you stole it from her, then it means you stole it from me. What are you saying, damn geezer? Seems they couldn't even understand that much with all the blood rushing into their brains. Even if he was a kid, I never intended to forgive him. Those that steal from people deserve to be punished. I see. Then I shall give you an even bigger ball. Noticing my demeanor, Raphaelia squeezed out her voice, telling the startled children, "Run away!" However, the eyes of those little shits underestimated me. I silently snickered deep down while I took out the balloon that was biting my arm. Gaboo! My ass! The balloon immediately paid the brat a visit with the bite on his ass. So kids, that one was a real ball. You guys want some too? Ash! I was not a joke, dumbass. Die, retard! I'll kick your ass too, you little shit! I turned back towards the inn with the brats cursing me as they ran away. Raphaelia grabbed my mantle. Oi, there's a balloon still living in there. The frightened Raphaelia quickly flinched her hand away, her timid look making me laugh. Arigato. What was she talking about? Oh, while stroking Raphaelia's head, we both returned to the inn. I don't like the change where there's a more frequent amount of Japanese words. Actually, it's still well translated. It's just kind of annoying. Like if you don't understand the words already, then I mean it's only the really common ones, but that just completely isolates an entire group of people that aren't Japanese. Whatever. The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 1, Chapter 13, Remedy. The day died out and the night grew cold. It was about time for Raphaelia's stomach to grumble. Leaving the luggage behind at the inn, we went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. We had some snacks just a while ago. Raphaelia got them from an unfamiliar shop, though I had no idea what was so good about them. Good grief, I needed a way to fatten up my wallet. I guess camping out will be our plan from now on. So, I'll let you eat your fill for now. Let's see. Delay a set for 2 people and a Neapolitan, please. Neapolitan. After giving the order to our server, our dinner soon arrived. Let's dig in. Raphaelia began eating by stuffing food into her mouth with her bare hands again. Judging from her growth, I would say she was roughly 10. She had been eyeing my plate, so I went ahead and ordered extra. Eat up while you can, since we'll be camping out from tomorrow onward. Good eat. I don't know what that means. I think it's like hi, but with a goo because she's eating. I don't know. Nodding and eating at the same time is bad table manners, but since she's eating so gratefully, I excuse her behavior this time. After that, we returned to our room where I took note of Raftalia's appearance yet again. Your hair is a mess. Let's trim it a bit. Hi. I patted Raftalia's head with a pawn since she was making an uneasy face. It'll be fine. Not going to give you a weird haircut. Besides, it was her current appearance that looked weird. Using a knife, I began trimming off the excess of hair with a gushi. I trimmed her hair to about shoulder length before I was done. Alright, this much should be good, right? Compared to her old hairstyle, this one was at least more presentable. With this, she would look quite nice after dressing up. Raftalia began twirling around, her face swelling with confidence. I wonder what she's so happy about. The shield reacted when I was cleaning up the leftover hair. I never would have imagined that. So, I guess that's the shield absorbing things. I opened my status to confirm, though it appeared that my level and tree were still insufficient. Crap, she turned around. Now then, you should hurry up and go to bed. She was being strangely honest, unlike yesterday. Well, that's good. She might sleep well again, so I busied myself by compounding inside the room. Nutritional supplement was created. Nutritional supplement quality bad. A bit bad, a medicine that relieves fatigue. It's also effective as a method of rapidly recovering from malnourishment. Recovery potion was created. Recovery potion quality a bit bad. A medicine that it goes from bad to a bit bad because of this. He made one that was bad, but it's only a bit bad because of his shield. Okay. Quality a bit bad to normal. A medicine that treats certain illness. It would be less effective against more severe diseases. There are various things that can be made using the mountain and forest herbs. Because of this, I can trade these at the pharmacy for a splendid sum of money. It was just that materials were consumed at a fearsome rate that was borderline hazardous. Altogether, I made 6 nutritional supplements and a few other remedies. However, it was very difficult to make high-quality medicines. I had no chance of winning against a specialist, since I'm the shield hero and not a pharmacist. Let's absorb some of them into the shield then. The requirement for calorie shield has been unsealed. The requirement for energy shield has been unsealed. The requirement for energic shield has been unsealed. Calorie shield, equipment bonus, stamina boost, small, unmastered. Energy shield, equipment bonus, SP boost, small, unmastered. Energic shield, equipment bonus, stamina consumption decrease, small, unmastered. For the time being, all of them gave status-related bonuses. Just what is stamina anyway? Is it like physical fitness? It seems that I'll need to experience this for myself. Next we have the medicinal herbs. Medical herbs, but I wonder if it'll become more difficult if I continue to recklessly learn more crafting skills. I want more combat bonuses, or maybe it's because I can't meet the unsealing requirement with the only herbs that I collected. Well, that's fine. While stretching and preparing to go to sleep, I spotted Raftalia squeezing her eyes tight. Looks like she wasn't able to get a good night's sleep. That was a sign she was about to weep. Kya! I covered her mouth right before she screamed, then I held her in my arms while gently patting her with a pun-pun. I knew I was somehow able to calm her down tonight, but she would cry her eyes out if I tried to let go of her now. Guess it can't be helped. Let's sleep together then. It felt kind of chilly. Feeling the sunlight shining on my face, I opened my eyes. Raftalia, who was supposed to be sleeping next to me, was trembling in a corner of the room. What's wrong? Come inside, come inside, come inside, come inside. I furrowed my eyebrows at Raftalia, who was desperately muttering apologies. I could roughly guess the reason due to this damp chillness which was coming from underneath me. I see. Raftalia wet the bed. She thought I would be angry. I had never heard of a 10-year-old wetting the bed, but there was no way I could be angry after looking at those frightened eyes of hers. I went over to Raftalia. I reached my hand out, startling Raftalia as she curled herself up into a ball, shielding her head. Good grief. I used that hand to pat the shoulder of her trembling Raftalia. Wetting the bed wasn't something you can control, right? Come now, hurry up and undress so you can wash yourself up. She'll need a spare change of clothes too, I suppose. Raftalia looked at me with a mystified expression. You're not angry? How could I lash out at someone who's been regretting their actions? You reflected on what you did, so I'm not angry. The sheet was stained. I wonder how much I'll have to pay the innkeeper. We'll keep it as a piece of cloth for the time being. After that, I explained the situation to the innkeeper, paid for the damages, and rushed off to buy some spare clothes from the weapon shop. Although the well water was a bit cold, I washed the sheet clean and packed it into our luggage bag. It seemed like a great idea to dry this sheet by tying it onto a branch and hanging it as we walked through the meadow. Now then, it's getting a bit irritating to walk with Raphtalia, who continues apologizing. I told you not to worry about it. She really was an obedient child. However, it would also be troublesome for me if she had no motivation. Gah. Raphtalia's stomach grumbled again. Oh, and her face was flushed with shame. I guess it's about time for breakfast. Raphtalia walked beside me while holding onto the hem of my shirt. Alright then, you'll need to take this medicine as punishment. I handed a recovery potion over to Raphtalia. It seems like a persistent illness, one which required a regular intake of medicine, so this is exactly what she needs. Raphtalia's face turned extremely sour after just a sniff. However, she was very enthusiastic about drinking it since this was her punishment. So bitter. Just bear with it. Go. Raphtalia, who finished drinking the whole thing, had a blenched face and looked about ready to vomit. By the way, that compounded medicine seemed to fetch a good price, but since the quality was poor, the intensive taste was even worse. Yay! Whatever. This cute little girl or something. I don't know. She's kind of cute. She's interesting as a character. It's weird. She's still kind of a slave. And it's still weird that, you know, the cover has her as a fucking not a child. I'm very curious as to how that's gonna happen, but you know, just keep reading, I guess. The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 1, Chapter 14, Taking a Life. Ooh. Exiting the meadow, we arrived along the fringe land between the mountain and the forest. Raphtalia's fighting style had greatly improved thanks to her experience, and her movements were more skillful too. Our herb collecting was going well. Monsters steadily kept on coming and provided us with EXP, while our luggage was being overstuffed with all the item drops. But then it happened. Before, we had only fought fable-like monsters, but now we had finally encountered our first animal class creature. A big old dragon. Nope, that's the other story. The one-headed chestnut rabbit? Usapiru. That's a weird name. Pyo! The Usapiru spotted our presence and leapt at us, attacking with its huge buck teeth. Watch out! It targeted Raphtalia after judging she was weaker. I jumped out to protect her like usual. Chomp! Chomp! It seemed that my defensive power was still higher than its attack. Alright, stab it. What's wrong? A living thing will have blood, right? I was barely able to make sense of Raphtalia's stuttering words. Deal with it. We'll be fighting these kinds of enemies from now on. But... Chomp! Chomp! Usapiru repeatedly bit me with its teeth. Brace yourself and bear with it, or else you become too much of a burden that'll have to abandon you. That's right, even if she's my cherished slave, if she can't fight, then she isn't needed. I'll just have to visit that perverse slave dealer and buy another slave. One who can fight properly. No! Frightened with her eyes shut tight, Raphtalia stabbed the Usapiru multiple times with her knife. Blood began spewing after she pulled out her weapon out. The Usapiru died with a thud and laid motionless on the ground. Raphtalia stared at her own knife while trembling, the scene thoroughly burnt into her eyes. Her complexion pale, she looked as if she wanted to escape from all this. However, we mustn't feel any remorse, because we'll be fighting monsters like this again and again for hundreds, even thousands of times. Kill! Another Usapiru peered out of a bush as it leapt at Raphtalia, trying to bite her. I immediately prevented the attack by jumping in between the two. Chomp! Sorry, to be honest, I had to push you, because I can't do anything but protect others, so I have no choice but to leave you with all the dirty work. The Usapiru was chewing on my arm while I told it to Raphtalia. There's no other alternative but for me to grow stronger. For that purpose, I need your help. If I don't, there won't be a future for me. The time limit is fast approaching, and the waves of disaster will soon appear. I had no confidence in my survival with how things stood now. But within 1 week, a world-ruining wave will appear. Because of that, I want to become stronger, even if it's only a little bit. Raphtalia was trembling if she listened to me. Are you fighting against that disaster? I was told this was my role, so I'm not doing it because I want to. Guess we're similar in that regard. I was forced to defend against the wave. There's no sense of obligation or duty in it for me. So, please try to understand that I don't want us to go our separate ways. Having to raise another slave will definitely be a waste, and sending her back into that cage won't make me feel any good about myself either. But unfortunately, I have no money. If I want to buy a new slave, then I'll have to sell her. Understood, Goshijin-sama. I will fight. Color gradually returned to her pale face. She slowly nodded her head and thrust her blood-stained knife at the Usapiro's vital point. For some reason, her demeanor was the polar opposite of what she was like before. Her eyes now shined with determination. At the sight of the Usapiro squirming and convulsing, Raphtalia silently closed her eyes. Then a moment later, she changed her grip on the knife and began skinning the rabbit. Let me do that. I don't want you handling all the grunt work. Hi. I took out a knife used for dismantling, and with the body of the Usapiros was soon dismembered. This is reality, not a game. It was understandable for someone to want to look away, but after killing a living creature for the first time, I truly understood what it means to be alive in this world. With the Usapiro's blood staining my hand, I was able to understand what Raphtalia had just gone through. I dismantled both rabbits and absorbed the pieces into the shield. The requirement for Usa leather shield has been unsealed. The requirement for Usa meat shield has been unsealed. Usa leather shield, equipment bonus, agility +3, unmastered. Usa meat shield, equipment bonus, dismantling techniques 1, unmastered. I equipped the latter shield, then stood up. Goshijin-sama, please don't abandon me. Raphtalia begged me while raising her face. She probably hated the mere thought of going back to that place, where she cried at night and was sick and famished. Without proper care, she'd probably die in there. So, I really hope you can't hear those dogs. That would certainly leave a bad aftertaste in my mouth. Although I'd love to imagine ridiculing that bitch until the climax of her death, it would be impractical for it to actually happen. You probably fulfilled your role, so I won't abandon you. Besides, I would be troubled if Raphtalia were to die. But then again, that's right. She's a creature of the similar gender just like that bitch. The exact same as that bitch! I shook my head repeatedly. I needed to stop thinking like this. It's bad for my heart. Right now, I have to find a way to grow stronger with this slave of mine, even if it's just a little. XP 7 times 2. I want to lend my strength to Goshijin-sama this... From then on, Raphtalia was unbelievably enthusiastic about charging in and skewering the monsters which appeared. Someone who I always needed to keep safe was now being so aggressive without any inhibitions. This was some good development, but it seemed like she was motivated for the wrong reasons. The way I handled matters could never be praised. It was entirely for self-interest, but still, these sort of things needed to be done no matter what. When evening came, we decided to rest within the forest. For that purpose, we found a spacious area, lit some firewood, and began setting up camp. We made a stew out of the Usapiro's meat and edible herbs which we collected. The remaining meat was grilled over the campfire. Although our plan was to return back to town by tomorrow evening, we have no concrete proof that the monster's meat will even sell. Since I was a bit skeptical, I used the judgment skill to identify the food and to see if it was safe to eat. I cut a piece of the cooked meat to confirm that there was nothing wrong with it, but I still have no idea what it tasted like. They were just grilled and boiled, so it couldn't be considered a proper cuisine. I also activated my cooking skill, and the quality turned from normal to a tad good, so they shouldn't taste terrible either. Here, eat up. Raphtalia then began devouring the cooked stew and grilled meat. Oishii! Her stomach grumbling in anticipation a little while ago, Raphtalia heartily ate with her shining eyes. After today's fight, I became a level 10, and Raphtalia also became a level 10. She finally caught up with me. Oh well, it couldn't be helped. I started compounding under the light of the campfire. Our immediate goal is to gradually save up money, then to gear ourselves up, which is why I'll trying to create the most expensive medicine in order to sell it. Either why I'll be or why I'm would have worked. Grind. I grounded the medicinal herbs with the mortar, then mixed the extracts together before transferring the solution into the beaker. Recovery potion was made. Nutritional supplement was made. Again, these recipes were the ones which I had already discovered. This was the limit of simple compounding recipes 1, even though these two drugs were miracles made earlier with their intuitions. The shield's power, which was fueled by an eternal torch that will... Who am I kidding? Of compounding has reached the limit. What? I don't know. Basically, most of the qualities were somewhat bad. Achoo! Did the effect of the medicine run out? I silently passed her a recovery potion, and Raphtalia drank it while frowning. Anyways, in order to acquire new sources of income, we will need to grow stronger. I'll watch over the campfire, you go ahead and sleep. So yeah, I'll wake you up after a while. Understood. She was strangely obedient. One could see a huge difference between this and our first meeting. Good night. Pleasant dreams. Alright, we'll be selling those tomorrow. Go ahead and use the fur as a blanket. I passed Raphtalia the fur, which was fumigated while I was cooking in order to drive away fleas. It was still a little small, but it should keep the body warm after bundling yourself up, right? Hi. Raftalia frowned a bit after sniffing the first scent. Is it smoky? Yes, it's very smoky. I thought so, but it looks very warm. Raftalia snuggled up to me, leaning against my back, and closed her eyes. Oh well, this was fine. I continued to take medicine and throw more wood into the campfire, just waiting for the moment when Raftalia would begin shrieking like a banshee. I wondered how long this lifestyle would continue. It might only last for 1 week more, huh? Although I shouldn't be thinking about dying anytime soon, I should always be prepared for that possibility. It's about time. Since we've been together for 3 days, I could somehow sense when she was about to make an uproar. Raftalia gently rubbed her eyes and slowly got up. Are you awake? She didn't scream. Ah, I see. It was because she was contently sleeping against my back. It may be a trauma, but it seems like she'll be fine if there's another person's warmth beside her while she slept. My stomach's empty. She got hungry again right after the feast she just ate. Hi. I gave Raftalia the grilled meat, which was meant to be reserved for tomorrow's breakfast. Raftalia delectably stuffed her mouth full of the meat. Well then, I will be going to sleep now. Wake me up if anything happens. Hi! Raftalia nodded while munching her food. Good grief, she became a lot more energetic, but look at how much of a glutton she turned into. Yay! Cute little girl, eating food, killing things. The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 1, Chapter 15, Traits of a Demi-Human. We took turns sleeping until morning came. At around noontime, a certain incident occurred. We were hunting some Usapiru, which had appeared before us. Doesn't Usa might actually mean rabbit. Whatever. The bladed knife in Raptalia's hands suddenly, no, not suddenly, had snapped off completely. Pokin. I guess, whatever. Show it to me. It couldn't be helped. The knife had done its job and broke only after killing the last Usapiru, which had been gnawing at my arm. I'm sorry. Nothing lasts for an eternity, so it was inevitable for this knife to break. It was a cheap knife, not to mention it had never been polished. We'll stop here for now and before returning to town. Hi. The bag that Raptalia carried was splendidly stuffed full of loot. On a side note, I've become a level 11, and so has Raptalia. Along the way, we encountered several monsters, but we somehow managed to get by with my spare knife. Later on, we sold off our spoils, including the compound medicine, for a grand total of 70 silver coins. Chatty. I think that's the coins jingling. Yeah. I wonder which one we should get. You mean a knife? Raftalia murmured while eating her lunch inside a street stall. We should be able to cover our living expenses by camping outdoors, and there wouldn't be a problem with food if we skinned the Usapiru for their meat. I stopped thinking about that for now. Since I don't have a favorite store or know any other good places to shop, I at least wanted to know more about the details of our purchased equipment. Well, guess we should go to the weapons shop. I heard a grumbling noise coming from behind me. My tummy's empty. Didn't you just eat a moment ago? Is it a growth spurt? Just how many times a day are you planning to eat? Right. Engel's coefficient would skyrocket with her in the equation. We need to start hunting again as soon as possible. At this rate, our food expenses alone will bring us to ruin. And that's what happened, Oyaji. I'd like some weapons and protective gear within the range of 65 silver coins, plus a cheap knife. For some reason, Oyaji groaned with his palm on his head. Well, it's none of my business, but please properly maintain your equipment at least. Sorry about that. I thought the blood-clean clothing would take care of everything, so I didn't plan for it beforehand. Right. The balloon, mush, and eggy were creatures made from inorganic substances after all, and the bodily fluids of the eggy could definitely be wiped off without much effort. However, the blood of the Usapiru stained the weapon. Not only that, but the blade seemed to deteriorate even faster because of the improper care. Also, eggs and mushrooms are organic, but whatever. But I'm amazed that this girl's complexion is so much better after just 3 days. And haven't you gotten quite plump now? Raftalia nodded at him with a proficient smile. Just what was Oyaji talking about? Oh, that's a fine expression. Alright, let's get down to business. Oyaji, please prioritize the weapon's durability when you show us the wares meant for her. And how about you? I don't need any. You don't want anything? Raftalia looked at me and asked, Does it look like I'll be needing any gear? Up until this point, I had yet to receive a single wound from a monster's attack. Didn't those dipshit heroes once say shields are easy at the beginning but suck towards the endgame? That's why I didn't feel the need to buy myself equipment until we get to the point where I start taking damage. Raftalia groaned, looking unconvinced. Her hands were preciously holding onto the ball which I had bought for her before. Well, I guess this must be karma at work. I'll give you a little something as a bonus. I'll be haggling if the cost is too high. I'm already selling to you at dirt cheap prices here, or else you'll be throwing those balloons around after being pushed too hard, won't you? The merchant incident from before must have started that rumor. Well, it's fine, since the end result will be the same either way. An eye for an eye, that's all I'm doing. Not that it matters to me, but even if I come with a countermeasure, you'll just find another way around it. That'll be just like you, right? You certainly know me well. Anyone can tell with a glance that you, sir, are a shrewd businessman under that guise of a hero. I'll take that as a compliment. Well then. Oyaji rubbed his chin while looking at Raftalia. It looks like this Jo-chan will be assessing herself with a sword rather than a knife. Will it be alright? Seems she's quite enthusiastic about it. A sword proves to be a rather fine weapon for a beginner, no? Oyaji searched through a corner of his shop. Gotcha. So that's it. Will I be using this sword? Looks like it. I'll be tutoring her on how to use one. Then a tanned hide breastplate was brought to us from the back of the store. An iron short sword and a hide breastplate. Although they're a bit old, please bear with it. The size fits you at least. Oyaji handed Raftalia the sword while the breastplate was worn on top of her casual clothes. Again? Duh, she is a demi-human, right? Since she's still a child, this much difficulty should be expected if she keeps leveling up. Wait, what? Is that common sense around here? This world sure worked on weird standards that I couldn't comprehend. A long time ago, I did hear about the tale of Hinda the cow, where she'd die if she wasn't continuously fed. Crow, right. Also kind of a cow. So there is some truth to that story. I guess it can't be helped. Just stay here and listen obediently to the lecture. I'll go buy some food while you practice. Hi! Seeing our conversation, Oyaji bursted out laughing for some reason. Okay, listen up. I'll now teach you about the basics. I left the weapon shop and hurried toward the market. Demi-humans are a truly strange race, using their hunger to compensate for level raising. Although her condition grew favorably and her self-consciousness also gradually became more resilient, but still, the food expenses were no joke. To make a long story short, I bought some food from the vending stalls and returned to find Oyaji teaching Raftalia how to grip and swing a sword. Here you go. Thank you. She then munched away as Oyaji diligently taught her evasive maneuvers. Even in such a situation, the mood didn't change at all. What about you? I've got those evasive moves memorized. Well, you do seem like the blocking type. It would be rather dangerous for you to gawkingly upset your balance. That marked the end of Oyaji's crash course on sword handling. I then paid the bill. After that, Oyaji passed me a small slab of white stone. What's this? A whetstone. The coating wasn't applied on the weapon this time, so it'll break in no time if you don't regularly maintain it. The shield reacted when I slowly grabbed the whetstone, which is why I ended up absorbing it. Hey! The requirement for shield of whetstone has been unsealed. Oh, this was the first shield that wasn't in English. Well, whatever, it's still a shield. I should absorb more minerals from now on. Ah, I see. This isn't a new branch, but one that combined with the Sky Egg Shield and Usa Meat Shield. Was it because the whetstone was indispensable as a kitchen knife? The huge defensive power of the Egg Shield was quite frightening. It's likely that I would get the Usapiru Shield if I absorbed the whole Usapiru without dismembering it. Shield of Whetstone. Equipment bonus, mineral identification +1, unmastered. Special effect, automatic polishing, 8 hours, high consumption. A special effect? I check the help confirm button. Special effect, an exclusive effect that will only be usable when equipped with a specific weapon. The effect won't be usable by other weapon if its true power have been unsealed. Therefore, one will need a specific weapon into a slot for the special ability to take effect. So it's something like that? A type of effect that grants immense power like in those OO games. Oh. I quickly changed my shield. Huh? What the heck is that? Shield of Whetstone. It looks like the small shield, but a whole lot bigger. A whole huge shield made of whetstone. But there's a pattern of slots in the top of the shield, which multiple holes varying in shapes and sizes. Some are fat, while others are thin. Hey you! Tell me what's going on. Just what did automatic polishing, 8 hours, high consumption mean? Although I'm expected to do what it's advertised. Hey! Huh? What's up, Oyaji? What's on this flat Miller mark? What on this flat Miller mark is that shield? Don't you know already? It's the legendary shield. I've never seen or heard of anything like this. You saw it before, though it was a small shield back then. Huh? Then why on Miller mark did it turn into whetstone? I guess it's because it absorbed the whetstone. At any rate, Oyaji wouldn't be able to comprehend this situation anytime soon. You must have heard that the legendary weapons hold mysterious powers. This is just one of its powers. You didn't hear this from the other heroes? I hadn't seen them recently. You were the first one to transform your weapon right in front of me. Our natural adversary will be spawning in about 1 week, so shouldn't they be sharing what they know with the others, even if just a little? It seemed those bastards were too selfish to even assist their peers properly. I don't even have an ounce of trust in those type of people either. But then again, it may not be necessary for them since they weren't in the loser category like me. So what are you troubled about? Haha. It seems to have an effective automatic polishing, 8 hours, high consumption, but I don't know if it's really possible to polish without using anything else. I don't know what would be consumed. Oyaji went to grab a rusty sword from within his shop and inserted it inside one of the slots in my shield. I'll give you this trash weapon as a bonus. Use that and see what it does. Oh, you have my thanks. There was an icon which popped up in the corner of my screen. Polishing. There was a lot of pressure. Then I felt a heavy weight on my shoulders. I immediately glanced at the icon and opened my status. In there, I saw my SP gradually reducing. I previously thought it was something physical would be consumed, but I guess this shield can be used in this way too. Now then, guess we'll be taking our leave. We're going? Stepping out of the weapon shop, I continued to stroke Raftalia's head for a short while. So now, in order for us to raise our level and procure food for the ever-growing Raftalia, I'll need to go on another journey. Alright, Oyaji. Glaring heedlessly at me, Oyaji said with an exasperated tone. You still need something? Do you know about the dungeon that's located near the forest village? I asked while opening up a cheap map and pointing at the spot where that bitch had recommended. I wanted to have another person's reference just in case, though actually trusting them is another matter entirely. The monsters are different from the forest. I hear they're similar to the ones which show up along the village's highway. I see. Guess we'll see for ourselves once we get there. Right now, we have to evolve my shield and earn as much money as possible before the next wave. Yay! So he's got a shield that can fucking polish weapons. This guy's shield can literally do anything, which is pretty useful, I guess. Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 1, Chapter 16, Preparations for the Wave. Requirement for Rope Shield has been released. Requirement for PQ Shield has been released. Requirement for Wood Shield has been released. Requirement for Rock Shield has been released. Requirement for Butterfly Shield has been released. Requirement for Pipe Shield has been released, etc. Getting Kumo flashbacks. Rope Shield, Equipment Bonus, Skill Airstrike Shield, Unmastered. PQ Shield. Equipment Bonus, Beginner's Rank Weapon Repair Techniques 1, Unmastered. Wood Shield, Equipment Bonus, Lumbering Techniques 1, Unmastered. Butterfly Shield, Equipment Bonus, Paralysis Resistance Small, Unmastered. Pipe Shield, Equipment Bonus, Skill Shield Prison, Unmastered, etc. It had been 8 days since then. After parting with Oyaji, we journeyed to the new village. This village's name was Ryudo. Seemed like a good operational base for the adventurers. But since there was only one inn, the fee was 1 silver coin for a single night. The traveling merchant dropped by this place only once every 2 days. Since there was no pharmacy store, I had to sell cheaper medicine directly to the villagers in order to compete with the imported remedies from the castle town. To compensate for this, the medicine I sold was subpar from its usual quality. By the way, my notoriety had spread quite far. When I first arrived, I had to punish quite a few morons with my infamous balloon release, and that's the gist of it. Thanks to the monsters around town, the medicinal herbs, and the lumbers, I was able to absorb them all and create multiple shields. I also learned a lot of new skills and techniques. There was also various stat increases, but I won't go into that since it's such a hassle. Wait! Raftalia began chasing the porcupine-like monster who, upon realizing its disadvantage, fled the battle. Raftalia's head... Did I say Raftalia? Whatever. I think I said Raftalia before. Raftalia's level... I said head instead of level. Raftalia's level had raised considerably. I was now at level 20 when she was at level 25. Her growth was surprisingly fast. By the way, I was still fighting in my ordinary clothes. and since I had yet to take any damage, not to mention all the monster attacks seemed weak and feeble up until now, this incident became a real head-scratcher when I thought about it. Yet it served as a painful experience for me. Overestimating my defense, I went into battle with a weak shield, and it hurt like hell when I had taken a hit. Astonishingly, I had received some small scratches from this porcupine's ambush attack. Ash, that hurt quite a bit. It's been a while since I last felt like this. I promptly smeared the wound with a heal pill to prevent the bleeding. The needle sure stung when I got hit, naturally. I've already forgotten about these sort of sensations ever since coming to this world and receiving the shield's protection. Like I said before, it hurts, right? Now Fumi-sama should just give in and buy some equipment already. Nope. It was only because I was using a weak shield. Since when did Raphtalia start calling me Naofumi-sama instead of Goshijin-sama? Well, whatever. It wasn't a big deal. It had a nice ring to it. Anyways, my shield could cover up my whole body, so it wouldn't take much sense to also wear individual pieces of protective gear. Just in case, I had always defended with the sturdiest part of my shield, and I hadn't received a single injury up until now, so this is my very first time experiencing damage. That's all there is to it. I watched the whetstone shield auto-polishing at work. It really was quite a convenient shield, the one I always used. The polishing time period was 8 hours. There'll be no effect if I pulled any weapons out beforehand. The only drawback was that while it was in use, my SP won't recover since I'll be continuously drained. Speaking of which, I guess I should try utilizing the other abilities in my skill set. Airstrike Shield. It's the first skill which I learned. It summons a shield within a range of about 5 meters, but since it served no purpose if I was alone. It felt like everyone was forced into having a specialized role. I focused my mind, imagining the desired location to call forth my airstrike shield. This mysterious ward which will vanish once its duration time is over. Alright, just a little bit more. The porcupine stumbled in surprise due to the sudden appearance of my conjured shield. However, it immediately regained its balance and resumed its escape once again. And here I thought that 5 meters was more than enough distance to catch up with you. This one was surprisingly fast at fleeing. Guess I'll have to use this. Shield Prison. A skill which allows me to summon an enclosed cage anywhere within a 6-meter radius. This time around, I'll be dropping it directly on the target, the porcupine. Although this skill was intended for protection, it could also be used as a restraining device to trap a target inside. Indeed, it was both an offensive and defensive skill. Key! No longer able to escape, the porcupine rampaged inside the shield prison. Its duration period was 15 seconds. During that time, Raphtalia rapidly approached the shield prison. Then, right as its effect had ended, she pierced the porcupine with her sword. Key? I did it! Raphtalia triumphantly returned while gripping the dead porcupine. Nice! XP 48. An adequate harvest. We defeated our quarry, probably dissected its remains, and then absorbed the pieces into the shield so that it would undergo transformation. I only discovered this last week, but it seems the balloon, mush, eggy were all classified as material. Well, that hadn't been anything worth noticing back then, really. I immediately dismantled the porcupine into needles, meat, and skin. It was quite easy after learning the trick to it. All of them were precious materials and that must be handled with care. I absorbed the leftovers into the shield. The bones belonged to the bone category, which required several other bones from different monsters, while the skin belonged to the pelt category and granted some additional stats through equipment bonuses. Of course, there were some cases where I lacked the required level or category in order to unseal. The meat belonged to the cuisine category, a topic which certainly caught my attention. I'm looking forward to what the needles will do. They are a porcupine's trademark, after all. Requirement for animal needle shield has been unsealed. So it's a shield made out of an animal's spikes, a needle shield. I'm excited to see what the unsealed effect will be. Animal needle shield. Equipment bonus, offensive power +1, unmastered. Special effect, shield of needles, small. Hell yeah, an increase in my offensive power! Yeah, I know, it's only a measly increase of +1. Although I didn't know what special effects Shield of Needles Small could actually do, I was able to acquire an offensive shield, which is far more important. This is just the beginning. From now on, I'll be able to attack too if I keep absorbing items which are connected with the shield type category. The defensive force was slightly lower than the others belonging to the mineral category, but that should be alright. How did it go? It seems that this shield will increase my attack power. So you finally got it. Good for you. But how about its defensive force? Raphtalia pointed at my wound with a dubious look. It's so-so, I guess. Is that so? I wanted to ask if my sword could be polished, but got it. Let's end our hunt and return to the forest for now. Hi! I equipped the whetstone shield and inserted Raphtalia's sword into one of its slots, currently polishing. Now then, our levels rose considerably after a full week's worth of extensive money-making, and we made a grand total of 230 silver coins. A moderate amount of medicine was sold, and the business on lumbering and mining was booming thanks to my new shield skills. There was a shallow cause for concern, however, as it seemed my online gaming tendencies were having an effect on how I had been acting. Well, back then, I was too preoccupied with deciding the best possible method in order to earn a decent living, and I didn't waste time on pointless actions which didn't strengthen me either. So I couldn't be helped, since this was what I needed to do in order to survive. Well then, we should return soon and upgrade your gear, Raftalia. Naofumi-sama? Huh? For some reason, Raftalia was softly smiling at me. Yet I couldn't help but feel a strange, spine-freezing chill at the mere sight of her. Although I very much welcome the idea of buying new equipment, but can you please pay a little more attention to yourself and how you're dressed? Do I look weird or something? Except for that shield, you look like a common villager. Well, it wasn't really necessary, but I guess a small change in my attire should be alright. Gashi! Raftalia threateningly gripped my shoulder with a smile. Don't you get injured just a short while, okay? Didn't you just... What the hell? Oh, God. Didn't you just get injured just a short while ago? Yeah, like I said, I was deliberately using weak shield, so it should still be fine, right? Your weapon's much more important than me right now, so it's better to invest our... Naofumi-sama, do you know that you'll be dying very soon if you keep on joking like this? Death! With spare sword in hand, Raftalia was poking at me with it forebodingly. I know that word. Although I supposedly couldn't be harmed by her due to the slave's restraining spell. To begin with, shouldn't you worry more about your own equipment? The deadline is approaching, isn't it? Come to think of it, she's right. There were only a few days left before the wave of calamity spawns. I'll need to continue growing stronger until then. Though I've certainly become anxious about dressing up like your average townie, the ends and means had truly been misplaced. Even though I wanted to raise my offensive power a bit more. Instead of me, let's hurry up and find Naofumi-sama equipment right away. I guess so. We'll be buying my gear for the time being, but we'll use the remaining amount to get your weapon. Hi! Although I may have gotten used to it, she sure has become more cheeky as of late. Her violent actions have escalated recently, along with her growing stubbornness. I really wanted to know why our positions were somehow reversed. She's become quite a bossy slave, if I do say so myself. She's just looking out for him. I don't know how it's even possible for her to tell him what to do. But I guess that wasn't in the rules. The only thing is she can't refuse him. So... I don't know. The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 1, Chapter 17, Armor of the Savage Tribe. Oh, well, isn't that the shield, lad? It's already been over a week now. After returning to the castle town, we had gone straight to the shopping district. Yet for some reason, Oyaji had his mouth wide open when he looked over Raftalia. We're only meeting again after a short while, and look how much of a beauty you've become. Ha! Just what was he saying? Why was Oyaji mumbling incoherently like this? You've developed so nicely. This is far too different from your previous famished complexion. Please don't phrase it as if I'm getting fat. Seemingly bothered by his statement, Raftalia fidgeted while fiddling with her fingers. That reaction of hers was repulsive. She reminded me of that bitch of a woman. Gaha! Gaha-ha-ha-ha-ha. You grew up into such an adorable mink. Grew up? Well, her level certainly rose. A week ago she was at level 10, and now she was at level 25. But did her physical appearance really change that much? You're quite cynical, you know that? I have no idea what nonsense you're talking about. It was true that anyone would find a little 10-year-old girl cute, but since she had only been eating meat and more meat all day long, it might have made her a bit chubby. Every time her stomach grumbled, we would immediately cook up the meat from the monsters we had encountered. I was afraid she might turn into one of those berry people due to her unbalanced diet, so I started adding medicinal herbs into her meals, even though it broke my heart and my wallet by doing so. She hadn't been coughing recently, probably thanks to the recovery potions finally taking effect. What were you up to this past week? Hunting? The village inn staff had taught me some table manners since I wanted to be able to dine as elegantly as Naofumi-sama someday. Looks like you're well on your way. Unexpectedly, Oyaji was in a real good mood. At this rate, he'll probably sell us some high-quality wares. So keep on flattering him, Raftalia. So, what's your business with me today? Haha, I plan on purchasing some equipment, I said while pointing at Raftalia. In response, she firmly gripped my finger with an eerie smile on her face. Please consider Naofumi-sama and his protective gear this time around. Gotcha, but for what reason? I'd like to ask that you make it a moment to ponder it over yourself. Well, to prepare for the incoming wave, I guess. Just what are you two getting at? I seriously don't have the slightest idea of what this Jo-chan is saying here. Just what in this world were these guys even talking about? Both Raftalia and I already decided that we'll be buying my equipment, right? So it seems like we'll be getting you some armor. Around how much are you looking to spend? Within the range of 180 silver coins, if you would. Raftalia rattled off our budget range without my consent. Now, that had ticked me off some. If we settled for that price, then we couldn't buy a new weapon for her. Let's see. Well, my best balanced armor for that amount would be this chainmail here. That chainmail. Bah! Dark emotions began creeping up from deep within my gut. It'd be utterly humiliating for me to rebuy a piece of equipment which had originally been mine. Well, if the shield lad hates this so much, I suppose we should go with something else. Oyaji replied while scratching his head, understanding my reaction as he turned to his other armory in stock. To be honest, it's kind of hard to find an appropriate gear within this price range. How does an iron-bladed mail sound to you? He asked while pointing at the armor in question. It was a huge sheet of iron morphed into a full-guarded plate. The armor was decorated with the Castletown symbol. I knew about this. Back in my old world, this is what people would call a full plate mail or something like that. This type of armor was said to be extremely tedious to move in. The wearer couldn't even stand by themselves, and finally, they were the fastest way to swim. They were the fastest to sink in a swamp. Some physical stamina will be needed in order to wear this. Its only fault is the airwalk feature isn't applied to it. Airwalk feature? A function which allows the wearer to lighten their weight by consuming their own magic power. A truly magnificent ability. I agree. Basically, in this world, if a full-body armor didn't have the airwalk function, then it was nothing more than an immobile sandbag. That's not quite right. If the wearer was physically capable, then they should be able to move around somewhat. However, I don't have much stamina at this point in time. Seems like we can make it lighter and cheaper by removing the bulkier-looking parts. So, lad, you were thinking along these lines after all? Isn't that a given? Iron breastplates are indeed cheaper to buy, but their protective coverage is very limited. While high defense is a must, losing your mobility in exchange would make it meaningless. It was good and all to become solid as a wall, but it would be a huge problem if I could barely move at all. I'd like to refrain from equipping gear with decreased mobility as much as possible. The airwalk feature, I wonder how much it would cost to add that function on. With that said, it might be able to craft a custom-made armor if you can bring me the materials. Sounds good. I enjoy doing these sorts of things. You have a satisfied expression there, lad. Guess we'll go with this plan. Oyaji spread out a parchment with the names of various materials written on it. I can't read this. While it was possible to communicate directly thanks to the shield's translation feature, I still couldn't read the writings of this world. Oyaji looked troubled, so he went ahead and explained everything to me. You can buy some cheap copper and iron from the Adler over there. Adelier, probably. After that, bring me some usapiro and porcupine hides and a few PQ feathers. Here are the hides and feathers. With a smile, Raftalia happily took out the hides and feathers from inside our luggage sack. Those were used as our blankets and bedding since they were warm and fluffy, but, well, I suppose it's fine either way. The quality of the armor will be a bit bad, but it's still good for practical use. Then what's the reason for making it? This is the barbarian armor. Its performance is on par with the chainmail and covers the majority of the body. It may be a bit cold to wear, but it's very strong. Oh. Barbarian armor. Somehow the phrase sounds a bit unpleasant. There's a trick to add some magical options as a bonus, but this step can be done later when you finish gathering other materials. That's reassuring. Well then, let's go and buy some iron and copper. Let's go right away! Raftalia energetically pulled my hand along while rushing me outside. What's the big deal? Now Fumi-sama is going to look like a real adventure. I can't wait to see it. Well, I guess so. She did say that I looked exactly like a villager. Although the equipment would be a bit barbarous, it wasn't like I had much a choice. We then headed towards the metal atelier and bought the required amount of iron and copper. They seemed to have heard about us from Oyaji, so they sold us the good at a surprisingly cheap price. They also said that Raftalia was cute and gave us a little extra. The Osan from the Osan from the metal atelier, that's how I decided I would say that, was grinning wildly while looking at her. Raftalia graciously waved back at him in return. I didn't even want to start preaching about the pedophilia morality to this world. That was some quick material gathering. It's all thanks to your own efforts, isn't that right, lad? Well, yeah. Since lots of Oyaji's acquaintances are lolicons, I can already point out 2 or 3 of them. Lolicon? What on Melremark are you saying? You don't understand what lolicons are? I thought you would understand this world through the shield's translating feature. Not that, I just don't get why you think my coworkers' preferences are for young girls. They said that Raftalia was cute, so they sold cheaper goods to us. Lad, could it be that you seriously don't know? Don't know what? Oyaji, it's fine for now. Raftalia said for some reason while shaking her head. Oyaji somehow understood, resigned, he slumped his shoulders and threw me a glance. It'll be done by tomorrow, so please wait until then. That's fast. I thought it would take at least 2 days minimum for you to finish. That might be case for some stranger, but it's different for you, lad. For once, you have my gratitude. That sure was a butt-scratcher of a reply. He sure was making fun of me because I showed him a little appreciation. So, what's the price of this custom-made armor? Including the fee for copper and iron, about 130 silver coins. In addition, you can add some optional enhancements. Is that the base cost? I thought it would be fine as long as I got the required materials. Haha, those were already taken into account as I got the 130 coins price tag, but I can't go any lower than that. I understand, then it's good enough for me. I took out 130 silver coins and handed them over to Oyaji. Thanks for your patronage. Ah, that's right, Oyaji. I want to buy a weapon within the range of 90 silver coins. I'm guessing it's for this Jochan here? Haha, that's right. The ordinary sword which we bought last week was newly polished now, so should we ask for a trade-in? Raftalia. Hi. Raftalia pulled out the sword from her waist and put it on the counter. I wanted to ask for a resale, so here, include this sword in the payment amount. Looks like you've properly maintained it this time around. All thanks to my shield. The polishing maintenance would end by the next morning if we inserted the weapon inside the whetstone shield before going to sleep. It also kept the blade nice and sharp for ease of cutting. That's a convenient shield. I want one too. You won't be able to equip any other weapon, you know. I'm just a moving wall without any attack power. I would gladly hand over this to anyone who wanted it, if only that was possible. This part is quite bothersome. I waited for the trade-in to commence while enduring Oyaji's obnoxious laughter. There's not a speck of rust on the blade. As expected of the legendary shield, its performance is superb. Oyaji stated his Oyaji stated his open admiration while inspecting the sword's durability. Let me see. With this much left over, I can sell you a magic iron sword. Magic iron sword was definitely higher than an iron sword in terms of weapon ranking. It should be given that blood clean coating is included, right? I'll add that as a bonus. I know full well that you're working hard, lad. Oyaji sure was a great guy. If you think about it, he had been giving me various extras ever since that day I had gotten robbed and been left with absolutely nothing. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, I express the sincere words of gratitude to Oyaji. Lad, it's good news to see that same glint in your eyes just like the first time we met. You've shown me some fine stuff today. Oyaji somehow seemed satisfied as he handed the magic iron sword to Raftalia. Good weapons will only become powerful in capable hands, while they'll only turn into worthless junk in the hands of the talentless. However, I believe that you'll be able to fully master their strength. Give it your best, Jochan. Hi! Raftalia sheathed the sword at her waist with sparkling, motivated eyes. Now then, please come again this time tomorrow. Ah! Thank you very much. Alright then. Until then. Yikes. I don't get what the ARG was for. ARG. You fucking pirate. And thus, we left the weapon shop. With our business there done, we headed off thinking about what to eat and what we should do for the remaining day. Even though I couldn't taste anything, I still needed to eat since I got hungry like everyone else. In my hands were 10 silver coins. What we managed to save up in 1 full week, it vanished instantly. Oh well. This was well within expectations, and these coins should be enough to make our future investments. Fortunately, there was plenty of ways to earn money. Ah, that's right. Do you want to eat at the shop which we went to a while ago? Are you sure it's alright? I'm looking forward to seeing Raftalia's gluttonous manners as she devours the food off her plate again. Please stop that. No, I'm not a child anymore. I think that's like a moi. I don't know, yeah. I already forgot his real name, so I don't think it's a nickname. The previously cheerful Raftalia was now getting angry as she puffed her cheeks. Why would you suddenly try to be an adult when you were acting like a kid only a week ago? It looked like our little girl had just hit puberty. Yeah, you honestly want to eat. I understand that. I truly do. Now Fumi-sama isn't even listening to a word I'm saying. It's okay. You're totally an adult. But that being said, you really want to chow down, don't you? You think I can't see your true thoughts behind those eyes you use to patronize children? I don't need that kind of sympathy. Good grief, she sure was at a difficult age. Should we still get a kid's lunch for her? We entered the same shop which served those. Welcome! Oh, our server courteously guided us to our table this time. Was this the effect of changing Raftalia's hairstyle? People sure were cruel over the smallest things back then. I'll be ordering the cheapest meal set you have, or this girl will get the lunch for the kids, the one with the little flag on it. Now Fumi-sama! The employee confirmed with our orders with a perplexed expression while alternating between me and Raftalia. Please give me the cheapest table course meal as well. Yes. Our server nodded at Raphtalia and returned to the kitchen. What was that for? Do you really dislike the kids' lunch that much? As I said before, I've already grown up. Okay. Guess it couldn't be helped. I'll let Raphtalia indulge in her selfishness for now. I suppose my only current obligation is to let her eat what she wants to eat. I don't... Like... How can he not see that? Is he just, like, that dumb? Or is this just, like, a... I mean, I guess he wouldn't expect it. But still, she's, like, taller and has tits. So... I don't know. Whatever. She's pretty, though. The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 1, Chapter 18, Dragon Engraved Hourglass. The next day, we showed up at the weapon shop. Well, if it isn't the lad. How's our order coming along? Done. I finished it a long while ago, Oyaji said while bringing out a set of armor from behind the counter. What came out was a rather rough and lawless-looking set of unrefined armor. There was a wild vibe to it. The Usapiro hides made up the fluffy wool portion around the neck, while the chest area was comprised of a metal plate. The joints weren't connected by metal, but by the porcupine skins. Putting my hand in, I could feel the PQ feathers fully stuffed between the dual skin layers. I'm going to wear this? How should I say this? It looked like the type of armor that bandit lords would wear. Just what were you thinking by calling this the barbarian's armor? I would look like one of those small-time Yankees back in the 90s if I wore this. What's wrong, lad? No, I'm just thinking this looks like the armor of a wicked scoundrel. What are you saying at this late hour, lad? Huh? Are you implying that I'm already a wicked scoundrel to begin with? I certainly made the most efficient choices when it came to making money, but that didn't make me a villain, okay? It will definitely suit you now, Fumi-sama. Raphtalia, you... wasn't that like admitting I was one of them? Anyways, just try it on for us. I would avoid it if possible, but there isn't any other choice since we went through so much trouble in making this armor. I immediately got changed after entering the dressing room. I couldn't even begin to describe my amazement on how perfectly fitted the size was. It was truly something that can only be made by Oyaji, a true owner of a store who deals with weapons and armory. He could tell my specific sizes just by looking. I came out from the dressing room and presented myself to both Oyaji and Raphtalia. Your face may not give off that barbaric vibe, but I can see a glint of a lawless thug within your eyes. Huh? Are you saying that I have a nasty-looking eyes? Lad, you sure are quick on the uptake regarding important details. Damn it, just what did you mean by that? Now, Fumi-sama, it suits you so well and you look so cool! Raphtalia gushed over with a smile. I glared at Raphtalia in silence, using the meanest look and the most hurtful eyes as possible. That was my intention, anyways. Just what kind of environment did she grow up in? I forgot that Raphtalia was a demi-human. It was probably because she had a different aesthetic sense compared to me. I confirmed through the status that this armor's defense was on par with the chainmail. Rather, it was a bit higher. Oyaji sent me a wink. So this was his bonus for us. That was quite considerate, I must say. Thank you. Frankly speaking, this kind of thing wasn't a hobby of mine, but I couldn't do anything about it since I had to prepare for the incoming wave. I convinced myself using that reasoning. Now then, what should we do? That reminds me, the town's atmosphere has been kind of tense lately. The wave will probably be coming very soon, but where and when will it spawn? Huh? Nobody told you, lad? About what? Information that Oyaji knew, but I was ignorant of. That should be this country's countermeasure against the calamity. I secretly cursed while listening to what Oyaji had to say. You've probably seen this country's huge, framed clock tower in the town plaza, right? Well, only a glimpse. I've usually been operating around the outskirts of town. The dragon-engraved hourglass is inside that building. When the final bit of sand from the hourglass drips down, the heroes along with their merry band will be teleported to where the wave of great calamity will occur. Oh? Without a doubt, that shitty king probably told this tidbit of info to the other heroes and their companions beforehand. If you don't know when the wave will appear, why not stop over and take a look for yourself? I guess. It'll trouble me greatly if I had no idea that when I would be warped. I planned on dropping by that place for some reassurance. Well then, Oyaji, so long then. Until next time. We said our farewells and headed for the clock tower. Throughout the town, the clock tower was the tallest structure around. It would rival the height of modern city buildings from up close. For some reason, the clock tower roof was dome-shaped, much like a church. It seemed that there was no entrance fee. The gates were wide open as other people were coming to and fro. Without wearing an outfit similar to a nun, The female receptionist was eyeing me suspiciously. She had probably recognized my face. "You're the hero of the shield, are you not?" Well, she recognized your shield. "As you can see, I'm here since the time limit is just around the corner. Then please come this way." I was then guided towards an hourglass enshrined in the middle of the church. A gigantic hourglass with a whopping height of approximately 7 meters. It was decorated and gave off an indescribably divine aura. What was it? My spine felt tingling, like a surge of electricity was running up. Just by looking at it, my instincts kicked in, and a strange sensation began to stir from within my body. The color of the sand was red. I turned my gaze upon the smooth, dripping sand. I immediately understood what would happen once the last grain fell. Letting out a ping sound, a single beam of light flashed from my shield and into the center of the dragon-engraved hourglass, striking the jewel from within it. Then a digital clock appeared in my peripheral vision. 2012. The 12 value soon turned to an 11 after a short while. I see. So the exact time remaining was translated for my own understanding. Using this will allow me to act accordingly. However, the things that I could do within a 20-hour time frame were extremely limited. All things considered, the best option was to gather as many meadow herbs as possible and rest for the day. For the rest of the day. Yeah, rest while you just wait. I also needed to prepare some healing medicine. "Huh? Isn't that Naofumi over there?" A loathsome, despicable voice resounded from within the tower's interior. Walking around with a huge harem of women, the spear hero Moriyasu casually came over to me. What a pain. I want to immediately send his ass flying, but considering the time and place, I restrained myself from doing so. "Did you also come here in preparation for the wave?" That was one hell of an indescribably lascivious look. He looked me over from top to bottom with a single scornful glance. "What the hell, man? Are you planning on fighting with equipment at that level? What if I am? Who do you think I have to thank for putting me in this situation? You and that goddamn bitch behind your sorry ass." Moriyasu's gear was vastly different from a month ago. One can tell how high-leveled he was with a single glance at his equipment. It wasn't iron-based, but a shiny armor made from silver. He wore cloth underneath, which emitted a beautiful pale green tint, most likely due to the extra effects blessed by those clothes. Not only that, but there was the layer of chainmail worn in between those two. It was as if Moriyasu was boasting his absolute defense. His legendary weapon wasn't in its original sorry state either. And although it was vexing to admit, the spear's design was simply downright awesome, to be honest. It was a pike. Well, I guess that it was still a spear. Talking with this guy was such a pain. I turned my back on Moriyasu and ignored him while heading back to the clock tower's entrance. "What in the name of Moriyasu-sama's talking to you? Open your ears wide and pay attention to him." A fangirl bitch from behind Moriyasu said that as they all glared at me with eyes full of contempt and bloodlust. After that came the stereotypical mockery. They began to provoke me by sticking out their tongues and jeering. "This bitch. I'll kill her someday." "Now, Fumi-sama, who are these people?" Raftalia inclined her head and pointed at Moriyasu's group. I tried to walk away, deciding that it was best to simply leave and not answer her. At the same moment, Itsuki came waltzing through the entrance. "Oh, Moriyasu-san, and Naofumi-san." Itsuki seemed displeased with me clicking my tongue at him, but his good boy features soon returned. Ren had also come and walked up to us in silence, pretending to act cool. His equipment was undoubtedly much stronger than when his journey began, and then both of their companions popped up one after another. The population within the clock tower quickly escalated. 4 plus 12 plus 1. We, the 4 summoned heroes, along with the 12 adventurers chosen by the king, and finally Raftalia. That added up to a grand total of 17 people, a rather disappointing amount of troops for the impending threat. Just who is this beauty? She's simply adorable. Moriyasu pointed at Raftalia and uttered, "This guy, he's fine with anyone as long as they're female." To think that a hero would lust after a little girl. This country was finished. On top of that, he approached Raftalia with filthy motives while affectionately introducing himself. "Nice to meet you, young miss. I was summoned to this world as one of the 4 great heroes. Please call me by my name, Kitamura Moriyasu. I'm honored to make your acquaintance." "Ah, yes, so you are one of those heroes." Raftalia nodded timidly while her eyes eluded his gaze. "May I have the pleasure of knowing your name?" A troubled Raftalia looked over at me and darted her glance back to Moriyasu. "I'm Raftalia. It's nice to meet you." She had probably guessed that I was quite ticked off. I understood that much from the cold sweat running down her face. This girl also wanted to ditch me and join Moriyasu's fan club, didn't she? God damn it. I already tried making a peaceful retreat here, so why do these bastards still have to fuck with my heart? "What's your business here today, cutie? For what purpose are you carrying around such dangerous sword and equipment?" "I'm here to fight along with Naofumi-sama, that's why." "Huh? For Naofumi?" Moriyasu turned and stared at me with eyes full of suspicion. "The hell are you looking at? You fiend, why are you dragging such a cute girl into these dangerous places?" Moriyasu said while looking down at me with his eyes. "I don't need to tell you the reason, asshole." And here I thought you would shoulder this battle alone, so you're just leeching off Raftalia's kindness in the end. Damn delusional retard. The trash spewing out from this son of a bitch, who trusted this parallel world's biggest whore more than a fellow hero, who was seriously beginning to piss me off. I headed towards Itsuki and Ren's direction in order to make my exit. Those two and their merry companions opened up a path for me. Let's meet again during the wave. Don't be a burden to us. I walked past them with... Isn't it past? I walked past them, with Itsuki giving off a professional response, while Ren gave a cruel, bossy one like a real lone wolf hero. Surprised by my suddenness, Raftalia quickly rushed over to my side while looking around restlessly. I'm going. Hi, Naofumi-sama. After hearing my voice, she finally returned to her energetic self. Good grief, that was painfully unpleasant. Exiting the clock tower at long last, I quickly passed through the castle town and make a beeline towards the meadow, growing more and more frustrated with each passing second. Naofumi-sama, what happened to you? Nothing, really. Back then... What? Never mind. Sensing... Oh, I don't know why I mixed up their voices a little bit. They don't really have voices, but I mixed it up a little bit. Whatever. Sensing my awful mood, Raftalia hung her head dejectedly as she followed behind me. Then a wild balloon appeared. Raftalia immediately unsheathed her sword. Wait, let me handle this one alone. But just let me. Raftalia cowered in surprise from my sudden shout. The balloon appeared before my eyes. Shit. Distracting myself by pummeling the balloon, I was able to calm down a little. I checked the remaining time from the corner of my vision. 1801. 18 more hours. I needed to do what I could until then. After that, I went on a balloon hunt and collected medicinal meadow herbs along the way. They still needed to be compounded into beneficial medicine in preparation for the incoming wave. Then came the evening. After returning to the inn to rest, Raftalia humbly spoke to me. Naofumi-sama. What? This morning, those people were heroes just like Naofumi-sama, right? She had to remind me of that terrible experience, and here I had finally forgotten about it after all that diversion. Just what happened between all of you? I don't want to talk about it. If you want to know, then go to a bar and ask around. No one believed me when I told them the truth anyway. This girl was probably the same as a lot of them. However, a big difference between Raftalia and others was that she was my slave. If she refused my orders, tried to escape, or rebelled against me, then she would be tormented by the curse. Judging it was for the best, Raftalia didn't press the issue since I wasn't going to talk. To prepare for tomorrow, I compounded medicines until I fell asleep. I continued doing so for a long while. He continued to compound medicines until he fell asleep. So he would fall asleep and then he'd wake up and then compound medicines until he fell asleep. So that's just... it's weird phrasing. You know what? He compounded medicines for a long while until he fell asleep. It's just the phrasing is off and can be perceived in the way that I said it, even though it's not what they intend. The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 1, Chapter 19, Memory/Black Beast. 17 minutes. In just another 17 minutes, the anticipated wave will spawn. This news should already be well known around town. Squadrons of knights and adventurers were geared up and ready to dispatch at a moment's notice, while the civilians barricaded themselves in their own houses. Since I was a hero, I couldn't even attempt to escape from the wave's outbreak due to the hourglass's power. This same was applied to my party member. It was likely that Raftalia would be teleported along with me. It's almost time, Raftalia. Hi! Raftalia nodded with a strangely enthusiastic and excited response. Well, I didn't voice any objections since it was a blessing to have her so motivated. Naofumi-sama, may I talk with you for a while? That should be fine. What's your concern? No, somehow I felt so moved since we'll be fighting against the Calamity soon. Why was she muttering this and raising her own death flag? I'll protect her since it would be a pain if she died. Wait, that was so unlike me. I was being influenced by too much anime and manga. Although this world was like a game, it definitely wasn't one. This world was real. And look at that, these shitty heroes had such fine equipment. I didn't even know if my armor was strong enough or not. It was likely that I would suffer some wounds. It would be great if this battle ended with only injuries, since I might even lose my life. If that were to happen, the trash heap of this country would rejoice at the sight of my corpse. A criminal's fitting end. Let's stop that. If I keep thinking this way, then I won't be able to fight, in order for me to survive for another month. The truth is that I was enslaved to the spawning of this first calamity. Is that so? Certainly, I thought there was a slim chance that might have been the case. I used to live in a remote region of this country. The demi-human village that I grew up in focused on agriculture and farming. It was also the spawn point of the very first wave. Our parents were kind and everyone in the village lived peacefully. However, a huge horde of skeleton soldiers came out from within the wave of disaster. The skeleton soldiers had only had large numbers at first, so the adventurers within the vicinity were able to suppress them. But the beasts and giant beetles kept overflowing in massive quantities. Because of that, the line of defense was soon breached. Then a pitch black three-headed Cerberus appeared, and the villagers were trampled upon like they were helpless wilderness buds. Whew, okay. As Raphtalia's village was desolated beyond recognition, the villagers desperately tried to escape. Unfortunately, the monsters were merciless. They murdered everyone as if it was the greatest sport in the world. And like all the others, Raphtalia's parents took her and also fled until they finally reached the edge of a sea cliff. Knowing that escape was futile, both parents faced Raphtalia and smiled. They didn't use that time to escape, but to gently smoke her frightened head instead. Raphtalia, from now on, you will surely find yourself in a terrible situation. You might even die from it. But you know what, Raphtalia? Both of us want you to continue living, so please forgive us for our selfishness. Even though she was young, she knew in her heart that her parents were the only trying to keep her safe. No! Mommy! Daddy! Don! Their single greatest wish... I don't know what the Don is supposed to be. The single greatest wish was for Raphtalia to live, so they pushed her off the cliff. While she was falling, Raphtalia witnessed the scene of her parents being pounced upon by vicious monsters. Raphtalia plunged into the sea with a huge splash, yet she miraculously survived and was washed ashore at a nearby beach. After regaining her senses, Raphtalia rose up and returned to the cliffside in search of her parents. By then, the monsters were already subjugated by the adventurers and night squadrons. Walking around the sea of corpses with great difficulty, she managed to locate her parents. On that spot was a vast amount of blood and scraps of metal scattered everywhere. Realizing her parents' death, Raphtalia dropped down as something deep within her burst open. No! She then wandered around aimlessly, sobbing and sincerely wishing for the warmth of her parents in an effort to escape reality. We should put a headphone warning in the beginning of this. I won't remember to. And before she knew it, she had already been imprisoned within that dark corner of the circus tent. That place that was comparable to hell. Every day, someone would be purchased or returned. Raphtalia was also among those cases. In the beginning, they considered making her into a servant. A well-buffed noble bought her, and tried teaching her multiple things. But the coughing was trouble enough, and also she shrieked like a banshee at night on top of that. Thus, she was promptly refunded back to the tent the next day. The next buyer also attempted to teach Raphtalia various stuff, but again, she was immediately returned the following day. The owner before me was the cruelest buyer of them all. They purchased her one evening... Oh, okay, him, of course. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah. They purchased her one evening, whipped her throughout the entire night, and resold her, tattered and torn, the very next morning. I wasn't the least bit surprised that this country had sickos who would take pleasure in inflicting pain upon others. She was wrecked by illness. Her heart was almost broken from the recurring nightmares, and she was used and abandoned countless times. That was when she was bought by me. You know, I'm very glad to have met you, Nafumi-sama. Yeah. You were the one who taught me how to live a proper life, after all. Yeah. I absentmindedly replied to Raphtalia's story with a mechanical tone. This didn't matter much at any rate. For that reason, please allow me a chance to confront this wave. Yeah. With that said, I'll do my best. Give it your best shot. Even though I was acting a bit too cruel, however, my past self could only act in such a pitiful manner. 1 minute left. We only have 1 minute before it's time. I took my stance, prepared for the teleportation. 0000. Peking! A deafening sound echoed throughout the world. The very next instant, my vision was flushed away and the scenery around me changed. I was probably being warped. The sky dyed an eerie wine red. Cracks began peeling away and expanding outward through the sky, due to the dimensional rift. So this is... While assessing the scene, 3 shadows dashed past me, followed by 12 other people. Those shitty heroes. I also tailed them since it was the obvious thing to do, but where were they heading off to? While sprinting onward, I saw enemies crawling out and pushing against each other through the large crack in the sky. This is in the vicinity of Ryuro village, Raphtalia anxiously exclaimed after examining the surrounding area. Since this is all farmland, a lot of people should still be dwelling here. But everyone should have already evacuated. Then was a sudden realization to hit me. We never knew beforehand where the wave of calamity would appear, right? Then how the hell would we know which locations needed to be evacuated? You fools, wait a minute! Refusing to heed my calls, the three idiotic heroes dashed straight towards the source of the wave. During that time, a group of monstrous spiders, having separated themselves from an overflowing monster horde, headed straight towards the village's direction. Wait, the buffoon hero troop had shot something like a bullet flare up into the sky, signaling a sort of message. It must have been to inform the night squadrons and rally them to their location. Raftalia, let's go protect the village. I was indebted to many of the people from Yudo village. I definitely suffer from remorse if they got killed by the wave. Hi! We then rushed to a different direction, separating from those shitty heroes. So yeah, go protect the village. I mean, going to take out the horde would also somewhat protect the village, but I guess it's probably better to... Yeah. The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 1, Chapter 20, Wave of Calamity. We arrived right on time as the demons overflowing from the wave started to wreak havoc within the village. The adventurers and soldiers stationed there were barely able to defend against the horde's onslaught. They were greatly outnumbered, and the line of defense was about to break. Raftalia, please evacuate the villagers. Huh? What about Nafumi-sama? I will aggro the enemy. I flung myself into the front line and bashed my shield against a group of locust-looking monsters. Obviously, the sound of metal colliding was there, but the damage wasn't. However, I was able to grab their attention. It was the same as what I had always done with Raftalia. Boogie! The herd of tiny locust-like monsters charged into my direction. Moving on, I immediately decided on my next targets, the ghouls and the swarm of wasps. Bang, bang, bang! Was it thanks to this barbarian's armor, or was it the shield? Either way, I received 0 damage as usual. Yusha-sama? Alright, you guys go and reorganize yourselves while I hold them back. I saw a lot of familiar faces within the Ryoto village bunch. Yes, sir! Fortunately, even though I was the only one on the front line, no one was fatally wounded among the survivors. What was that just now? How unpleasant. While I was dazed, the monsters attempted to knock me out of my commission with their claw, fang, and needle attacks. Even though there were the sweet sounds of impacts, I didn't feel any pain, only a bit of an itch. However, the feeling of them crawling over my body was beyond disgusting. Hence, I beat the crap out of the mobs. Wow! Damn it. Didn't any of the inhabitants of this world know how to leave people alone? But I guess it couldn't be helped since the wave of great calamity was happening and all that. Behind me, the innkeeper, whom I was indebted to, was being attacked by a monster. Right before the innkeeper got decapitated by the monster's claw, I shouted, "Airstrike shield!" I casted the shield, and a life-saving shield was immediately summoned and saved the innkeeper. The innkeeper was surprised at the sudden appearance of the shield, then looked towards my direction. "Run for it!" "Oh, thank you!" After he bowed from his waist and voiced his gratitude, the innkeeper left the scene along with his family. A stereotypical ear-deafening shriek. It was the sight of the damsel in distress fleeing away from a gang of pursuing monsters. I approached the vicinity. Shield prison! I called forth a box of shields to surround and protect the damsel. Within the sudden appearance of the shields, the monsters switched their target to me. That's good. Come over here. I'm very delicious. I lured the monsters away before the duration time of the shield prison expired and returned to the front line. Wham! Bam! My body steadily became heavier with the increasing number of monsters. Then a rain of fire poured down. Behind the horde of monsters, I could spot the Night Squadron's arrival. The magic users among their ranks were shooting out their magic. This was the cause of the rain of fire. Dudes, there are allies over here! Although there was only me. The monsters quickly ignited and turned into cinders. Since there was a lot of insects, they burned nicely. Apparently, not only was my physical defense high, but also my magical defense too. The front line was burning brightly with a crimson red as anger swelled up from within me. Questioning the motive behind this friendly fire, I glared and approached the Night Squadron from the middle of the mayhem while my cloak fluttered, scattering the flames. So that is the shield hero. He's surprisingly resilient. What appeared to be the knight's commander threw me a glance and spat on the ground as he uttered those words. Then a shadow dashed at him, brandishing his sword, and with a loud clang, the knight commander quickly unsheathed his own sword and locked blades with his attacker. What was the meaning of your actions against Naofumi-sama? I will cut you down depending on your answer, Raphtalia declared with a great bloodlust. A companion of the shield hero, huh? Correct. I'm Naofumi-sama's blade. I shall not forgive any act of disrespect. How dare a demi-human try to speak on the same level as us knights? You have neglected your duties of protecting civilians and attacked your own allies, specifically Naofumi-sama, who you tried burning along with the monsters using your magic. For those reasons, you people are unfit to be called knights. Isn't it fine since he's still safe and sound over there? No, it's not! Raphtalia passionately continued arguing with the knight commander while the others began to surround her. Shield prison! Damn, you bastard! I confined the encircling knights with my shields and stared down the knights who tried to usurp my hard work. Aren't the real enemies here the monsters spawned from the wave? Don't mix up your objectives. Ashen-faced, the knights turned their heads away from after my rebuttal. A criminal hero doesn't have the right to say such crap. Oh well, I'm fine with anything. So I guess it's safe to say that you guys want to make an enemy out of me? The front line was brimming with fire-blazing monsters who were crawling all over my face. With more and more from the wave joining the fray, looking at me withstanding all of that, the knights' faces turned completely blue. After all, I was the shield hero. Do not mess with this guy. Or the other line of reasoning was there. Raphtalia, did you finish with the evacuation? No, it's not done yet. I believe that it will take a little bit more time. Understood. Then hurry up and evacuate the civilians. But though our allies rained fire on me, it wasn't even painful or ticklish. It just left a bit of feeling of being licked on my arms and legs. I patted Raphtalia's shoulder and followed with a glare at the knights. I will definitely kill you, no matter what it will take. I'll lure the worst monsters to you and abandon you, for example, and all that other fun stuff, too. My threat was effective. The knights stopped chanting magic and gasped. Now then, Raphtalia, the fight's already started. Let us remove the damsels away from the heat of the battle. Wow, look, there's a bunch of enemies. Yes, let's do just that. Unexpectedly, since the knights seem to be able to carry their own weight, it would be alright to ditch them here. Should be alright. Yes! Upon my orders, Raphtalia rushed back to the village. Shit. Putting on airs even though you're just a criminal hero. The knight commander bellowed at me like an idiot right when the shield prison's duration time expired. Alright, so you want to die? Monsters began to stir towards me. The idiots shut up, knowing what would happen if I were to abandon them and only protect myself. Jeez, I couldn't seem to find a decent person amongst all these people. These guys were the type that thought I wouldn't be able to do anything other than protect others since I was nothing but a shield hero. Who the hell would ever help others for the fun of it? Afterwards, the cleanup of the stranded monsters from the wave was completed to some extent. Once she was done with evacuating the damsels in distress, Raphtalia returned to the front line. That was when I commenced my retaliation. Using the Knight Squadron as our human shield, we finished off the monsters by battling them into our baiting. By baiting them into our ready formation. And a few hours had passed in no time at all. Alright, I guess that's the end. Seems like it. This boss was a cakewalk. Yep, at this rate, the next wave will also be a cinch. Our bravely fought heroes were simply chatting with the heart of the front line, where the corpse of a chimera, the wave boss, laid. It was as if the job of evacuating civilians were only the adventurers and knights' responsibility. Even though a month had already passed, these folks still think that all of this is nothing but a game. It was quite a hassle for me to ignore these shitty heroes, but I was relieved that I managed to survive this wave. The sky's color was a pitch black, although it was only a matter of time before it would be dyed orange by the setting sun. With this, I should be able to stay alive with at least another month. Although I didn't receive any damage, that was probably due to the wave being weak. For now, I honestly don't know if I can endure the next one. Sooner or later, I'll be unable to withstand their attacks. What in the world would happen to me then? A job well done, O brave heroes. The king had probably ready to feast in celebration for your achievements. We humbly invite you to join, since we will also be giving you rewards there. I naturally didn't want to participate. However, I had no money, so I'll bless them with my presence. Let us depart together. Indeed, it was expected of them to prepare tributes for us equals for our efforts in every wave. 500 silver coins. That was quite a sum of money for me at the moment. The Ryoto villagers saw me and came over to talk. What? Thank you very much. I don't know why I said it. What? 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 I don't know. That's just like a really... Just like a straight what. It just feels like he was going to say that in a really rude tone. What? Thank you very much. We'd all be dead if you weren't here. It would be the same if I wasn't around. No. Another villager refused my comment. What? I don't know. I'm really confused now. It was thanks to you being there that we were able to survive. If you think so, then just do whatever you want. Yes! The villagers bowed to me and went back. Their village was violently raided. I suppose it would take quite a hassle to reconstruct it afterwards. They only express their gratitude for their life savior, and they usually despise me. What a calculating bunch. Nafumi-sama! After the long battle, a muddy, sweating, and smiling Raphtalia came running over to me. We really did it! Everyone is expressing their gratitude, I guess. With this, there will be nobody who'll end up like me. It was all thanks to Nafumi-sama. So this is what they call a post-war bliss, famous throughout the history of my birthplace. Raphtalia was moved to tears. I, too, tried my best. Right, you did well. I praised her while patting her head. That's right, Raphtalia had followed my orders and fought devotedly. It would be folly of mine to falsely evaluate. Right. I defeated a bunch of monsters. That certainly saved me. I felt a bit uncomfortable with Raphtalia laughing so blissfully like this. Dude, we headed toward the castle. I don't get the dude thing. Well, as expected of our heroes, I cannot contain my surprise after seeing the difference between the casualties from this battle and the last. Once the sun had gone down and the night sky had taken over, the king declared loudly to his grandiose banquet held within the castle. On that note, I had no idea what the casualty count was before, but this time the casualties were within the single digits, though I had no intention of taking credit for that. I didn't resent that bunch of muscle-headed heroes at all for charging in and beating the crap out of the monsters while leaving me behind to do all the cleanup. However, I thought to myself that we'll eventually be left in a sorry state at this rate. We were lucky this time, but who knew what would happen if the knights didn't arrive on time. It was thanks to the sand hourglass for sending us close to them. This was such a heavy subject. Cry out for help, and aid shall come. It was about the battle against the wave. Mobilizing knights to accompany us when we got teleported by an hourglass was a valid possibility, but didn't the knights get left behind after we teleported the last time? Must have been their attitude. Those people didn't want to acknowledge me as a hero, that's why they weren't teleported. But didn't those shitty heroes people get teleported too? Just how the hell? This kind of setting was weird it was weird as hell if this was a game. I don't know what that was. Jesus. This kind of setting was weird as hell if this was a game. Anyways, aren't we in big trouble? This is the part where they will drop their guard just because aid arrived. Oh god. In short, it's complicated stuff. I ate my share in an inappropriate-looking corner while the banquet was being held. This is such a feast! Raphtalia stared at the mountain of food, which she normally couldn't get a chance to eat, with shining eyes like star dots. Go and eat whatever you want. Yes, sir! I don't usually give her a lot of good food to eat, so it would be wise to let her eat whatever she desired here. Once she ate her fill, she would be an even better war asset. But I'll gain weight if I eat too much. You didn't even hit your growth spurt yet, right? For some reason, Raphtalia was making a very troubled expression. It's fine to eat whatever you want. Do you prefer fat girls, Nafumi-sama? Huh? What was she saying? Not at all. Just thinking about women would only make me imagine that bitch. A lot of unpleasant feelings would also pop up. To begin with, that woman was a life form from the repulsive to the mind. Life form that was repulsive to the mind. I suppose that's right. That's just like the usual Nafumi-sama. She said as if giving up on whatever was on her mind. Nafumi-sama, this is all so good. That's good. Yes. This banquet was such a waste of time. Just when will I get my reward? This place was like a cesspool of garbage. Just looking around made my anger boil. Thinking back, it was quite possible that the rewards would be handed out tomorrow. Then this was a fool's errand? No, since the food was good, I'll let it fly. It's not the same for normal people since Raphtalia was in the middle of her growth spurt. By no means am I a fool to pass this chance up. I wonder if they have something like a container in order to bring food home. One should always think about tomorrow and never waste money. I'll have to let them. I'll have ask them to let me have the rest and recook the food later. Anything that can be considered food will be mine. Among the crowd, a raging Moriyasu was pushing his way through the crowd, heading towards our direction. Really, just what the hell is wrong today? Since it looked like a pain in the ass, the crowd split apart in that way for trash. Moriyasu, as he glared at me with intense hatred. Yo! Now Fumi! What? He removed the glove on one of his hands and threw it at me. If I was right, that guy wanted to challenge me to a duel. The crowd was stirred into motion by his following statement. Duel with me! Just what are you talking about here? Did his brain finally fry? You'll turn into an idiot if you keep thinking about games all day long. Goddamn spear hero charged in to kill the boss like a madman, ditching all the innocents that he could have defended. I know it all! Raphtalia-chan was only tagging along with you just because she's your slave! He was burning with fighting spirit as he pointed at me and denounced. The person in question was feasting upon her piled-up delicacies. So, what about it? So, what about it, you say? Did you seriously just say that? What's wrong with possessing a slave? There was nobody that was willing to fight along my side. Hence, I bought and used a slave. And this country didn't have a ban on slavery anyway, so for what reason did he go on a rampage for? She's my slave. What is it to you? It's not the enslavement that's wrong. It's because we're heroes with different worldly ethics than the people here makes your actions wrong. Isn't that a bit too late? There were plenty of slaves back in our world, right? I didn't know anything about Yasuyasu's world, but it was literally impossible for mankind's history to be without the existence of slavery. A different way of interpreting it would be, members of society are slaves to the higher corporations. Unforgivable? Are you even using your head? Think of what goddamn brain of yours! Forcing others to follow their own biased beliefs. That guy's mind had problems. But it's such a shame that this is a different world. Slaves exist here, and what's the problem with me using them? Bastard! Gritting his teeth, Moriyasu swung his fist at me. Duel with me! If I win, release Raftalia-chan! Why would I have to accept this challenge to begin with? What's in it for me anyways? You can do whatever you desire with Raftalia-chan, just like now. Are you retarded? I attempted to ignore Moriyasu and leave, since this duel had nothing to offer me. I've heard Moriyasu Dono's story. The excited crowd made room for the king to pass through. I heard that one of the heroes was using slaves, although only as a rumor. If you refuse Moriyasu Dono's proposal, then I shall order it. Duel! My ass, just hand over the wave's reward already. I have no time to waste in a place like this. The king sighed and twitched his fingers. The soldiers appeared out of nowhere and began to surround me. When I looked over at Raftalia, she was detained by the soldiers. Now, Fumi-sama! Are you threatening me? I said while staring him down with all the force I could muster. This guy, he didn't believe what I said at all. So that's the case. Didn't know I was intruding here. If you're in this country, then my word is absolute. I can even forcibly confiscate the Shield's hero's slave if it comes down to that. Things like solving this curse placed upon a slave, the court magicians probably knew about such techniques. In other words, in order words, to perceive my connection with Raftalia, I have to fight. Don't fuck with me. I barely even got any return from my purchase on this slave. Whose money and time do you think was invested on her? This match is meaningless. I am... A piece of cloth was rolled up and stuffed into Raftalia's mouth so that she wouldn't be able to say anything. The owner has the power to strengthen the punishing curse of the inflicted individual. Infected. That's what that says. Therefore, let us stop this slave from speaking any further. You just did that, so I would have to participate in the duel. Are we simply granting you the participation prize? What? You bastard. Well then, the duel shall be held in the castle's garden. That asshole of a king interrupted my complaint and declared the duel location. Shit. Don't you people see that I have no attack power? This is like a gimped race. Alright, prediction. He's gonna lose. But it's not gonna matter because the girl's kinda likes him already. So this is going to release her from being a slave, and then she's going to be just a regular old person that hangs out with him because she likes him, and she's cool. That's my prediction. It's probably what's going to happen. The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 1, Chapter 21, Practice of Conflict. Hey, this chapter was translated by Noctanner. Thank you, Noctanner. Noctanir. The castle garden had become a duel ground. Torches are lit in the surrounding area, while those enjoying the park looked forward to the battle between the heroes. However, the outcome is already considered a foregone conclusion. A fight between myself, the hero of the shield with no means of attacking, and none other than the hero of the spear, Maruyasu. A battle between the hero of the shield's party and the hero of the spear's party. That's not what this is. It's just me and Moriyasu, 1 against 1. As one might expect, Moriyasu's personal pride would not allow it, so it became a duel. Anyone can more or less imagine the result. The normal voices of people placing bets at such an event could not even be heard. There were not only the main nobles who stay in the castle, but also adventurers who fought in the wave. Normally, there is no way there wouldn't be gambling going on. In other words, everyone is clear that I am looking at my defeat. Ren and Itsuki were also in the castle terrace, looking on while laughing. My defeat, me losing my slave, it seems everyone is looking forward to it. Shit! Shit, 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 shit! Every last one of them just wants to rip things away from me without a care. Even during the wave, I was rained on by fire. In the whole world, all that can be found are enemies who ridicule me. Fine. It seems that defeat is my only option, but it won't be for free. Look out, Moriyasu. My grudge against you can't be suppressed. King. Oh, the king. Holy shit! Finally! Now I know who's talking! Awesome! Now then, the duel between the hero of the spear and the hero of the shield will commence. The outcome will be decided when a finishing blow is about to be made or one side concedes. Moving my wrist around to loosen them and cracking my fingers, I ready myself. Who will win in a battle against spear and shield? To answer that isn't so set this time. Moriyasu shows his scorn by glaring down at me over his nose. What a joke. Well then, Moriyasu, I'll teach you how the battles aren't just about defeating your opponent. The surrounding people start arguing, talking about the world contradiction, as if a merchant peddles the strongest spear and the strongest shield, which of the two is actually the strongest, in a word that points out things that don't match up. However, this word contradicts, I think, is a contradiction in itself. After all, what decides the outcome of a match? It's the same as in shogi and go. For example, even if you're holding a losing hand, what will you do? Spears and weapons are designed to kill the opponent. Shields are guards designed to protect the bearer. Expanding on this, if it manages to stop the strongest spear, the shield wins. It did as intended. Their purposes are fundamentally different, a spear and a shield. Fight! Whoa! That's the least intimidating call in the world, but that's what it looks like to me. I run over to Moriyasu, looking like I'm winding up for a big punch, while Moriyasu likewise runs with his spear poised and takes a tentative jab at me. The distance shrank at once, and as I came within range, Moriyasu grabbed his spear tightly and thrust it at me. An attack that came from anywhere is an attack that can't be dealt with. Moriyasu, right, I gotta get used to that. That's the thing that says who's talking, but I don't think I should say it, because it doesn't. It's just going to sound weird. Chaos Strike! Moriyasu's spear instantly splits into several replicas. A skill. It came, thrust forward all of a sudden. I stopped my charge. While protecting my head, I moved to retreat. Gang gang! Shoo! Oof. Pain ran from the shoulder down the one side. Despite there being a scratch, after all, the attack coming from a hero was a bit too much to bear. Still, the skill Moriyasu used was a finishing move, so I entered a cooldown period, apparently. Take this! Moriyasu still sends his spear towards me. A spear, or in this case a halberd's weakness, is its reach. Once the opponent is past the middle range combat area where their longer weapon is most effective, using it becomes difficult. Naturally, it's effective at knocking down the opponent before they manage to approach, but as for me, a single blow isn't enough to take down the shield. I avoid Moriyasu's stab by a paper-thin margin, throw all my weight forward, and bend down. I drive my fist into Moriyasu's face. Gah! It's impossible for me to do damage after all. However, my attack isn't done with just that. Moriyasu's posse jeers, looking down at my attack that wouldn't cause pain or even an itch. What? How long can you maintain that farce? Face. Yikes. I take out my sure kill weapon from under my mantle and screw it into Moriyasu's face. Chomp! Okay. Ow! Because of that, receiving the full brunt of rain fire during the wave, damn it, something menacing that could be used as a threat was picked up on the way to the castle. What? This guy Moriyasu, an incoherent voice full of confusion, sprang out. Ow, ow! Moriyasu writhes in agony as his precious face is being chewed on. As it seems, my attacks aren't all empty-handed. For the man called a balloon expert, there really are convenient weapons. With two on his face, Moriyasu held down with a foot so he couldn't get up, and his balloon is thrown at his nether region. What? Why balloons? The bystander's screams raise up, but they already know. I put my whole body weight into it and continue inflicting blows along with the balloon between his legs by kicking there. You doing this kind of thing? It's in order to win. I'll do whatever bad thing it takes. The targets are the face being a gigolo's life and the proof of being a man, the balls. With a face and balls in a state like hell, you'll be left as a sniveling, nasty otaku. Stop it! No can do! With a heavy thunk, I obstinately keeps kicking Moriyasu in the balls. Moriyasu, in order to finally tear off the balloons that are stuck on his face, tightly grips his spear and brings it up while still collapsed on the ground. Because of that, where the balloons on his face are being split up one by one, I keep throwing replacements on that continue to gnaw away. Meanwhile, I harass him in any way I can. I'll likely lose anyway, so I'm going to inflict Moriyasu with the maximum amount of trauma. Ora! Doing this! Doing this. I use my entire body weight to press and hold down Moriyasu, who's trying to get up with all his might, and my vicious attack continues. How refreshing! More cries of suffering! There, a refreshing smile naturally reveals itself along with the master. Gah! Laughter. Why I said master. Gah! A sudden, powerful push from the back came as I staggered. I looked in the direction of whatever caused me to stagger. There over there, the female landmine. Mine. Oh! Mine! Oh! That's her name! It's translated differently. So I was saying it right before. Okay, mine. Yeah, right. It's, the spelling is different, so I didn't know who it was at first. Where the hell was I? Mine had slipped into the crowd and is holding her hand outstretched toward this part of the stage. Most likely it was wind magic. If I'm not mistaken, it's called wing blue, which is wind magic that fires a fist-sized ball of air. The ball of air is transparent. If you don't pay close attention, you won't be able to see it. That mine, a deceitful smile floating on her face, mocked me holding an eyelid down with her tongue out. You! My scream on account of being made into stagger is drowned out by Moriyasu's counterattack, who was able to get up with the pressure on him was lifted. I am collapsed to the ground with Moriyasu by my shoulder, breathing heavily, the spear resting behind his neck. All the balloons have already been destroyed. Ha! It's my victory! With a pained expression like during the Wave of Calamity, Moriyasu hoisted his spear and declared his victory. Well, at least he got to fuck up his face. I don't like the new translator as much because he puts in a whole bunch of well, I like that I know who's talking now, but I don't like all the notes. There's a shit ton of notes and it's hard to read around them. But it's fun to know who's talking. I might be able to try to put some kind of voices or like special inflictions on people, depending on who they are. Yeah, so that's cool, I guess. The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 1, Chapter 22. What I Wanted to Hear. What do you mean by win, you coward? Our one-on-one duel was interrupted, right? What are you talking about? You lost because you couldn't stand up to my strength. You bastard. You're seriously saying that? What was that crap about heroes? That they shouldn't own slaves? You trash, acting like a hero or rigging this battle to satisfy yourself. Your comrade interfered in the middle of our fight. That's why I staggered. Ha! Is that a lie, the bitching of a loser? That's not it, you asshole. The coward Moriyasu looked down on me, ignoring my complaints while feeling victorious, even though there was really an intrusion. That bastard. Is that so? The spectators had their eyes on Moriyasu. Did they not see what happened? Everyone was completely silent. There's no need to believe the words of a criminal hero. Hero of the spear, it is your victory! That asshole. Just like that, the king boldly announced the result. Even then, some of the crowd were unsure. They looked around as if they wanted to speak up. However, there was no one who would challenge what the king had declared. Because the king had silenced his dissent, the kingdom is a complete dictatorship. As expected of Moriyasu-sama, the bitch who was the instigator of this incident shamelessly rushed into Moriyasu's side. Furthermore, I don't know what she would rush into. Furthermore, the castle's magicians only cast healing magic on Moriyasu, treating his wounds, like they had no intention of helping me. As expected of the hero whose my daughter, Melty, has selected. Who my daughter? I don't know. What am I talking about? The king says as he places his hand on mine's shoulder. What? Mine is the king's daughter? I was so surprised at the time upon hearing that mine is a princess. She used a fake name to slip amongst us. Yes, I wanted to help her for the sake of world peace. I see. So it's like that. It seems strange how easily I was labeled a criminal with just the victim's testimony. So that's what it was. The king overlooked his idiotic daughter's selfishness and pushed a false crime onto me using fake evidence. For the sake of that hero, who was his daughter, that his daughter chooses, he sacrificed me and reclaimed my money because I was the weakest amongst the heroes. And because Moriyasu saved the princess from me, they ended up becoming closer, more so than all the other girls around him. This also explains why I received additional funds at the beginning. In other words, she's able to obtain good equipment for herself as well as to support her chosen hero, Moriyasu. If Moriyasu alone started off with the equipment far better than the other heroes, then even he would find it suspicious and be wary. With such meticulous planning, there's definitely no way to find the truth other than from culprits themselves. In the end, the result was a worthless criminal shield hero and the spear hero who magnificently saved the princess. Piece by piece, everything begins to make sense. There was no evidence other than the blow I received, which did no damage apart from making me stagger. There was no clear evidence that the princess was cheating. Any objections to this rigged match were probably silenced behind the scenes, so she could interfere in our duel and cover for her favorite hero, Moriyasu. In that case, it must have been planned from the start for Moriyasu and I to have this duel. Oh, it's so simple. All she had to do was whisper this to him. That girl has been forced into slavery by the shield hero. Please save her. A chance to both test her potential husband as well as show herself in good light. If it's her, she definitely won't let that chance slip by. If they do get married in the end, this will become a heroic tale of how they rescued a slave from a criminal. And in the distant future, her name will be carried off as the wife of the virtuous hero who defeated the evil hero. Shit. That trash king and bitch princess. No, wait. The princess? A bitch? This phrase, where have I heard it before? Where? Where did I hear such a thing? I remember it now. I read in the 4 Heavenly Weapons manual. In that book, the princess was a bitch who whored herself to all the heroes. If the book I read in the library is related to this world, then it all makes sense that the princess is a bitch. The same can apply to all the other shitty heroes. A seething rage from the very depths of my body envelops me. Curse series. The conditions for unlocking the shield have been met. My vision distorts as my shield is swallowed by the pitch-black emotion overflowing from my heart. Now then, Moriyasu Dono, the girl which the shield hero has kept enslaved is waiting. The crowd separates as the magicians begin to release Raphtalia from the slave curse. The magicians bring a bowl overflowing with a certain liquid and smear it on the slave mark etched into her chest. The marks fade away before my eyes. Raphtalia is now officially freed from my enslavement. My stomach churns as my heart is consumed by a dark feeling. It's as if this world is ridiculing and scorning me, and while laughing at my struggles. All I can see are the dark grins and shadowy presences around me. Raphtalia-chan! Moriyasu rushes over to her. Raphtalia, with the gag now removed from her mouth and tears flowing down her face, slapped Moriyasu. You coward! Eh? Moriyasu had a dumbfounded look on his face after being hit. I never asked to be saved by your cowardly tactics. But Raphtalia-chan was being exploited by him, right? Now Fumi-sama has never forced me to do anything. Only when I was too afraid to fight did he use the curse. Slipping in and out of consciousness, I couldn't hear what was being said. No, I could actually hear it, but I did not want to listen anymore. I just want to hurry and run away from here. I wanted to return to my world. She shouldn't have done that. Now Fumi-sama can't defeat any monsters by himself. That's why he has to rely on someone else to defeat them. You don't need to do that. He's just used you until you're broken. Now Fumi-sama has never once let any monsters hurt me. And if I become tired, he lets me rest. No, he's not the type to be so considerate. Would you be able to offer your hand as a dirty slave wrecked with illness? Eh? Now Fumi-sama has done so much for me. He allowed me to eat whatever I wanted, and he gave me precious medicine when I was sick. Would you be able to do that? I would. Then you should have another slave by your side right now. For some reason, Raphtalia ran over to me. Stay away. This is hell. A maliciously created world. Women, no. Everyone in this world scorns me as if to torture me. If she touches me, then I'll just be reliving those bad memories. Raphtalia witnessed my condition and again glares at Moriyasu. I've heard the rumors that Nofumi-sama forced himself on his companion, that he is an awful hero. He's a rapist! As a female slave, you should understand that, right? Why would I? Nofumi-sama has never once laid his hands on me. Raphtalia then grabbed my hand. Let go. Nofumi-sama, how can I earn your trust? Let go of my hand. Everyone in this world accuses me of a crime I didn't commit. I didn't do it! My frenzied self was covered by something. No matter what, I will always believe in Nofumi-sama. Shut up! You people are just going to pin more crimes on me. I don't believe those rumors. You're a person who would never do such a thing. I heard the words that I've been waiting to hear ever since arriving in this world. Gently, the shadows that clouded my vision disappeared. I received the tender warmth of another person. Even if the world blames Nofumi-sama, I am different. No matter how many times it will take, I will refute them all. When I lifted my head, what laid in front of me was not a little girl, but a young woman around the age of 17. While her features looked like those of Raphtalia, she was an unbelievably cute girl. What should have been dry, cracked skin was now a healthy complexion, with beautiful hair that was slightly dusty in color. The body that was once all skin and bones was now curvy with a fit, robust figure. Most prominently, her eyes were no longer filled with hopelessness, but filled with a gleam of strong will. I could not recognize a girl like her. Now, Fumi-sama, now let's go and place the curse on me again. Who are you? Eh? What are you saying? It's me, Raphtalia. No. Isn't Raphtalia a little girl? She claims herself as Raphtalia. Troubled, she tilts her head while trying to convince me. Jeez, Nafumi-sama is always treating me like a child. That voice is definitely the voice of Raphtalia I remember. However, her body is completely different. No. This is strange, even if she is Raphtalia. Nafumi-sama, I will say this due to the circumstances. What? When young demi-humans raise their level, their bodies also matures quickly in order to match their level growth. Eh? Demi-humans are not like humans. It is the same with monsters. Embarrassed, the girl who claimed to be Raphtalia continues. Although my mind is still that of a child, my body has already become similar to an adult. While telling me this, Raphtalia once again buries my head deep into her voluptuous chest. Please believe me. I believe that Nofumi-sama has not committed any crimes. You are the great shield hero who has saved my life, gave me precious medicine, taught me how to survive and how to fight. I am your sword, and I will follow you no matter what hardships we may face. Those were words that I wanted to hear. The words spoken ever since Raphtalia swore to fight alongside with me. If you don't believe me, make me your slave or do whatever you wish with me. I will always stay with you. From the first kind words that I have received since arriving in this world, I unwittingly began to weep. Although I felt that I shouldn't cry no matter what, I couldn't stop the tears from falling. The duel just now. Motoyasu, you are disqualified. Ha! Ren and Itsuki appeared from within the crowds and said, "We saw it clearly from above. Your companion targeted Naofumi with wind magic." "No, but that can't be. The king has become silent. You understand from that much, right? Is that what happened?" Moriyasu's head went around the room looking at the audience. "But he attacked me with monsters. They did no damage. You can check it for yourself." Acting self-righteous now, Ren scolds Moriyasu. "But he aimed for my face and crotch!" Using dirty tactics after being forced into a fight where he had no chance of winning, we should overlook something like that. After hearing Itsuki's words, Moriyasu gave up after arguing with a displeased look. "This fight seems to be your mistake this time, so just let it go." What a shitty result. I'm still suspicious that Raphtalia-chan is being brainwashed. How can you still say that after looking at them like this? That's right. With the atmosphere turning awkward, the heroes began to leave while the crowd returned to the castle. How boring. Yes, this was quite a disappointing result. The two who were unsatisfied with the match's conclusion left in irritation. Only me and Raphtalia were left in the yard. It must have been tough for you. I didn't realize it at all. From now on, I want to share in your hardships. My consciousness drifted away when I heard her kind voice. After all, I slept while being embraced by Raphtalia for another hour. I was surprised. I didn't realize Raphtalia had already grown up so much. Why didn't I notice? I was too stressed, probably. I didn't have the luxury of noticing Raphtalia's growth. All I could see were her rising stats in the status screen. The feat has long ended, so I fell into a deep sleep in a dusty, unused room, originally prepared for the servants. Someone believes in me. With just that, I feel like a burden has been lifted from my heart. The meaning of this became clear the next day during breakfast. For the first time since I was betrayed by mine, my sense of taste has returned. Oh. That's what it was? He was just depressed? Huh. Maybe it is Maine. I think it's mine. I think it's mine just because before it was M-I-N-E, so it would have been mine or Mine. So I think right now it's mine. It's either mine or Maine, so you pick the one that fits both, so it's mine. Right, yeah. He finally notices that his companion is a hot chick. Yay! Now all the crazy things can ensue. With, I don't know, he doesn't really, he's not at all a pervert, so I don't think any of the ridiculous fucking accidental pervert shit's gonna happen. I hope it doesn't. I really hope it doesn't. The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 1, Chapter 23, Shared Pain. Just the same as last time, we assembled at around 10. This damn Trash King is just jerking me around. He should have just told us what was going on. Now I have to meet up with these dicks. What if I end up getting an ulcer? Now then, I will distribute this wave's bounty and reward and support funding. Bounty? An assistant appeared carrying bags filled with money. For each of the heroes. I looked at the bags. I see. Just for month-to-month living expenses, we would require at least 500 silver coins. 500 coins would not be enough for preparation costs. Good job! Raftalia smiled, facing me. What should I buy with the money? Maybe some weapon for Raftalia would be best. Or maybe some stronger armor this time. It's also about time to buy some new tools for mixing medicine. The truth is, the shield reacted to the tools, so I'm curious what would happen if they were absorbed. I fantasize about what to buy while hearing the coins clinking inside the bag. I receive the bag and check its contents. 1, 2, 3, yep, 500 pieces. For completing requests and in expectation of the great deeds of Moriyasu Dono, we reward 4,000 coins. Oi! I stare dumbfounded at the heavy-looking bag that Moriyasu is holding. I feel like I'll be endlessly complaining if I start now, so I hold it in, clenching my fist. Next is Rendono. For displaying similar bravery during the wave and completing rewards, we award 3,800 coins. You too! Ren coolly receives the bag while making a face as if annoyed that he lost to Moriyasu, even cursing silently, all because that princess favors you. Itsuki Dono. Your heroism echoes throughout the country. For your great work in times of strife, we award 3,800 coins. Itsuki asks if this much is to be expected while looking at Moriyasu enviously. What are these requests? Shield needs to work harder. You only get living expenses. That's my name? Who's Shield? I felt like a blood vessel would burst. Even after that bullshit from yesterday? King? Raftalia raises her hand. What is it, demi-human? What are requests? Raftalia was also curious. Ignoring how little we received, we investigated why F... I don't think that F is supposed to be there. Requests. Requests are assigned to heroes to resolve problems that occur in the kingdom. Why did Naofumi-sama not receive any requests? This is the first we've heard of this. Ha! What can S.H.I.E.L.D. do? Asshole! The audience sniggers. Not good. I feel like I'm going to start rampaging, is what I thought until I feel Raftalia's grasp my hand as she whispers to let it go. Trembling, I suppress my anger. It's fine, I can bear it. Be thankful for even receiving this much. It's not like you helped out at all. Right, I didn't see you during the wave at all. What were you even doing? You're an embarrassment to us heroes, completely useless. My irritation is piqued. I spit out a sarcastic retort. Great heroes, abandoning the lives of villagers to fight the boss sure was heroic. Ha! Just leave that stuff to the knights. The knights are useless. Leaving it to them would have resulted in a massacre. You bastards who only aimed for the boss wouldn't understand that. Moriyasu, Itsuki, and Ren all look towards the leader of the knights. That bastard just nods back at them. Don't get ahead of yourself. Without the heroes dealing with the source of the wave, the casualties would have been far greater. That bastard. How could you say that? Acting all haughty while relaxing back at the castle. Anyways, I'm also a hero. Or are you implying that the shield hero isn't one? Yeah. I'm busy with lots of stuff, so there's nothing else we're leaving. If there's nothing else we're leaving. There's no point in arguing here. Let's just leave it at that and go. Wait, shield. Huh? What? I'm busy, unlike you assholes. You have been a disappointment. That money is our way of washing our hands of you. What? So for all future waves, I will get nothing. That's what you mean, right? That's great, Naofumi-sama, Raftalia replied with a wide smile. You don't need to waste your time coming here anymore. Instead of dawdling, you can now focus on more important things. Oh. Yay. Shout out to Raftalia, being all nice and things. It feels like Raftalia has become more reliable. She tightly holds my hand while calming me down. We will be taking our leave now. Cheerily, she pulls me along and we turn to leave. The whining of a loser, Moriyasu says while Ren and Itsuki just shrug. Yeah, rather than an uncomfortable partnership, this is much better. Now then, let's head over to the tent and redo the curse. Leaving the castle, Raftalia says while turning to me. Otherwise, Naofumi-sama will not be able to trust me completely. Well, not really. I recall her words from yesterday. With those words, I felt that I could trust Raftalia. It's fine if you aren't a slave anymore. No. What? You shouldn't lie. Naofumi-sama doesn't trust anyone other than a slave. Maybe I raised her wrong. Well, even though it's true that I only trust slaves, Raftalia is an exception. Yeah. Raftalia, what is it? It's fine even without a curse. No, I want it. Why is she so adamant about this? I also want something to prove that I trust you, Naofumi-sama. First, what a weird person. That thought comes to mind. Second, I'm reminded of mine and get annoyed. Why? I don't know why, but it's not like I'm angry at Raphtalia. Normally I would feel something else. What a strange feeling. So let's go. Fine. If she insists, then I won't stop her. To handle this matter, we head back to the slave tent. I mean, yeah, you know, some people are into that. Don't want to, kink shame. Oh, gosh, so what, this is the end of the first volume, I believe. And then tomorrow will be the second volume, with hopefully not as long chapters, or about the same length. I hate how long these chapters are. The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 2, Chapter 24. And hello, Blondie. I guess this guy's gonna get his own harem eventually. Hey, gotcha! Oh, if it isn't Hiro-sama, how may I be of service today? The genteel owner of the slave shop appeared flourishingly to welcome us. Oh, surprised, he looks at Raphtalia curiously. What a surprising change. I did not think you would grow so well, he said in a disappointed voice while slumping. What? I thought you would be more like us. How unfortunate. What does he mean? But I'll keep that question to myself. Real slave traders would raise high-quality slaves by keeping them half dead, he casually continued. Then the slaves you know of were discarded after being used, right? Naofumi-sama. Raphtalia looked up at me concerned. I've been a lot more confident now. My current situation is much better than last time. Is that so? How exciting. The slave owner, perhaps amused by my reply, let out a laugh. Then, looking at her condition, she's grown quite well for a non-virgin. How about 7 gold coins? What are you talking like I'm going to be sold? Also, I am still pure. Shocked at Raphtalia's words, the slave owner let out a gasp. Oh my! Then how about 15 gold coins? May I confirm if she's a virgin? Naofumi-sama! 15 gold coins for Raphtalia. Naofumi-sama, hey, please say something. 15 gold coins would be enough to buy the level 75 male wolf. While I was having those thoughts, Raphtalia tightly grabbed my shoulder with a scary look on her face. Naofumi-sama, if you keep playing around, I'll get mad. What's wrong? You have a scary look on your face. You're not defending me at all, even though I might be sold. I'm just playing along. That's how I'll have to play it off as. Although I didn't think it over, Raphtalia saw right through me. I shouldn't pretend to consider selling the one person in the world who believes in me. 15 gold coins. Her grip becomes stronger when I murmur this. Ouch! Raphtalia's offensive strength has become greater than my defense. This is reliable in a combat sense. I'll run away, you know. It's a joke. I was just thinking of how amazing and beautiful you've become. Oh, Naofumi-sama. For some reason, Raphtalia became bashful all of a sudden. It's kind of irritating. Is what I thought, but why? What did I say? Well, she's not for sale. I see. That's too bad. So how may I help you? Didn't you hear about the commotion at the castle? The slave trader grinned at my question. I have. The slave curse was removed, no? If you understand already, then this will be simple. Don't ask in the first place if you know beforehand. Since I'm already tired from dealing with Raphtalia. Good grief. Of course, you know, despite what the king declared, the slave system will still exist. I thought the nobles didn't buy slaves. No, not at all. There are many slaves owned by the wealthy. After all, they are quite useful, of course. That trash king, saying those things while supporting Moriyasu, the spear hero. Won't the nobles become rebellious if I would if I were them? It would be quite funny if that happened. Although it would be quite bad for the kingdom. Well, there are many factions within the kingdom. If they did rebel, the ones who will end up losing will be the nobles themselves, yes. That bearded old man has that much influence? Is it because this kingdom is a complete dictatorship? Then maybe the kingdom will eventually collapse due to an uprising. Since the kingdom currently has a trash king who will be succeeded by a bitch princess. Actually, in this country, rather than the king... back to the matter of the slave curse. Yes. We've digressed. Now that I think about it, I don't care what will happen to that trash king. So we've come to reapply the curse, yes? Yeah, is that possible? Whatever you wish. With a snap of his fingers, an assistant appeared with the same jar used when we first marked her. An embarrassed Raphtalia took off her armor and exposed her chest. How is it? How is what? I don't know. Why is she acting so embarrassed, even sighing afterwards? Did I do something? Just like last time, I added my blood to the ink, and the mix was coated on Raftalia where the old mark used to be. Although the mark was erased, it was possible to restore it. Oh. The erased mark begins to reappear as Raftalia's chest glows. As expected, it seems to hurt. Raftalia tries to bear the pain. The mark is restored before my eyes. I need to check the reaction from disobeying orders. It should be fine to go easy this time. Raftalia became a slave again to gain my trust, so I should trust her now as well. Now then, while thinking about what to do, I notice that there's some ink left on the plate. Hey, can I have some of that ink? I can pay for it. Sure, go ahead. I spread the remaining ink from the plate onto my shield. My shield absorbs the ink. The requirement for the Slaver's Shield has been unsealed. The requirement for Slaver's Shield 2 has been unsealed. Slaver's Shield, equipment bonus, slave gross +1, small, unmastered. Slaver's Shield 2, equipment bonus, slave condition +1, small, unmastered. Slaver's Shield. Well, that's somewhat expected. Something new appeared in the tree, branching from small shield series. It's not that strong. However, the equipment bonus caught my attention. Improved growth. But 2 items were unlocked just by a little bit of ink. I carefully look at Raftalia. What is it? That reminds me that the shield absorbed her hair before. Raccoon Shield was unlocked at that time, but maybe this was also fulfilled of other conditions. That was probably for Slaver's Shield 2. With those conditions fulfilled, 2 shields were unlocked. I logically reason. In that case, Raftalia, give me a bit of your blood. What? Why? There's something I want to test. Puzzled, Raftalia makes a little cut on her fingertip and spreads some blood onto the plate. I drip it onto my shield. The requirement for Slaver's Shield 3 has been unsealed. Slaver's Shield 3. Equipment bonus, slave growth +1, intermediate, unmastered. Yes, as expected. Now, Fumi-sama, you seem like you're having fun. Ah, an interesting shield appeared. That's great. I change my shield to the Slaver's Shield and wait for it to unlock. Now then, We finished our business here and begin to leave, but a wooden box filled with eggs catches my eye. I don't remember seeing this last time. I'm curious. What is that? I asked the slave trader. Ah, that is what we sell at our business front. What business is that? A monster shop. For some reason, he answers excitedly. Monsters? In that case, are there also monster trainers? How perceptive. Was Hiro-sama not aware of this? I don't think I've seen any. Now, Fumi-sama. Raftalia raises her hand. What? Philoryle, a monsters raised by a tamer. The name of a monster I've never heard of. I have no idea what she means. What is that? It's a bird used to pull carriages instead of horses within the city. Oh, those things. Those birds that look like chocobos. I thought they were just animals unique to this world, but I guess they were monsters. In the village I lived in, there were also people who raised monsters. They were raised for meat in many of the farms. Oh. Is that how it is? In this world, it seems people who work on farms also count as monster tamers. So then those eggs are... It's difficult for people to handle monsters otherwise. This way it's easier to do business. Is that so? Would you like to see the cages with fully raised monsters? If I showed interest, he will try selling them to me. The slave trader is a businessman. No, it's fine. I have other matters to attend to. So what's the sign on the top of the box filled with eggs? Although I don't know what's written there, I see an arrow pointing to the box and characters which look like numbers. One try for 100 silver coins. A monster egg lottery. 100 coins is pretty high. We currently have 508 silver coins. That's a hefty price. Because they are expensive monsters. Just making sure about Philoralis, how much are they normally? Starting at 200 coins for a grown one. They also provide lots of byproducts like feathers. Yes. So chicks are cheaper than adults? So this is the price of a Philoreal egg. But there's also the cost of raising one? No, we also have other types of eggs in there. I see, since it's a lottery. So he's saying there are losers and winners, so a loss is worth less while a win is worth more than the attempt. So there's probably no winners in there, right? What? Hiro-sama thinks we would pull such a scam. Am I wrong? We have pride in our business. Although we do like to trick our customers, we would never misrepresent our products. But you like to deceive but won't lie. You liked it, yeah. What kind of logic is that? I wonder, dumbfounded. So, what is the winning prize? An easy way to explain it to you would be a Kiryu. Kiryu? That's maybe a dragon that a knight commander would ride? A horse-like dragon? Ooh, these are flying types. They're quite popular, so nobles often vie for them. Flying dragons, like in dreams. Now, Fumi-sama, the market price for just one of those winners is about 200 gold coins. What are the chances, just for the Kiryu? Right now, there are 250 eggs in lottery. Among those, 1. So, 1 in 250. Strong magic has been cast, so you can't tell them from the look of the weight. Only after customers acknowledge they may not win, when do we allow them to play. What a good business. Yes, if one wins, we make sure they got their name, and from the publicity we get many participants. Of course, it's just luck. If one buys 10 attempts, then we will allow them to pick another one from the box, yes. But how about excluding the Kiryu? Yes, nevertheless, there are ones worth 300 silver coins. Hearing this makes me smile. Oh, wait a second, isn't this for Kampu Gacha? Is it just Kampu Gacha? Hey, it's easy to reap huge profits with something like this. I was nearly tricked again. Still, I ended up seeing something interesting here. Thinking about it, I feel somewhat vulnerable just with Raftalia. So which would be better, buying another slave or raising a monster? It would be interesting to try out the new slave shield. Raftalia's level has already gone up, so it would be difficult to get the benefits of Slave Growth Plus. However, I'm reminded of Moriyasu. That guy sure was annoying about freeing slaves. Although, maybe it was because Raftalia was a pretty girl. There were also many times when Raftalia was in a lot of trouble. Additionally, I would have to buy equipment for the slave. This would be a problem for my penniless self. Okay, then I will buy a single try. Thank you very much. This time I will also throw in the slave ceremony for free. Oh, how generous. I like that. Now Fumi-sama, what's the matter? Are you going to buy a monster egg? I was thinking that our last battle was tough just with Raftalia. Equipment for another slave would be expensive, so I thought raising a monster would be interesting. But monsters can also be troublesome. I know that. Don't you want a pet, though? Aren't you aiming for a dragon? Even a crappy Usapiru is fine. It's not like I hate animals. Even MMOs have pet taming features. Hopefully it's the same to raise just as relaxing. Either way, as long as it's able to obey orders like a slave, then it should have a higher attack than me. I noticed that since I have a bit extra money now, I'm starting to be reckless with my spending. However, this should be a good investment. Anyways, with the slaver's shield, it makes sense to own a monster. Selling it off after raising it won't be as painful like with a slave. I see. That makes sense. Although we may end up becoming attached to it, we have no money, and so we'll just have to bear it should that happen. Since a slave is another person, having to sell them will be very sad. If for some reason I need to sell a slave who I've become close with, like Raftalia, I'm not sure I'll be able to do it. However, monsters aren't able to talk, so no matter what, it'll be slightly painful, leaving them behind with a "I hope you meet a good master." God, fucking long-ass chapters. So you also provide those services? I'm excited by how insightful Hiro-sama is. Yes! The slave owner gets really enthusiastic. Just look at the eggs for now. He said, let's look at the eggs. He said something about there being no way to search through them. Well, I guess just randomly picking one is fine. This one then. Using my intuition, I pick one that is near the right. Please mark this seal with your blood to remember which one you choose. Like he instructed, I smear the blood onto the design of the egg. A bright red light shines as an icon representing the monster tamer appears. I guess this is the same as restricting what slaves can do. Setting a punishment for it if my orders are ignored. I will make it more severe than the one on Raftalia. It's a monster after all. Since it can't understand my words, then it will be better for the punishment to be harsh. Though it hasn't even hatched yet. While grinning, the slave owner opens an incubator-like machine. If for some reason it doesn't hatch, I'm going to ask for compensation. How admirable! For this Hiro-sama who won't take any failure lying down. I take note of the slave owner's mood and attitude. Jeez, isn't this guy a bit of a masochist? Although I don't get off verbally abusing other guys, well, I do want to see the suffering faces of those shitty heroes. Even though it's just words now, I really will come. I'll unleash my violent slave onto you. What are you going to make me do? Duly noted. The slave owner is seriously in a good mood. When will it hatch? I ask the slave owner after handing over 100 silver coins. It is written on the incubator. A number of characters are changing. Raftalia, can you read? Just a bit. It says around tomorrow. So fast. Well, that's good. We will await your next arrival. In the end, we will leave the tent with our egg. Yay! I have to wonder if the monster is somehow the blonde in the picture. Or was there a monster in the picture? Let's look at the picture. What do we got in the picture? I think it's going to end up being the girl somehow. He's going to get a monster girl. He's going to have a monster girl and a demi-human, probably. Because he's going to have his own little cute girl harem, because it's a fucking Japanese story. It's how it works. The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 2, Chapter 25, Gift of Life. Oh, that's probably the egg. Now then, what's next? I remember the leftover potions from the wave. Even though I had them prepared beforehand, I never used them in the end. It might be better just to sell them at a medicine shop. To a medicine shop. Let's go to the medicine shop and then the blacksmith. Now, Fumi-sama, we won't be receiving any more aid, so we should be more careful with our money. We should refrain from what we've been doing up until now. Understood. Right now, we'll be fine with our current equipment. Let's consider buying them only when we really need them. That is a good idea. However, we only have cheap goods compared to the equipment of other heroes. I think it would be a good idea to get Raphtalia a better weapon when we start fighting stronger enemies. It has only been a few days since we got our new weapons. Imagine what Oyaji would think. Yeah. The Oyaji from the weapon shop has given us various services. Although he allows us to trade in our equipment, we won't be able to afford better gears with our current funds. Alright, let's save up then. Yes. Well, it isn't a bad idea to be frugal with your money. Then, let's go to the medicine shop. And so, we went to the medicine shop. The owner had a friendly smile when he saw us. What? What's going on? Normally, he has a sour look in his face when he sees us, so seeing him with a smile sent a shiver down my spine. Nothing much. I just wanted to thank you if you came. Huh? We were both confused. We are, whatever. I heard that you guys saved my relatives in Ryudo village. They told me to help you out if possible. Oh, I see. When the wave ended, everyone from Ryudo village got together to thank us. It seems like his relatives were among them. So, thank you for that. The owner shop retrieved a book from the closet and handed it to me. What's this? You've been making beginner-level medicines, so this book has a bunch of recipes for mid-level medicines. This will be a good time for you to try them out. I gently opened the book of mid-level recipes. The binding is in bad shape, and the letters are printed clearly. But the letters. Yep, can't read it. Thanks. I'll try them out. I should show him some gratitude for helping us out. Recipes for medicines with higher sale value should probably be found in here. I'm happy to hear that. I felt pressure because I might not be able to answer his goodwill. I've already gave up on reading the language of this world, but it might be a good idea to learn. The owner of the magic shop also tells you to drop by. Magic shop? Now, Fumi-sama, it's the shop that sells magic books. Oh, I see. Buy a magic book that teaches you the language. If he fucking does that. I thought it was just a bookstore, but now that I think about it, they had things like crystal balls at the back. Where is that? The big store along the main road. How would he seen the back of it if he doesn't even know where it is? Ah, one of the biggest bookstores in town. So, how may I help you today? I sold my potions for higher than the usual amount. I also bought new tools using that money before heading to the magic shop. Oh, you're the shield hero. You've been a great help to my grandchildren. I have no idea who she's talking about, but it's probably someone from the village. The old lady at the magic shop politely greeted us. The old lady was a bit plump and wore witch-like clothing. So what do you need? I looked around the magic shop that I thought was just a bookstore. There are rows of stale books and lots of crystals placed behind the counter. Along with stuff like staffs, it definitely felt like a magic shop. Anyways, how do you use magic in this world? Is that young lady over there your companion? Ah, I nodded at Raphtalia. Please wait a moment. The old lady said and retrieved a crystal ball from behind the counter. Then she began to chant some sort of spell. Okay, now then, Shield Hero-sama, can you take a look at the crystal ball? Ah, sure. What's going on? Is what I thought as I gazed into the crystal ball. It's shining a bit, and I didn't notice anything else. It seems that Shield Hero-sama is suitable for support and healing magic. I'm suited for magic? Hurry up and teach me then. Well, I can't really complain since I wouldn't understand. Next is the young lady here. Ah, okay. I step to the side as Raphtalia looks into the crystal ball next. As expected, the young lady of the raccoon race is suited for light and dark magic. As expected? As in that's normal? Yes, her race is skilled at illusions using light distortion and darkness concealment. I see. So the raccoon race is similar to tanukis. It seems that even in Japan, tanukis are a sort of creature that can transform into humans. So what now? Here, just something from this old lady at this magic shop. Just something from this old lady. The old lady hands us 3 books. Books again! Even though I said I can't read, why are you also giving us books? I actually wanted to give you a crystal ball, but this old lady's livelihood would be endangered if I did. What do you mean? Doesn't Shield Hero-sama know that you can learn a spell by releasing compatible magic from a crystal ball? What? That means I can use magic even though I can't read? The country recently made a large order of crystal balls for the heroes. A lot of them were delivered. Does Shield Hero-sama not know? I had no idea. Because of that trash king, they were probably given to the other heroes. Jeez, they left me out to die. Although magic books are a bother, one could learn 10 spells in a single month with dedicated studying. So 1 spell with the crystal ball and around 3 spells per magic book. though I still can't read it. No, since she said a month, maybe there's something more to it. My apologies. No, these magic books are more than enough. Raftalia answers while smiling. I nod along. So how much magic will we be able to use? These are all beginner level. For higher level, please buy them. It is a shop, so we shouldn't be ungrateful since she is hurting her own business by giving these books away. Thank you. It was hard to express, but we accepted the magic books from her. I let out a sigh. I don't really like studying. What could someone with low grades like me do with these? Fine, I'll definitely decipher the recipes and spells in these books, is what I want to say. I kind of wish my shield had a written language translation ability. There's a high chance that my shield has recipes for various medicines. I should be able to use them if I try. However, I would wonder which option would be better, spending the effort to search through the branches of my shield, or learning the language to understand the medicine recipes from the books. With the latter, I would have to deal with costs and other problems. Still, just thinking about the possibility of my shield having a way to translate this world's written language makes me lose my willpower. Let's learn magic together, Raftalia happily says to me. But I can't read the language of this world. That's why we should learn it together. Well, I guess that's fine. Well, it doesn't hurt to study while making medicine. Anyways, when is the next wave? One moment. I look at the icon in the corner of my vision and check the menu for the next scheduled wave. Next, 45 days and 14 hours. In 45 days. Wasn't it every month? Well, looking back, it has been around 2 months since I was summoned here. In that case, maybe the time limit was longer this time around. It had only been a few days between Raftalia becoming a slave and then meeting me. A month is a long time then. Wait, what? Oh, right, yeah. Well, having a lot of time is also good. It's possible that there isn't much we can accomplish in that period. For now, we have finished all we needed to do here. Have we finished, right? We have reapplied the curse and sold the medicines. We've also received the books. I think that's it. Raftalia confirms. Since coming back... Oh, there it is. Since coming back here because we forgot something would be a waste of time. Let's get some food and then grind some levels afterwards. Okay, today's breakfast surprised me, because my sense of taste has returned. I can now say that something tastes delicious. Requirement for Mortar Shield has been unsealed. Requirements for Beaker Shield has been unsealed. Requirements for Yagan Shield has been unsealed. Mortar Shield, equipment bonus, novice mixing, unmastered. Beaker Shield, equipment bonus, liquid solutions bonus, unmastered. Yagan Shield, equipment bonus, gathering skill 2, unmastered. After eating, we left the town and headed in the direction of Ryudo Village. Nearby is a place with a moderate amount of monsters. I don't know the grinding spots of the other heroes, because the only way to find these spots is either by asking the locals or searching for them yourself. Finding a decent hunting spot just from looking at a map is pretty difficult, enough to be called a challenge. Although it's not like we're competing, it's slightly frustrating to fall behind the other heroes. It's just that fighting new monsters and letting my shield evolve doesn't sound too bad. While I've left out many details, a lot of shields have been unlocked. Although my abilities have risen, this is also a small problem on its own. Because of my shield, my defense has increased a lot. My other stats, such as agility, stamina, magic power, and SP, have all risen. Everything other than my attack, for some reason, during the last wave I didn't really receive any injuries, while we were en route. By the way, can I absorb any monsters from the wave? I completely forgot about it after returning from the invasion, but I want to see if my shield will react to them. So near Ryudo Village, we found mob corpses from the wave. Requirements for Netherworld Locust Shield has been unsealed. Requirement for Netherworld Bee Shield has been unsealed. Requirement for Netherworld Corpse Shield Demon... Requirement for Netherworld Corpse Eater Demon Shield has been unsealed. Netherworld Locust Shield, equipment bonus, defense plus 6, unmastered. Netherworld Bee Shield, equipment bonus, agility plus 6, unmastered. Netherworld Corpse Eater Demon Shield, equipment bonus, decay prevention, small, unmastered. Next, I checked to see if any other shields would be unlocked from these. However, the requirements for the shield series were not fulfilled, and only one of them was unsealed. Requirements for the Bee Needle Shield has been unsealed. Bee Needle Shield, equipment bonus, attack plus 1, unmastered. Special effect, Shield of Needles, small, bees, poison, paralysis. With this, we continue onward. The villagers are in the middle of disposing the Chimera corpse. Sup? Shield Hero-sama. Because of our efforts the other day, the villagers warmly welcome us. Is that the boss of the wave? I grumble while looking at the Chimera corpse. I closely look at the thing called a Chimera, but for some reason, it doesn't quite look like the monsters in this world. Maybe it's the color or something, but I can't pinpoint why. What a fearsome thing. Yeah, the villagers and I agree. I wonder if the other heroes or Knight Brigade already harvested it. What's left of the meat and fur are carved up. Can I take some of it as well? Please go ahead. We're having trouble disposing of it anyways. Do you need us to help the process and prepare for the parts? Prepare the parts? That doesn't sound too bad, but there doesn't seem to be much I can use. The fur is carved up, so isn't possible for making something like armor. So all that are left are the meat and bones and the snake tail. The heads that would have been removed and taken. The head would have been removed. Looking at it, it seems that it had 3 heads. Well, whatever. Raphtalia and I cut apart the corpse and let my shield absorb the pieces. Requirement for Chimera meat shield has been unsealed. Requirement for Chimera bone shield has been unsealed. Requirement for Chimera leather shield has been unsealed. Requirements for Chimera viper shield has been unsealed. Chimera meat shield, equipment bonus, cooking skill +1, unmastered. Chimera bone shield, equipment bonus, darkness resistance, intermediate, unmastered. Chimera Leather Shield, equipment bonus, defense +10, unmastered. Chimera Viper Shield, equipment bonus, chain shield, skill, antidote mixing +1, poison resistance, intermediate, unmastered. Special effect, poisonous snake fang, intermediate, hook. The last one seemed to come with a lot of useful bonuses. The defense increase was pretty high too. However, using the shield requires a high level and unlocking more of the Chimera series. It should be fine to do this later, but there's a big chance it could be important for the next wave. What about the rest? Asked the villagers. We were going to bury it anyway, so take whatever you need. Okay. Although it's a bit of a waste, all that's left are mostly just meat and bones. I guess we could hold on to the bones, but I think we're going to use the meat for jerky. There's no way it would be edible, though. So it's like that. I feel like it could be used for ingredients in some magic potions, but I'm not sure if anyone would ever buy it. Plus, it'd be bad if the remains went rotten. It would also be scary if it's somehow regenerated, not from not being preserved properly. About the bones, I think they should be fine. However, even then we should probably be careful. Then I'll take as much as possible. But it will be quite heavy. Can I have the village look after the rest? If Shield Hero-sama asks, just take the meat and dry it, but leave a bit and see if there's anyone who would want to buy some. That should help with the reconstruction. There should be people who would buy the meat of the wave monsters in order to research it. Yes, there should be. The villagers seem to be interested in the reconstruction fund, so they accept my suggestion. I deal with the innards and others easily decayed parts by absorbing them into my shield. The sun has set by the time we finally reach Ryudo village. The village was half destroyed, but the survivors all stayed together in the remaining intact houses. We received a room inside the safe inn and quietly spent the rest of the day resting. Although I do want to help out with the reconstruction, we don't have the luxury to worry about others right now. Today we were taken care of by the people of the Ryudo village. They were grateful for our help with the Chimera parts, but for us to receive a free meal and room might have been overdoing it. You're right, but it would be great if we could do something that would be mutually beneficial. A villager who could read and write had provided us with a chart of this world's alphabet. In other words, the hiragana table, or the alphabet table in English. Afterwards, since Raphtalia could read it a bit, I had her point out characters and teach me the pronunciation until I slowly deciphered the table. With this, maybe even words can be formed by figuring it all out, but will be difficult. For now, I don't need to rush learning the letters. In between making medicines, I work hard at memorizing the characters. Yay, he's learning a language. What was the gift of life? That was the title, right? What happened in this chapter? I don't really remember. The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 2, Chapter 26, Firo. That I'm pretty sure that girl's Firo. That's gotta be that. Chapter is translated by Bakaho. Thank you. The next morning, Raphtalia overslept due to staying up last night. I groaned with the magic book in one hand. I was brewing medicinal herbs into medicine, while I prepared to leave and regain some time from oversleeping. It's hatching. I left the egg by a window in the room. Raphtalia noticed that the egg which I bought yesterday started to crack. A fluffy wing with feathers can be seen peeking out from the gaps. It's trying really hard to be born. Okay, I'm interested in what's going to hatch from the egg. I watch the egg as more cracks appear. The cracks noisily spread with a peeky-peeky sound. The face of a baby demon emerges from the egg. Pee! With soft, fluffy feathers and eyes of a demon, the pink fledgling looks at me with a piece of shell on its head. Pee! It jumps cheerfully and collides with my face. It wasn't painful at all, and the demon seems to be very energetic despite just being born. Although I don't know the case, it seems the physical condition is good and it would grow up well if it's properly taken care of. What kind of demon is this? Is this thing from the PQ bird race? Piku is a demon that's similar to Condor that cannot fly due to being deformed. I observed the newborn chick's body. The body seems more agile than the balloons, and I expect it to attack when it grows up because it's due to its beak. Well, I'm not familiar with demons, Raftalia answered with an embarrassed face. It can't be helped. Should we go ask some villagers? Because this is a purchased demon, it shouldn't be dangerous to bring around. If there is any trouble, it will obey my commands. When I extend my hand to the demon chick, it runs up my hand onto my shoulder and jumps on top of my head to settle down. Pee! City, slipping from my head to my cheeks. This is really cute. Yay, little tiny birdie. Now, Fumi-sama, it must think of you as its father. Oh, it's probably due to imprinting. It might be registered beforehand because the one who moved it first was me, so it might have just assumed that I'm its parent. When I pick up the egg shards, my shield reacted. It might inform me what demon this is if I absorb a fragment of the egg. Therefore, I let the shield absorb a fragment. Requirement for demon trainer shield has been revealed. It's usually unsealed, so I got confused. Requirement for demon egg shield has been revealed. Demon trainer shield. Equipment bonus, demon growth correction small. Demon egg shield. Equipment bonus, cooking skill +2. Unmastered. Both unmastered. A shield I wasn't expecting came out. I'll change it in demon trainer shield from slave trainer to shield because it seems more convenient. Did you discover something? No, but a shield I wasn't expected came out, though. What kind of demon is this young chick? Hopefully the guys from the village will know. I think about where to level up today when walking through the village that's in the middle of reconstruction. Maybe we can go to the bog area near the western part of the village. I also want to search for a suitable enemy near the northwest mountain. I saw a villager I recognize. Ah, hero of the shield, Sama. Good morning. Good morning. This is where I was defending last week during the wave. It seems there's a lot of familiar faces reconstructing. Good morning. He bowed his head very deeply. I'm feeling a little embarrassed. Pete! The chick on top of my head chirps rather cheerfully. Oh yeah! The villager looked at the chick on my head. What's wrong? I pointed at the chick on my head. I bought an egg from a demon dealer. Ah, I see. However, I don't know which demon I bought. Do you guys know what kind of demon this is? The villagers stare intently at the chick. Let's see. Do you think that a Filo Real? Eh? The birds who pull carriages? It would seem I made a little more money than I paid. Well, only if it's what the villagers say is true. Yeah, you can go check with the ranch near the outskirts of the village. Then I'm going to go see. We arrive at the house of the fellow who is managing the ranch. The ranch seems to have been damaged during the wave. Half of the bread demons were killed. In short, is this a demon of Filo Real? The ranchman nods when I ask. Let's see, this is a female Filo Real. The young chick sits still while the ranchman appraises her. The breed of the Filo area species is good. However, unless she pulls a cart, she'll be restless. What kind of creature is that? Is this something strange? Oh, it's not strange if you're born in this world. I wonder if to these birds the carts are treated as their nest that protects their eggs. Well, at least I didn't lose any money. This isn't bad. When she matures, she'll go for at least 200 silver coins. Quite a good deal for 100 silver coins. Though, I don't know how much time and money she will need before the maturity. Pete! The young Filo Real chirps in my head. What does this fellow eat? In the beginning, something soft, like boiled beans. After she matures, anything is fine. I see, thanks. I'm surprised I can bow and say thanks this easily. Alright, whatever. For now, I should look for boiled beans inside the village. Well, what should we name her? Raftalia asked me while stroking the chick. You going to name a pet which may be sold? Well, you will be attached to the moment the name is given. Well, you will be attached to the moment a name is given, and when it is time to sell, you won't be able to. Do I call this Filo Real chick all the time? This is surely troublesome. Then, let's call you Firo. So cheap. Shut up. Pete! The young chick chirped cheerfully when she understood what was named. Young chick chirped cheerfully. I like that. After we had breakfast, we head out to the hunt with Firo. Where should we go today? Pete? Let's see. A place we can walk to safely. Okay, Raftalia is very reliable. Fights are very easy compared to before. Fido is happily chirping on my head. It is noisy, but very comfortable. When evening approached, I had noticed some strange sounds. There were a lot of unexpected encounters with demons, but they were defeated easily. It is probably due to the brand new weapons and armor. I can defeat enemies coming from the front. Today's results are me at level 21 or 23, Raftalia level 27, Fido at level 12. Though I hardly fought, I got enough experience for a level, while Fido's level soared. This is good. For young demi-humans, I hear that the body grows rapidly when leveling up. It seems demons are the same. But I wonder. Fido's appearance changed considerably. Before, Fido was a small chick that could be held with both hands, but now she's big and grown up. Well, her figure seems to resemble a steamed bun, and her feathers grew lighter. The color changed from pink to light pink. I stroked the wings slowly for feathers. Requirement for Demon Trainer Shield 2 has been I just want to say unsealed. Has been released. Demon Trainer Shield 2. Equipment bonus, Demon Status Correction Small, Unmastered. Still, I noticed Fido's growth even when I didn't notice Raftalia's. She changed her chirp and is beginning to walk on her own pitter-patter. Also, well, the comment on the whole, how he didn't notice Raftalia, he was also, like, super stressed and depressed before, and now he's not. And now he can taste things, so now he can notice things. Right, where were we? She changed her chirp and is beginning to walk on her own with a pitter-patter because she's heavy. There's an unpleasant premonition from Fido, who is constantly chirping. Though I bought a little too much feed, it seems that grass on the roadside is already a suitable substitution. Her appetite is unending. This is proof of her rapid growth. Nafumi-sama, I understand. Demons are amazing. To grow up so much in one day, it's only a matter of time before she can be rode. Though her body is strong, it's a little scary that her mind will be immature. Therefore, I performed a considerably severe limitation. I returned to the hotel and showed the storekeeper Fido and asked where I can put her. Afterwards, we were guided to the stable of the hotel and substituted straw for a nest. The meat and bone of the chimera are put here. It seems that this place hasn't been corrupted yet, so the materials will rot slower. For the time being, I'm waiting for it to soften so it'll be easier to process. It isn't for food? Does that make it easier to process and handle? After that, I'll make dried meat and look for buyers. I'm still looking forward to selling them. It seems a few mages are coming. That's good. Because it's quite a big chimera, there seems to be a lot of stock. It's probably around 2 cows. It is inedible, but there are many who still want to research it. This will be a place to acquire it. Pia? Are you still hungry? Though I got additional feed in the village and fed her, it still doesn't seem to be enough. Where does it all go? Picky, picky, picky. Is that the sound of meat and bones creaking? You're still growing up? To grow up so much in one day, that's pretty unreasonable. The shopkeeper watches my face anxiously. She is still 12. 12? The storekeeper is surprised at my answer. I think it's necessary to be around 20 and needs a few days to grow up, but it's expected of the power of a hero-sama. There's a possibility of demon growth correction small having an influence. It changes every time I check her status. What growth? I still can't send her to battle yet. Fido, who is growing up quickly and healthily chirps. After I pet Fido to confirm if she's asleep, I head back to Raftalia in my room. I study this world's letters afterwards. The problem is that there are too many letters in this language. Okay, so the bird might not be the blonde chick, but I'm still holding out hope. You know, the bird's probably going to turn into the girl. It's probably going to happen. I mean, it's still possible. It might not happen. I don't know. We'll see. We'll hope. We'll hope. We can always have hope. The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 2, Chapter 27, Growth. The next morning, Raftalia had been studying until late last night, so I woke up and discreetly slip out of the room. Come on, guys. Come on. You've been so good. Slip out of the room in order to see Philo. Wake up and discreetly slip out would work. Woke up and discreetly slip out doesn't work. Woke out and discreetly slipped out would work. whatever. It would be particularly troublesome if she were to die from hunger. I gathered the medicinal herbs since I had finished compounding them yesterday. Queek! I heard a hoarse voice coming from the stables. Looking at her figure, the feet got long and the neck got longer, remolding herself as if she were a manju. I say she looked very much like an ostrich. It's an amazing change. Her growth was entirely different from the birds I knew. Her height is around my chest level, so it's impossible for a person to ride her. Still impossible. It seemed that she was hungry. That's why I bought some animal feed from the farm and brought it here. The consumption of gold was quite severe, but it's still cheaper than having to buy equipment. Seeing how rapid she is growing in just a day, I have a terrible feeling about this. Only a day has passed since you were born. Queek! City, Philo clung to me and smiled softly and naturally. I smiled, right. This doesn't particularly mean my love towards Animal has awoken. I'm just excited about what she will do when she grows up. Earning her keep as a suitable substitute for her carriage, my chest swelled with anticipation. Wait, I can see a tinge of white and cherry blossom colors when I look carefully at the feathers. I let the shield absorb the feather as a way of grooming. Requirement for Demon Tamer... Yikes. Requirement for Demon Tamer Shield 3 has been met. Demon Tamer Shield 3. Equipment bonus, growth revision, intermediate. Nothing. So it didn't have to be blood. Then it might be good to cut Raphtalia's hair and absorb it again. She plays and runs energetically, even though Philo is still a newborn. Quick! Although she wasn't a dog, I played with Philo by throwing a tree branch a distance away when she picked it up and returned it to me. Where is she? Her legs seemed fast, swiftly catching the branch before it even falls in the ground and quickly returning. She is quite intelligent. Cuckoo. It looks like my luck has finally turned around. I was playing with Philo until Raptalia woke up. It's a rejuvenating type of therapy, these pets. I never seen Nafumi-sama showing such a refreshing smile until now. Raptalia came over to me while softly murmuring her displeasure. If anything, it was an impish smile. What's wrong? It's nothing. Quick! Chun. Philo's beak pecked lightly at Raptalia. It seemed she wanted to engage in some skinship. I guess it can't be helped. Raptalia smiled while caressing Philo's face with both hands. Quick! Philo snuggled up to Raptalia, squinting her eyes from the pleasant feeling of being caressed. Now then, where should we explore today? That's right. How about going southward grassland in order to save food expenses for Philo? I guess so. The medicinal herbs as well as weeds have been grown in abundance within that vicinity. I also think that it's a good place to go. For now, the purpose is to save money for better equipment. Yes? Then let's go. Let's go then. Quick! Yes. Well, we blithely... I believe that's that word. We blithely went to the grassland while fighting monsters and leveled up slightly. Me, level 25, Raptalia, level 28, and Philo at level 15. Picking medicinal herbs, among other things, we focused on Philo's food and several other harvests. We defeated various monsters, releasing shield requirements at best status bonuses around +1 or 2. The shield's intermediate compounding recipe has still not been found. Evening of that day, Philo had grown into a splendid Philorial, right. It's early. The inn's shopkeeper and the farm owner are both surprised. The reason might be because of the gross revisions, small and intermediate. Raptalia, incidentally, when I bought the ink, did you recognize... I wonder if Raptalia also wants to grow up like that. Picky. Sounds similar to bone creaking herd. Queek! Shortly, Philo, who grew up so much as a person can now ride her, sat in front of me. You want me to ride? Quick! Turning her head as I ride on her back, Philo chirps as if it's natural. Then let's go. But it's alright to not attach a saddle or rein. While thinking about it, I got on since she wanted me to ride her. It's sturdy thanks to the shield. I will be alright. It will be alright even if I fall. Riding her. This wasn't so bad thanks to the feathers. There seems to be no problem even with maintaining my balance properly. Quick! Philo readily stands up. The view is quite high. I feel deeply moved as I proceed to ride an animal, even though I don't know a thing about horse riding. Quick! Philo started running while I was thinking about her chirp. It's very cheery. Okay, it's probably not the girl. Alright, whatever. You! Hey! Nafumi-sama? What? So fast! The scenery passes behind me in no time, and Raphtalia's voice became distant in an instant. I wanted to test Philo when she lightly went around the town and stopped in front of the stables, and sat, and then I got down. You all right? Raftalia runs up to me anxiously. Oh, yeah, I'm all right, but it sure is fast. Philo appears to not even be tired, and is starting tending to her own feathers. I was surprised when it exceeded the speed which I imagined. I might have done a good shopping. Well then, that's enough for today. Let's return to our room. And then someone grabbed the collar of my neck. When I looked behind, I saw Philo seizing my neck with her beak. What's wrong? Quick! I got called to stop by a chirp that seems like a wail. Oh, well. And when I tried to leave, I got grabbed once again. What is it? Quick! Philo cried in a slightly displeased way and stamped her foot on the ground. Huh? Have you not played enough? Philo shook her head when Raftalia asked. She understood his words. Are you lonely? I nodded impudently at the two. Quick! She started her peal by unfolding her wing. That said, I'm reluctant to sleep in the stable, but I can't take such a big monster to a bedroom in the inn. Let's accompany her here until she falls asleep. Well, fine. This girl has a big body. Although it had only been 2 days since her birth, whether it was an animal, it's too early to leave her in a stable at night. That day at the stables, I studied this world's letters together with Raftalia. Philo watched us quietly while resting tensely in her nest. Biki. You really can't read letters easily. You can't really read letters easily. If there's a shield like that, I want to find it fast. It can't be helped. I think the appearance of Nafumi-sama isn't good if it depends on anything like a legendary shield. Raftalia, you've learned to say even things like that now, huh? Yes, therefore, let's learn magic and language together. Shit. There's nothing which will make this thing easier. While praying that my efforts won't be wasted, we continue to study at the stables until Philo falls asleep. Afterwards, we return to our room and begin making medicine with the newly obtained herbs. The result, well, don't ask, since I wasn't able to decipher the recipe. Okay, yeah, Bird is probably not the girl at this point. I doubt. But yeah, he's got a bird now. Gotta wonder when the girl comes though. She's kind of cute, I guess. It's weird how like he got a lolly and then the lolly grows up and then he's gonna get another lolly. Whatever. Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 2, Chapter 28, Exit by a Kick. The next morning, Raftalia got up early, so we went to the barn together. Gua! Fyodor rushed up to us happily when we arrived. Ma, her body has already grown up. Somehow, compared to yesterday, her head is bigger. It's strange. Her body is almost balanced now, if you say so. Her appearance is similar to the other Philo Reals we saw in the castle town and on the highway. Her color is now white with some light pink mixed in. It's a beautiful color. The slave trader doing quite a good job. Are you hungry today? Gah? Fyodor chirps while tilting her neck. Yep, it seems the growing phase is over. Bikit! A strange sound is echoing. Is this okay? We finish breakfast and think of our plans. Meanwhile, gah... Fyodor stares at the wooden carts that enter the village enviously. So you want to pull one too? I guess so. How are you doing, the hero of the shield-sama? The villager sees me pointing at the cart and comes to chat with Raftalia. Because my Philo Real wanted to pull a cart, I'm wondering what to do. It's second nature for Philo Reals to pull carts. The man nods as if convinced and starts inspecting Fyodor. Right now, the village is in the middle of reconstruction, so we have insignificant manpower. Hiro-sama, can you help with distributing supplies and exchange a cart? No. That's not a bad idea. After all, I want to take advantage of the fact that I have a demon capable of such. I could also do other activities as the cart is being pulled. What do you need? I cut lumber in the nearby forest. Couldn't you bring it to the village for me? Forest, huh? That reminds me, I didn't check out that forest yet. It'll take a while to return. Understood. Let's talk. On the goodwill of the villagers, one cart was given to me. Everything from the wheel to the stands were made of wood. It can't be helped that it's low quality because it's free. It's slightly old. After the cart was prepared, Fido pulls it happily. The villagers prepare the reins for the carriage, but it's only for looks. Yes, let's go to the forest today. All right. Ah! Fido cheerfully pulls in the cart in the direction I point. Gaton, gaton, so relaxing. Gaton, gaton, gaton. Gata, 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 gata. Wheels turn noisily as the scenery passes at high speeds. Faster, faster, slow down. Gah! After slowing down, Fido walks with a toka 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 sound. That was just two of them. Toka toka sound while seeming dissatisfied. Ugh, I feel sick. Raftalia seems to have motion sickness and is lying down in the cart. Are you okay? Don't sway too much. I see. Raftalia, you have motion sickness? It seems so. Are you okay, Naofumi-sama? I'm fine unless I get drunk. It seems for me liquor is related to motion sickness. I remember back in grade school, during a field trip on the bus, I was reading manga and light novels while the person next to me got sick. In the end, I had to ask for seating change. Additionally, I remember on a family trip to meet relatives on a boat, I was playing games while my family got seasickness. Nah, just relax. Fido will go slowly there. Please let me accept that kind offer. Raftalia replies lifelessly as she lay on the cart. On the way, I encountered someone I didn't want to. What's with that? This fellow holds his sides while he laughs out loud. That fucking woman behind him starts laughing too. I feel disgusted while being laughed at. What do you want, Moriyasu? Moriyasu and the woman who follow him all burst into laughter. Come on, you look ridiculous. How so? You're so poor and you began peddling? And that bird. Peddling, that's not a bad idea. It seems Fido's ability is more dependable. Let's actually consider it. That's so stupid. That's nor a bird nor a horse. And what's with that color? It's not even pure white. There's pink in there. And furthermore, what the hell is your problem? I don't understand why this bastard is laughing. This is a waste of time. I should just ignore these guys and move on. Moriyasu approached Fido when suddenly, ah! Fido strongly kicks Moriyasu right between the legs. I saw it. Moriyasu's face was laughing, became distorted while his body's flying back about 5 meters, rotating backwards by the impact. Moriyasu-sama! I think his balls are crushed. That was refreshing. It was totally worth buying Fido to see that. As expected of my monster, it seems to have avenged me. I'll buy you some good food tonight, Fido. Ah! While flapping her wings, Fido runs around noisily. I stopped caring about Moriyasu immediately. Yeah, that was great. I didn't even have to dream of that scene. What's going on? Raftalia gets up and asks. Huh? Ah, it's nothing. There's a cheerful expression I've never seen before on your face. Oh, it was reflected on my face? But that's some great leg strength to blow off the hero of the spear. Please run slower. I don't hear Raftalia's voice from the back. I let Fido run with a great feeling. After we reached the forest, Raftalia hit her limit. I reflect on going too far while looking at Raftalia grown with a pale face. Moriyasu is to blame, because that fellow let me feel so refreshed. I'm sorry. A disheartened Fido agrees apologetically. I'm alright. You don't look alright at all. You should be able to rest around here. Ah, it's the hero of the shield-sama. There's a hut near the forest, and a wood-cutting villager comes out. Ah, so you came to get wood for the village. Is that person okay? I think so. Is there a good place we can rest? There's a bed here. Let's put her there. The lumberjack guides us to the hut while I carry Raftalia to the bed. Fido and I are going to fight enemies we can beat easily while you guys pack the stuffs. Raftalia is vulnerable to vehicles. What? Oh, right. So let's not use the cart for a while. Excuse me. I'm going to put the wood in the cart. Come back in a while. Ah, okay. Fido drops off the cart and looked inside the cabin. Well then, let's go. Gah! We kick the blue Moriyasu away. I expect great offensive power. We go in forest. When we enter the forest, we do not encounter any demons. I go around walking in a quiet forest with Fido. The air is clear and relaxing among the trees. That reminds me, there are many sights that I have never seen before in this world. I wonder why I never noticed it. It seems everything was blown off when I saw Moriyasu's face warped in pain. No, it's something else. I think it's because Raftalia believed in me. Although Raftalia isn't here because of the motion sickness, it's somewhat lonely. Although we've only been together for half a month and 3 weeks, I should create... or about half a month and 3... Half a month and 3 weeks means a month and 1 week. Whatever. I should create some pills for motion sickness. I look around and gather medicinal herbs. However, a demon may come out. Though we've been walking for a while, I haven't seen any signs of demon. Gah. The voice of Fido is heard in the distance. I turn around and see Fido with something in her mouth. Is it my imagination? No, that's an Usapiru. It was swallowed after I saw it. Gah! Fyodor runs over here as if nothing happened. XP 34 acquired. I'll stop worrying about demons. After about an hour, we return to the hut, and our cart has been fully loaded by the lumberjack. Raftalia is still asleep in the hut. This is an evil idea. Raftalia can't last when Fyodor runs at full speed, but it is necessary to train Raftalia, who is not accustomed to the vehicle. It's necessary to train with the cart for a while. Raftalia groans at my words. Did she hear it? I have finished placing the wood. Ah, then can you watch over her while I go to the village immediately? Yes, if it's a companion of the hero of the shield Sama, I'll guard her with my life. Though I am slightly uneasy, I can't just sit here and wait. Then I'll be back soon. I prepare the cart and depart with Fyodor. Gah! Fyodor dashed energetically. Just fucking ditch the girl? Come on, man, that is not... I really hope nothing bad happens, but I feel like something bad might happen. I don't know, probably not. I hope not. Just fucking... I mean, it makes sense, at least. Somewhat. I don't know. We'll see. The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 2, Chapter 29, Tsubasa, Those with Wings. On the way back, we did not encounter Moriyasu, though it was just a groundless fear of him being angrily looking at me. Raftalia was energetic again after I returned from unloading the baggage in the village. Are you okay? Yep. Ha, that was fast. The lumberjack was surprised that I returned so soon. This fellow here has great legs, was the answer I gave to the lumberjack while I pet Fyodor. Gah! Fyodor also energetically answered. That's right, you're very fast. Did you search the forest? Yeah. We must go slowly when we return. Gah! Pikit. What's that? This sound. Growth should have ended. I heard something from Fyodor. I hope it's not some strange disease. Today's harvest was good. Raftalia moves naturally, while Fyodor's offensive power and speed is quite eye-catching. To be honest, the strength of her blows may already have surpassed Raftalia. Me, level 26. Raftalia, level 29. Fyodor, level 19. Requirement for White Usapiru Shield has been revealed. Requirement for Dark Porcupine Shield has been revealed. Requirement for Usapiru Bone Shield has been revealed. Requirement for Porcupine Bone Shield has been revealed. The fuck was that? White Usapiru Shield, equipment bonus defense +2 unmastered. Dark Porcupine Shield, equipment bonus agility +2 unmastered. Usapiru Bone Shield, equipment bonus stamina up small unmastered. Porcupine Bone Shield, equipment bonus SP up small unmastered. My stats are improving wonderfully. I should equip a shield that is efficient and has a high performance, but I still haven't found a place where farming gold and experience is efficient. How many abilities I have already unsealed? There are too many to keep track of. In the first place, after unsealing lower class equipment such as the Orange Balloon Shield, I have never used the ability. The most efficient shield I have is the Whetstone Shield, and that is a necessity. Though, I can use all my shields. Today I unsealed 4 shields, which probably won't be used. We were walking slowly back to the forest village, reaching only when evening arrived. It seemed cart training for Raftalia is necessary. We advanced leisurely a few times before she felt sick and had to stop. As a result, we arrived after the day was over. I am very sorry. It's fine, you'll gradually get used to it. I'm pretty strange, too. I can't get drunk. It's not saying she doesn't have spirit, it's just in her nature. Motion sickness is hard to get accustomed to. Therefore, I want Raftalia to quickly get used to the carts. Well, I think Fyodor's explosive running speed is also part of the problem. Gah! At this point, the change has already begun. For a while, we didn't notice. No, I noticed, but chose to ignore it. The next morning, Raftalia notices the change and is lost in thought. Gah! When I arrived at the barn, the change was already over. Fyodor, in every aspect, has greatly deviated from the original Fyodial and has become gigantic. The average height for a Fyodial is 2 meters 30 centimeters, about the size of an ostrich. However, Fyodials have bigger heads and necks. Fyodor's current height is 2 meters 8 centimeters. Her head reaches the ceiling when she stands up. It's a big bird. Did we really get the egg of a Fyodial? I'm beginning to think we might have bought something else entirely. Yeah, I think so too. Gah! Fyodor swallows something with gusto. There appears to be no more chimera meat left in the stables. 2 cows' worth of meat just disappeared. What was that the last piece? I thought her appetite stabilized, but she ate everything. Gah! This isn't a laughing matter. Well then, what should I do about her huge appearance? However, the sound of growth is heard again. Something is happening to cause that sound. Perhaps the cause of this growth is due to Nofumi-sama's shield? That's possible. Maybe it's from Demon Trainer's Shield 3 ability. Growth Correcting. Intermediate. Nofumi-sama, what about the effects of Slave Trainer's shield? Yeah! Raftalia cried and ran up from the barn, so I had to chase. Raftalia! Recently, I thought my body was light, but that's because of Nofumi-sama. Calm down. Will I become like Fido? I'm scared. I don't hear any growth sounds from you. Well, if you say so. Phew, that's good. It still doesn't change the fact that this is an unpredictable situation. I glance at Fido and imagine Raftalia growing to be like that. Are you thinking something rude? What are you talking about? Raftalia looks at me doubtfully. One moment. Should we go back to the slave trainer tent and confirm this situation? Yes, I think we should. It can't be helped. I don't want to return to the castle town because that place is unpleasant, but we might have no choice. Ah! We left the forest village with Raftalia fighting against motion sickness while Firo attracting attention. On the way, Firo got hungry, so he took a break and fought some of the demons to feed her. We arrived back in the castle town during the afternoon. Hey! Fido's appearance changed again while I wasn't looking. Her feet and neck shortened gradually, and now she looks like she has the torso of an owl, though it changes the way the cart is being pulled. The front of the cart that was pulled by a rope around her body, similar to a leash. Now she uses her wings as hands and skillfully pulls the cart along. Kwee! Her chirp and color have changed again. Now she is pure white. Huh? I got off the cart slowly and remeasured Fido's height. She shrank. Her height is back down to 2 meters 30 centimeters, but her width has increased and now it feels somewhat oppressive. She resembles a certain mascot from an amusement park who gains weight unnaturally. Kue? No, this is fine. Does Fido herself notice the change? I don't understand this creature anymore. Well, no matter how I think about it, it's surprising. Yep. The slave trader continuously wipes cold sweat while observing Fido. Kue? Fido becomes huge width-wise and now resembles an owl-like demon. Where did the figure of a friendly ostrich disappear to? Well, I want an honest answer. What was the demon that was inside of the egg you sold me? In any case, when I point my finger threateningly, Fido prepares to attack. Kwee! The slave trader hastily checks a bunch of documents. This is strange. It says that the egg Hiro-sama purchased was a Fioreal egg. This? Kwee! I throw some food at Fido, who skillfully swallows it all in one go. Well, that reminds me, I haven't heard the growth sound from Fido in a while now. Is this her final form? However, adult-sama, or Hiro... it's just... Is this her final adult form? Is what it said. However, Hiro-sama, it's only been a few days since you have purchased that egg. I take my hat off to you. Don't deceive me with the compliments. What kind of egg was that? Is this the appearance that demon had in the beginning? Nope. I explained about Fido's growth to the slave trader. It was a normal Fido Real for half the time. I stopped trying to understand this demon. Okay? I feel a little irritation at Fido, who looks at me with a cute pose and tilted head. Whose fault do you think it is that we're here? Kwee! City. She snuggles her entire body on me. Then I'm embraced by her huge wing. It's hot, Fido. Raftalia raises her eyebrow and takes my hand. Kwee? Fido and Raftalia stare at each other. What's your problem? Nothing. Kit. I say nothing. I wonder what's going on. So, how about it? Well, it is pretty awkward in front of the slave trader. Don't you know all kinds of demons? Aren't you supposed to breed and sell demons? Anyway, for the time being, let me call an expert so she can be inspected. Is that okay? Yep. Kwe? I understand. It might take a while before the expert comes, though. Yep. Well, that's fine. If anything goes wrong, I demand consultation money. Kwe? It seems Fido objects my answer by flapping. However, a subordinate of the slave trader attached a collar to Fido and brought her into a cage. Partially due to the fact that we are here, Fido enters obediently. Well then, I'll come pick her up tomorrow. Have an answer by then. Raftalia and I leave the tent. Kwee! I was surprised with the loud voice from the tent. That evening, the storekeeper of the hotel suddenly calls for me. Hiro-sama? What do you need? A visitor has come to see you. Who is it? While I was thinking of the storekeeper, points to the counter. A man who I don't recognize is sitting there. Do you have business with me? I'm on an errand from the demon dealer. Demon dealer. That slave trader. Certainly you can't introduce yourself in public as such. So, is there something wrong? We want to return the demon that is being held there. What? It's only been a few hours since then. What could have happened? When Raftalia and I returned to the fen, Fido's cry can still be heard. Yeah. I apologize for the disturbance at this time of night. A slave trader has a tired face while he greets us. So what went wrong? We had a promise to meet tomorrow. Yes, that was my intention too, but Hiro-sama's demon is slightly troublesome. Kee! Firo behaves violently inside the cage until she spots us. She destroyed 3 iron cages, injured 5 of my subordinates, and 3 other demons have suffered serious wounds. Yep. I'm not compensating you. I take off my hat to Hiro-sama, who thinks money at such a time. Yep. Is this slave trader a masochist? So, what is it? Did you find anything? Well, it seems there's a witness report that this one is similar to the king of Fiorial. The king? Actually, it's a lord of a group of Fiorial. It's a story that is famous among adventurers. A slave trader seems to have quite an extensive information network. Well, there is a big group of wild Fiorial, and there are stories that they have a king who manages them. The master of Fiorial, which rarely appear, and it seems Fido is one of them. Is this information reliable? Maybe removing the slave crest, killing Fido, and letting the shield absorb her body. Even though I can absorb blood and feathers, it is still my demon. Only the demon tamer shield will appear. Or the level I have is insufficient. I stare at Fido. Okay? Though the race does not appear on the shield, she is not hostile. So what now? She is called the Fiorial king or queen. Is it because Fido is female? Yep, it is awkward for me to do business with Hiro-sama under these conditions. I observe the destruction caused by Fido around the 10. Everything is broken. I have no plans to sell her. Sama, what was that unfamiliar voice I just heard? Raptalia holds her mouth and points to the cage where Fido is held. The slave trader is also speechless. I look back at the slave trader and we trade puzzled looks. Yep, the girl was the bird. I was right. Yay, pretty bird girl. Yay. Master. A naked blonde girl with wings extends her hand toward me. Yep. It had to happen. I just like... Fucking... It's a Japanese story. It's gotta be pretty girls. Everything is pretty girls. Always pretty girls everywhere. He's got to be surrounded by pretty girls. And now he's got one that's also a bird. Oh, let's go look at that picture again. She's cute. Yay, she's also naked. Yep. I'm gonna get flagged for this. The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 2, Chapter 30, Transformation Ability. Oyaji! 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 I constantly knocked on the door of the closed weapon shop. The old man from the weapon shop opened the door with a slightly annoyed expression. What does the lad of the shield want now? I closed the shop long ago. This situation is special. I show Fido, who was wrapped in a mantle, to him. Lad, did you come here to boast about buying a good slave? Of course not. What does this old man think of me? Though, when I met the old man, I could kill without hesitation. Master, what's wrong? You, be quiet. No. Shit, what the hell is going on? After that affair, the noise never stopped. I'm surprised that a slave trader wanted to buy her off of me with not listening to the complaints of his subordinates. Even Raptalia was speechless. I told Fido that if she wants to stick to me, she needs to be in human form. Thus, I carry Fido here to the weapon shop. Achoo! Buffoon! Biriri! What the fuck? She transforms, and all I heard was the sound of the mantle ripping. In the blink of an eye, Fido reverts back to the Queen of the Fiorial. A temporary form. This mantle wasn't free. Hey. Even the old man is at a loss for words. I look up at Fido. Fido returns to her human form and holds my hand. All that's left of the mantle rests on top of her head. Do you understand the circumstances now? Yeah. The old man guides us inside the store with a really complex expression. So the reason you came to me is to get equipment for this child? Are there any clothes that can transform with the user? I asked the old man for the unreasonable. Please make it transform. Lad, calm down a little. Right now that I think about it, why does Fido have a humanoid form? She has wings growing from her back, blonde hair, and fair blue eyes. Very angel-like. Furthermore, her face is cute enough to be a lovely picture. Her age looks around 10 and is about the same height as the old Raptalia. Gah, a very classic sound. Master, I'm hungry. Endure it. No. Damn, what am I supposed to do? Well, let's just have some dinner first. The old man brings us to the back of the shop and takes out a pot full of something. It's soup. Sto. Wah! Itadakimasu! Fyodor takes the pot from the old man and pours all of the contents into her mouth. It tastes okay, I guess. I returned the pot to the old man. He was dumbfounded and just stared at me. Sorry. Lad, treat me to a meal later. I'll learn from this mistake. Well, I know there are clothes for demi-humans that transform, but this is a weapon shop. What are you looking for is a clothing shop. I'm with a naked girl in the middle of the night. Where am I supposed to find a clothing shop that won't reject me? That's true. Wait here a little. The old man went back to the shop, and I was heard rustling. All I heard was rustling. Don't expect too much, since I don't have anything in her size. I understand. After a while, the old man comes back. Damn, I don't have any clothes that will fit her transformed size. What? This is already my last resort. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to answer when people ask me why there's a naked girl without parents in my care? My reputation is already bad enough, but this will make it take another nosedive. Master, don't you dare transform! There's no item that keeps a demon in her human form. As expected, humanoid demons are extremely rare. No! What the hell is wrong with this child? She's refusing everything I told her to do. Is this her rebellious phase? No, that's impossible. She was born a few days ago. Then how about this? If you stay in your human form, we can sleep together. After hearing that, Fyodor has a big smile on her face and tightly holds my hand. Why do we have to sleep together? Because I'm lonely. Lad, are you serious? I did not come to this world to babysit. Anyway, where is Raftalia? I finally caught up. Raftalia entered the shop building while panting. Because you suddenly ran off, I looked everywhere. Sorry, my bad. Raftalia Nechan! Fyodor energetically waves. What is a little picture? A cute little girl in the... Yay! He gets his own harem. He gets a raccoon girl and a girl with wings. Yay. I'm not giving master to you. What is this child saying? No, you're not. I'm not yours. In fact, you two belong to me, as slaves. Well, there are no suitable clothes for you today. Just return later. Sorry for the disturbance. Thanks for the meal. I'm always surprised by you, lad. We left the weapon shop and walked toward the inn while Raftalia says, the slave, demon dealer called. Understood. We returned to the tent, only to be welcomed by the slave trader. Well, that was certainly a surprising development. Yep. Yeah. Well, as it turns out, because of eyewitness testimony, that is actually a feudal queen. Oh, you know about her? Yep, I think I understand, Hero of the Shield Sama. What's with this slave trader's pretentious expression? You don't understand? Hurry and say it. The slave trader pointed at Fyodor, who is in her humanoid form, wearing nothing but a tattered mantle. The feudal queen has advanced transformation abilities. Therefore, it changed itself into normal feudal to escape attention. At least that's our hypothesis. No wonder, if I was in a similar circumstance, I'm sure I would decide to disguise myself too. That's reasonable. Yeah, as expected of the hero of the Shield Sama, to be able to raise a feudal queen in such a short time. Yep. What? Did you raise a feudal queen, or is it a feudal queen because you raised it? I understand that the slave trader is saying. This fellow is trying to learn a method on how to produce feudal kings from me, and then mass producing. It is classified as a considerably rare demon due to its transformation abilities. Although it stinks, the profits would be massive. Maybe that's the power of the legendary shield hero.
I know, people.
I believe this was due to the power of growth correction. I couldn't explain how to do this naturally. Then, can you tell me how you do it? For a price, of course.
Pistol, I think.
That's not what I mean. How about raising another feudal? For free, of course. No thanks. My wallet won't last if there's another mouth to feed. The clothes for feudal won't be free either.
Decent endgame.
Either one works. If the expenses increase anymore, it will be dangerous. Well, if you change your mind, please come and find me. We'll see.
Okay.
The slave trader's eyes are sparkling. I feel sick. This fellow ate meat from the boss of the last wave. I think the possibility of the influence from that can't be ignored. Well, this feels a little forced anyway, but it is the truth that Fyodor ate chimera meat, so I'm not lying. I see. Well, that's too bad then. The slave trader withdraws reluctantly. Anyway, I'll buy your feudal anytime. Yep. I'll decline if I can. You can accumulate money easily. Well, if the need arises. I was aware of the fact that I've become a miser. Is your conversation over? Yeah. Let's go over there. What? Fyodor entered the conversation with a question mark over her head. This is your treat. Master, let's sleep together. I forbid it. Not fair. Raftalia Nechan monopolizes master. I do not. You guys are noisy. Well done, Fido, go to the barn and sleep. No! I was refused by this bird easily. I want to sleep with Master. I'm reminded of a child who wants to sleep with their parents. Well, it can't be helped. Now, Fumi-sama! It's fine to be selfish. It's fine to be selfish to this degree. It's just sleeping together. Well, me too. Raftalia muttered the words that I couldn't hear. But you must not be naked in public. Okay! Do you really understand? Oh, well, it's fine. I hope that the old man from the weapon shop has something tomorrow. Well, yeah, right. I don't know why I almost thought that was... reading. I head back to the inn and pay the storekeeper for another night. Should I study or continue compounding? Well, at least Fido is in human form. Wow, a soft bed! I decided to sleep early today while watching Fido bounce around in the bed. It's hot. Why is it so hot? My body can't move. What is going on? When I open my ears fiercely, all I can see is white. I seem to be wrapped in feathers. The bed breathes! I slowly lift my head. It seems the bed I was sleeping on is Fido's true form. Fido seems to have returned to her original form while falling asleep. Without her knowing, she started holding me as a hugging pillow. Get up, you fat bird! I told you not to return to your true form. Yeah. It seems this fellow's true form is able to speak now. What's going on? Raftalia, who is half asleep, shouts at me. Oh, Raftalia, help! This fellow isn't even getting up after I hit her. It is my fault for lacking any offensive abilities. Get up, Fido! Yeah, master. Fido rolls and flops onto the floor. Mishy, mishy, mishy. I heard an unpleasant creaking sound from the wooden floor. It seems to be at its limit. Get up! But there's no sign of Fido stirring while hugging me. Get up! Raftalia wrenches open Fido's arm, which was hugging me. I was somehow able to escape through the gap. Phew. What a terrible morning. Yeah? It seems when the sensation of hugging me was gone, Fido woke up. Fido noticed Raftalia and I glaring at her and tilts her neck. What happened? First of all, change back to your human form. When did I change? I didn't want to do this, but it can't be helped. I chose the demon icon from the status magic and changed the settings to whatever I say, becoming absolute. Any order cannot be disobeyed if I do this. Become a humanoid, I commanded Fido. No, I want to sleep with Master more. The demon crest appears on Fido's abdomen because she went against my orders. If you don't listen, it'll hurt. The demon crest on Fido's body glows red. Yeah! A geometric pattern appears on Fido's wing and moves toward the demon crest. With a fizzle, the demon crest becomes silent again. Huh? I checked the demon icon. It seems the command for absolute obedience was removed. I tried to apply it again, but nothing happens. This demon won't listen to a thing I say? Shit. I bought a demon because I expected it to follow my orders. Slave trader, wash your neck because I'm coming for you. Well, yeah, I mean, she's like a queen. So I guess she kind of just has that power to do whatever the fuck she wants. So now he's got a really, really powerful bird who's also a girl who's way into him and is also 10. Well, sometimes she's 10, sometimes she's giant. So, there's that. The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 2, Chapter 31, Carrot and the Stick. Slave Trader! I marched straight to the slave trader's tent first thing in the morning. What are you doing here so early in the morning, Hiro-sama? Your demon seal was a sham. Depending on your response, I might have my dangerous slave and demon here going a bit of a rampage, you see? Fido was hungry. Can I do that later? If you keep up that behavior, I'll turn you into breakfast instead. The demon seal that was placed on Fido didn't work as intended. Not only that, the option couldn't even be checked. What do you mean about that? I then explained to the slave trader that... I then explained to the slave trader about what happened this morning. It sure was rough. We somehow got Fido to calm down and had her change to human form, and from there we headed to the tent. Raftalia was hard enough, but Fido on top of that. Having to constantly stay on watch to make sure they didn't do anything out of the ordinary was stressing indeed. It seems the Fido Real Queen can undo a normal demon seal, yes. Elaborate. You can't restrain a higher-order demon with a normal demon seal. The grand prize of the lottery, the Kiryu, must have a special demon seal engraved. So you're saying a normal demon seal won't work on this thing? Yes. The bastard slave trainer is happily jotting down this new discovery into some pocket notebook. So will you be giving me this special demon seal? Good gracious, that is outside the realm of our free services, yes. What did you say? As you would expect, this is not a cheap process, and doing so for free would place me in a rather difficult position. The cost is starting to weigh down too much on my end, you see? Damn. Looks like getting any more free services from him would be pretty hard from now on. Well, I guess it can't be helped considering all the damage I did. How much is it? As I look forward to Hiro-sama's future prospects, I will be taking a huge loss and price it at 200 silver coins. How does that sound? Shit, that's expensive. Could you please... By the way, the market price for this kind of service is 800 silver coins at the cheapest. I would not lie about this, as I have much hopes placed for Hiro-sama. Ah, that was a heavy blow to my consciousness. Consciousness. That's his consciousness. I accept my defeat, and so very reluctantly hand over 200 silver coins to the slave trader. If I find that you're lying, I'll have my dangerous subordinates start a bloodbath. You hear? I understand indeed. Fido, who is in the form of Fido Real Queen, and looking around restlessly, was taken in by Raftalia, who was holding Fido's enormous wings. Stay right there, Fido. Why? If you do, I'll let you eat something real tasty. Really? Yep. With her eyes gleaming, I had Fido stand still at the place that the slave trader had indicated. All right, if you're going to do your magic, now is the time. I gave the slave trader the signal. The slave trader nods his head as well, and 12 of his robed subordinates with their faces covered and invisible surrounded Fido. Faces, right, their faces are invisible. Then they poured some kind of medicine or other substance onto the floor, faced towards Fido, and began chanting their spell. The floor began to shine, and a magic circle started to unfold with Fido at the center. I'm pretty sure you can hear the dogs barking, but I've had to redo this chapter like twice, so it fucking stays. What's going on? Bam! Bam! Fido tried to put up a resistance, but was unable to do so as the magic circle enclosed in on her further. It hurts! Stop! Fido rampaged as she bears the pain from the demon seal's renewal, and each time she slams against it, the magic circle shakes. Slave trader's subordinates let out a gasp of shock. Just in case, I had extra followers restraining her with magic, but for her to be able to move under such pressure, I fear what she will eventually become, yes. Now that I think about it, she's still only level 19. If she's already like this, how strong will she be when she's around level 70? I nodded to the slave trader's words. Finally, the magic circle is fully engraved into Fido's abdomen and it becomes quiet. It's over, yes. In my view, there's a demon icon that looks like it had higher level commands than the one before. I promptly checked the option labeled with listening to everything I say. She heaves as she walks toward me. Master, that was mean. It hurts so much. As I wonder if there is a wicked smile placed on my face, I command Fido. First of all, turn to your human form. What? That hurts so much. I don't wanna. Give me something yummy to eat. Taking little heed from my command and demanding food as if she was taking me lightly, the demon sealed on Fido began to glow. No. What? Stop it! Fido fired some kind of spell at the demon seal, but this time the seal repelled it and the curse activated. It hurts! Fido crumbled to the floor in pain from the demon sealed. If you don't listen to what I say, it'll hurt even more. It hurts! Ugh. She reluctantly turns to her human form, and when she does so, the demon seal stops glowing. Yep, it looks like it worked properly this time. Good work, slave trader. Indeed, it is quite a powerful seal, so it won't be easily tampered with, yes. I stand in front of the fallen Fido and announce, you yourself costed 100 silver coins, and following that, your demon seal costed 200 silver coins. That's a total loss of 300 silver coins. You are going to have to pay me back by that much by listening to what I say. Master... As Fido was having trouble getting up, I extend my hand. It sends pangs to my consciousness, having to say these kinds of things to a child who is so pure, but I want to at least have the funds to keep the roof over this self-indulgent kid. Listen to what I say. No. I see. If you really don't want to listen to what I say, then I'll just sell you off to the scary man over there. Fido seems to have finally understood her position as her face warped in fear. The slave trader that is looking at me with some expression that's both troubled yet happy. How much would she sell for? Let me see. She's rare, so dealing with her will be difficult, but 30 gold coins sounds like a price I could buy her for if I include that cost. Since she has a powerful demon seal engraved on her, she won't be able to rebel anymore, and I can see quite a few ways to use her, yes. Damn slave trader. He deliberately lays down the price the moment after he says it'll be difficult to sell her. I don't actually know for sure, but if I hand Fido over to him, her life will probably be over. And now Fido is looking at me with upturned eyes, looking absolutely terrified. This is tough. My good conscience that I thought had vanished is rolling back in full force here. However, depending on Fido's attitude, such a choice may really have to be made in the future. If I can't be a nice Oni-chan, in regards to Raph, then I can't be a doting pet owner either. And so he says, so the next time you go in a tantrum, I won't be there to pick you up anymore. You'll probably be forced to drink some bitter medicine, then they'll poke around all over your body, and finally, you'll die. Until finally, you die. No! Fido screams out in dissent. Master, please don't hate Fido. Fido earnestly begs as she clings to my leg. Shit, this is hard. But I can't back down now. If you listen to me obediently, I won't hate you. Make sure you listen. Got that? Yeah! Good. Then we're staying at the inn. Absolutely do not turn back to your original form. That will be our first promise. Okay! At Fido's beaming smile, whatever remnants of my good consciousness aches in pain. Well then, I also have to head over to the armorer today. When I look at Fido, I catch a glance at the slave trader, who now has the most jubilant smile I've ever seen. I've seen him have on to date. I'm getting a shiver down my spine at your magnificent displays of fiendishness. You are most definitely the legendary shield hero. I have a feeling that something's wrong about what he's extolling for me. I don't know what that word means, but I'm not sure if I should voice a complaint here. And beside me, Raphtalia had on a rather complicated expression. Now, Fumi-sama, that might have been a bit much. If I don't do this, then she won't listen to what I say. It was the same for you in the beginning, right? Raphtalia nodded at my answer. Now that you mention it, that was the case, wasn't it? There are some things we can't let her indulge in, and some things we can. We can let her indulge in. I won't mention my true intents behind this statement, though. Carrot and the stick, I see, yes. Slave trader, I wasn't talking to you. And quit understanding my motives. I sure gave you quite a hard time. If that's how you feel, then please, will prepare for you an easy-to-handle Fido Real chick to raise and... well then, I have places I need to be today, so if you can let me go then. Being able to not get swallowed up by my pace, I have the utmost respect for Hiro-sama's strong will, yes. With the conversation ending on that note, we left the tent. Yay! So now he has pretty girl with wings, who's also a really powerful bird, under his complete control. Yay, shield hero. He's a little scary, honestly. I wouldn't want to fuck with him. I wouldn't. This is probably a bad idea. The Rising of the Shield Hero, Volume 2, Chapter 32, Reward. Fido is wearing my mantle as we head to the weapon shop. Hey, lad. The old man waves as we approach. Did something happen? Yeah, wait a moment. The old man closes the weapon shop and guides us. We arrived at the magic shop where I received the magic book. Oh my, the aunt from the magic shop beams when she sees the old man. Why did you guys come in? Right, Fido, don't change into your true form until I permit you to. Okay. At the back of the magic shop, there was a workplace that smelled of nature. We were guided to the workplace. The ceiling was quite high, about 3 meters. In the middle of the floor was a magic square with a crystal. I'm sorry it's a little crowded because I'm working. No, it's fine. Anyway, is there any clothing for children here? This auntie from the magic shop is an acquaintance that can help you. That's right. She removed the crystal and puts on an old design sewing machine on a pedestal. Remember the bobbin machine? That one from Sleeping Beauty. Is this child really a demon? Yeah, let me take off the mantle first before she changes. Fido, return to your original form. There should be enough room in her for her original form. In here for her. Okay. When I give the command, Fido removed the mantle and returned to her original form. Oh my, oh dear. The magic shop auntie looked at Fido, who returned to her Fiorial queen form in surprise. Is this all right? The scene is very strange due to Fido's voice contrasting with her body. Even though it is a fantasy world, it's still weird. I looked towards Raphtalia. What is it? Nothing. That reminds me, Raphtalia is also a demi-human. Now that I think about it, in the past where I could feel something like romance, I might have been very excited. It seems Moriyasu was the same, though that's in the past. So what clothes do you need? Could you make something that won't break when it transforms? Strictly speaking, I'm not sure I can make clothes. What? Hiro-sama, what do you see? A magic shop and a witch. That's right, I only have some knowledge on transformation. Though I don't really understand the common sense of this world, I know that witches can transform into animals. Oh my. It takes a great amount of magical power and a very troublesome procedure to transform yourself into an animal. Wouldn't it be bothersome to put on clothes every time you transformed? So it seems it's possible for witches to transform. The auntie answered while working in the bobbin. By appearances alone, it resembles a sewing machine from my world. Staying in her true form at home is fine, but if she transformed in a crowded place, it would be pretty serious. Yeah, that's right. Clothes are my main concern. Walking around naked would stand out. Therefore, it would be best if the clothes could be stored safely when transformed and re-equipped when reverting. I see. True, if the clothes just disappear after transforming, that problem will be solved. It's a technique passed down by a demon category of demi-humans. A famous one is a vampire's mantle. Yeah, like when they transform into bats or wolves. That's in this world too? Well, the bobbin machine makes the materials for those clothes. Interesting. What do those clothes transform to? Strictly speaking, what are clothes? Something visible to others, correct? I tilted my neck and gave the auntie of the magic shop a puzzled look. What does that mean? What I mean is, the item can transform thread into magical power and magical power to threads. Therefore, the user can change the thread to magical power at any time. To put it simply, the user can change the thread to magical power and vice versa. Oh, I understand. Yeah, she had to repeat herself, but... Now I understand why the old man from the weapon shop brought us here. It'll certainly be weird to call these clothes. When not in human form, the magical power circulates the body and takes shape once back to human form. This is Firo-chan, right? Turn the wheel on this slowly. Okay. Firo begins to slowly turn the wheel on the bobbin machine. A thread comes out immediately and the auntie wraps it around a spool. Then thread starts to gather on the spool. It feels weaker. This changes magical power to threads. It should be tiring, but I just need a little more to make clothes. Interesting. Firo is still a child who's barely 1 week old. Firo looks tired when spinning the machine. Endure it. I'll promise you something. Food? Delicious food? Yeah. I'm a man who keeps his promises. I'll let you eat your fill of delicious food later, Firo. I'll do my best. Firo begins to energetically turn the bobbin machine. Yay, I'll do my best. The auntie seems surprised at the speed. Old man, I owe you a meal. Are you free after this? I left a note at the shop explaining I'll be closed until early afternoon. What are you going to treat me to, lad? How about this? Can you prepare a big iron plate? What are you going to use that for? I'm going to cook. The lad's home cooking. I was expecting something different. What was that? I'm slightly offended by the old man's disappointed expression. Oh, well, what did I expect? Raftalia, go to the market and get meat, vegetables, and charcoal. Firo can eat enough for 5 people. Understood. I handed some silver coins to Raftalia to go shopping. Food, food. Firo is in high spirits when spinning the bobbin machine. That's enough. You can stop spinning now. After a while, Auntie told her to stop. Will there be more food if I turn it more? No, you can stop. Yay! Firo returned to her original form. Master, food. Oh, hold on a bit. Firo sounded very disappointed. Raftalia hasn't returned yet, so there is no food. When we leave the shop, return to your humanoid form. Okay. Do you really understand? Do you really? Whatever. You can use this to make your clothes. Magic shop, Auntie shows us the thread. I will go ask someone who knows how to weave this. I'll have high hopes for that fellow. Firo, let's go. What should I tell the young lady who went shopping? Tell her we'll be waiting at the gate that leaves Castlestown. Understood. Following the old man from the weapon shop, we left the magic shop. As for the fee, I'll be sending it to the weapon shop. How much would that be? I asked a little anxiously. Making the magic string because the crystal is expensive. I'll charge Hiro-sama 50 silver. Damn, Firo is expensive. In the future, we need to be careful with clothes. It's like wearing money. We head to the weaver with the thread. This is some unusual material. I could do a lot with this. Go to the dressing room and measure your size. I should be able to complete the dress tonight. You can pick it up later. We went straight to the dressing room. Although there was only a mantle, it took a while. Still took a while. Wow, this is a very cute child. A sales clerk is a girl with glasses and a scarf. She seems a little plain. By that, I mean she looks like the kind of girl from my world who would write doujinshis. Her wings are just like an angel. She seems similar to a demi-human. I'll work on your order now. Is that so? The old man puts a hand on my shoulder. There are demi-humans who have hands or feet that resemble birds, but this child only seems to have wings, so it's pretty great. Firo tilted her neck while looking up at the sales clerk. Yeah, this fellow is a demon that can transform into a humanoid. When she reverts to her true form, her clothes break. Interesting. So that's why you need clothes made from magical power. Her glasses gave off a dangerous light. As I thought, this girl reminds me of an otaku. I feel a little nostalgic because I had an acquaintance selling doujinshis within a circle. She would often give me admission tickets for the whole circle and was quite friendly. There's no such thing in a different world. This material is perfect for a one-piece dress. It will be unaffected as well since it'll turn to magic. Sure. Fido is measured again and she puts on her mantle and the clerk starts designing something. I want to see her true form. Fido looked at me with a troubled face. I gulped and looked around. It seems to just barely fit here. Fido's changed form will just barely fit under the ceiling, less than 2 meters. Can you sit down? Yeah, that's good. Fido changed back to her demon form while paying attention to the ceiling and stared at the girl. Oh, this gap is good. Not even being shaken by Fido's true form, the dressmaker can do it. As expected of a character who sells doujinshis, I'm glad this is a different world. I bet a ribbon will suit her. Fido's next size is measured by the dressmaker and begins to design clothes again. Well, I'm going to wait for the materials to arrive. She seemed excited while answering. This fellow is a good craftsman, I guess. She's the type to be absorbed in her work and will accomplish it by all means. Well, it will be completed tomorrow. That's fast. How much is this going to cost in total? I recommended you to this place, so it should be around 100 silver pieces. I received a shock. Fido, do you understand? I spent a large sum of 400 silver pieces on you. I will expect you to work diligently. Okay! That's, isn't it 450? Do you really understand? We left the shop with Fido in her human form. We joined up with Raftalia, who was waiting at the gate of the castle town. Now, Fumi-sama, I bought the ingredients you asked for. Fido cost 400 pieces of silver. Raftalia was cheaper. Please don't say it like I'm a cheap woman. Is this going to be okay? All right, old man, bring the iron plate. Fido, get a cart and carry it from the weapon shop. Okay. All right. Fido left the old man in the weapon shop and came back pulling a cart. Why is she pulling it in a human form? An iron plate within the size I was imagining was within the cart. All right. Let's leave the castle town and go to the riverbank near the grassy plains. We arrived at the riverbank. I took out the iron plate, put it on a griddle, and immediately put charcoal under it. Raftalia and old man, take care of the fire. Yeah. Okay. As expected of the old man at a weapon shop, it seems managing fire is his forte. What about Fido? Stand watch so that the balloons don't approach us. Okay! I thought Fido to do something else because she was likely fail doing anything here. I cut the meat and vegetables that Raftalia brought in appropriate sizes and put it near the grill. Lad, the charcoal is ready. Yeah. Raftalia and the old man heated the plate as per my instructions, so I put the fatty meat under the grill for the oil. Then I spread the vegetables and meat so that they aren't directly on top of the fire. You sure are skillful. I used a stick and a knife to turn the meat and vegetables so that they don't burn. Well, this should be fine. Yep, today's lunch is a barbecue by the riverbank. Fido's reward. Fido, it's ready. Okay. Fido was already drooling from the smell when she took the skewer I handed her. Yay, this is delicious. Fido starts throwing meat and vegetables that were cooked into her mouth. Hey, don't eat everything. This is for everyone. Okay. Fido nodded while stuffing her mouth. Do you really understand? Let's eat, I guess. Okay. Sure. I distributed the meat and vegetables onto some leaves and handed it to Raftalia and the old man. Oh, this is delicious. I'm surprised grilled meat tastes so good. For some reason, this dish that Nafumi-sama makes is strangely delicious. I'll take that as a compliment. I'm not flattering you. Why does it taste so good? The old man looked at his plate with a puzzled expression. It's probably the result of the cooking skill from my shield. The power of the shield? Well, at least I think so. From the corner of my side, I see barbecue is now available. Quality good to great quality. To think that such a strange icon would exist. This is a mysterious shield. I'm quite envious. I can't take it off, so it's quite inconvenient. Not to mention the non-existent offensive power. Alright, there was a special effect from the bee-needle shield that I can counterattack enemies with called Shield of the Needle. Although the enemy would have escaped before I beat it, unless it's slow like a balloon. As expected, even if the demon runs away, I'm at a disadvantage. Sometimes a smart monster would ignore me and aim for Raftalia. Haven't you become quite strong? I don't know, compared to the other heroes. Is that so? Are the legendary weapons that powerful? That's right, I learned from experience. I see. Then, because skills can be acquired in various ways, the power of a legendary weapon is way above average. Moreover, accumulating status improvements whenever a shield is unsealed is good. There are a bunch of conditions that unseal new shields, such as absorbing monsters and other materials, leveling up in the skill tree. Besides, any exclusive effects any shield that was mastered gives permanent bonuses. Even a weak shield could be helpful if I unseal it. Due to the equipment bonuses carrying over, the more shields I unseal, the stronger skills I can use. I can see how many bonus stats I got. My stats are in general higher than Raftalia, Raftalia's. Maybe it's because I'm a hero. Especially in the aspect of defense. I have 3 times more, and that's not including the permanent bonuses from mastered other shields. Because I originally never attack, all the gear went to Raftalia. After all, the potential ability as a hero of the shield is in defense. The price of that is 1/10 of the attack. The difference between a resident of this world and a hero would be from any effects granted by this shield. Otherwise, I can never beat a monster with just defense. After all, the only reason a hero is different from